Section 17. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 14. Will you go to the Highlands, Lizzie Lindsay? Will you go to the Highlands wi' me? Will you go to the Highlands, Lizzie Lindsay, my bride and my darling to be? Old Ballad. A former chapter opened in the Royal Confessional. We are now to introduce our readers to a situation somewhat similar, though the scene and persons were very different. Instead of a Gothic and darkened apartment in a monastery, one of the most beautiful prospects in Scotland lay extended beneath the hill of Kinnoul, and at the foot of a rock which commanded the view in every direction sat the Fair Maid of Perth, listening in an attitude of devout attention to the instructions of a Carthusian monk in his white gown and scapular, who concluded his discourse with prayer, in which his proselyte devoutly joined. When they had finished their devotions, the priest sat for some time with his eyes fixed on the glorious prospect, of which even the early and chilly season could not conceal the beauties, and it was some time ere he addressed his attentive companion. "When I behold," he said at length, "this rich and varied land, with its castles, churches, convents, stately palaces, and fertile fields, these extensive woods, and that noble river, I know not, my daughter, whether most to admire the bounty of God or the ingratitude of man. He hath given us the beauty and fertility of the earth, and we have made the scene of his bounty a charnel house and a battlefield. He hath given us power over the elements, and skill to erect houses for comfort and defense, and we have converted them into dens for robbers and ruffians." "Yet surely, my father, there is room for comfort," replied Catherine, "even in the very prospect we look upon. Yonder 4 goodly convents with their churches, and their towers, which tell the citizens with brazen voice that they should think on their religious duties, their inhabitants who have separated themselves from the world, its pursuits and its pleasures, to dedicate themselves to the service of heaven, all bear witness that, if Scotland be a bloody and a sinful land, she is yet alive and sensible to the claims which religion demands of the human race." "Verily, daughter," answered the priest, "what you say seems truth, and yet, nearly viewed, too much of the comfort you describe will be found delusive. It is true, there was a period in the Christian world when good men, maintaining themselves by the work of their hands, assembled together, not that they might live easily or sleep softly, but that they might strengthen each other in the Christian faith, and qualify themselves to be teachers of the word to the people. Doubtless there are still such to be found in the holy edifices on which we now look. But it is to be feared that the love of many has waxed cold. Our churchmen have become wealthy, as well by the gifts of pious persons as by the bribes which wicked men have given in their ignorance, imagining that they can purchase that pardon by endowments to the Church which Heaven has only offered to sincere penitents. And thus, as the Church waxeth rich, her doctrines have unhappily become dim and obscure, as a light is less seen if placed in a lamp of chased gold than beheld through a screen of glass. God knows, if I see these things and mark them, it is from no wish of singularity or desire to make myself a teacher in Israel, but because the fire burns in my bosom and will not permit me to be silent. I obey the rules of my order and withdraw not myself from its austerities. be they essential to our salvation, or be they mere formalities, adopted to supply the want of real penitence and sincere devotion, I have promised, nay, vowed to observe them, and they shall be respected by me the more, that otherwise I might be charged with regarding my bodily ease, when Heaven is my witness how lightly I value what I may be called on to act or suffer, if the purity of the Church could be restored, or the discipline of the priesthood replaced in its primitive simplicity. "But, my father," said Catherine, "even for these opinions men term you a Lollard and a Wycliffite, and say it is your desire to destroy churches and cloisters, and restore the religion of heathenness." "Even so, my daughter, am I driven to seek refuge in hills and rocks, and must be presently contented to take my flight amongst the rude Highlanders, who are thus far in a more gracious state than those I leave behind me, that theirs are crimes of ignorance, not of presumption. I will not omit to take such means of safety and escape from their cruelty as Heaven may open to me. For while such appear, I shall account it a sign that I have still a service to accomplish. But when it is my Master's pleasure, he knows how willingly Clement Blair will lay down a vilified life upon earth, in humble hope of a blessed exchange hereafter. But wherefore dost thou look northward so anxiously, my child? Thy young eyes are quicker than mine. Dost thou see any one coming?" "I look, father, for the Highland youth Conachar, who will be thy guide to the hills, where his father can afford thee a safe if a rude retreat. This he has often promised, when we spoke of you and of your lessons. I fear he is now in company where he will soon forget them." "The youth hath sparkles of grace in him," said Father Clement, "although those of his race are usually too much devoted to their own fierce and savage customs to endure with patience either the restraints of religion or those of the social law. Thou hast never told me, daughter, how, contrary to all the usages either of the burg or of the mountains, this youth came to reside in thy father's house." "All I know touching that matter," said Catherine, "is that his father is a man of consequence among those hillmen, and that he desired, as a favour of my father, who hath had dealings with them in the way of his merchandise, to keep this youth for a certain time, and that it is only 2 days since they parted, as Conachar was to return home to his own mountains." "And why has my daughter," demanded the priest, "maintained such a correspondence with this Highland youth that she should know how to send for him when she desired to use his services in my behalf? Surely this is much influence for a maiden to possess over such a wild colt as this youthful mountaineer." Catherine blushed and answered with hesitation, "If I have had any influence with Conachar, Heaven be my witness, I have only exerted it to enforce upon his fiery temper compliance with the rules of civil life. It is true I have long expected that you, my father, would be obliged to take to flight, and I therefore had agreed with him that he should meet me at this place as soon as he should receive a message from me with a token, which I yesterday dispatched. The messenger was a light-footed boy of his own clan, whom he used sometimes to send on errands into the Highlands." "And am I then to understand, daughter, that this youth, so fair to the eye, was nothing more dear to you than as you desired to enlighten his mind and reform his manners?" "It is so, my father, and no otherwise," answered Catherine, "and perhaps I did not do well to hold intimacy with him, even for his instruction and improvement. But my discourse never led farther." "Then have I been mistaken, my daughter, for I thought I had seen in thee of late some change of purpose and some wishful regards looking back to this world, of which you were at one time resolved to take leave." Catherine hung down her head and blushed more deeply than ever as she said, "Yourself, father, were used to remonstrate against my taking the veil." "Nor do I now approve of it, my child," said the priest. "Marriage is an honorable state, appointed by Heaven as the regular means of continuing the race of man. And I read not in the Scriptures what human inventions have since affirmed concerning the superior excellence of a state of celibacy. But I am jealous of thee, my child, as a father is of his only daughter, lest thou shouldst throw thyself away upon some one unworthy of thee. Thy parent, I know, less nice in thy behalf than I am, countenances the addresses of that fierce and riotous reveller whom they call Henry of the Wind. He is rich, it may be, but a haunter of idle and debauched company, a common prize fighter who has shed human blood like water. Can such a one be a fit mate for Catherine Glover? And yet report says they are soon to be united. The Fair Maid of Perth's complexion changed from red to pale, and from pale to red, as she hastily replied, I think not of him, though it is true some courtesies have passed betwixt us of late, both as he is my father's friend, and as being, according to the custom of the time, my Valentine. Your Valentine, my child, said Father Clement, and can your modesty and prudence have trifled so much with the delicacy of your sex as to place yourself in such a relation to such a man as this artificer? Think you that this Valentine, a godly saint and Christian bishop, as he is said to have been, ever countenanced a silly and unseemly custom, more likely to have originated in the heathen worship of Flora or Venus, when mortals gave the names of deities to their passions, and studied to excite instead of restraining them? Father, said Catherine, in a tone of more displeasure than she had ever before assumed to the Carthusian, I know not upon what ground you tax me thus severely for complying with a general practice, authorized by universal custom, and sanctioned by my father's authority. I cannot feel it kind that you put such misconstruction upon me. Forgive me, daughter, answered the priest mildly, if I have given you offence, but this Henry Gow, or Smith, is a forward licentious man, to whom you cannot allow any uncommon degree of intimacy and encouragement without exposing yourself to worse misconstruction, unless indeed it be your purpose to wed him, and that very shortly. Say no more of it, my father, said Catherine. You give me more pain than you would desire to do, and I may be provoked to answer otherwise than as becomes me. Perhaps I have already had cause enough to make me repent my compliance with an idle custom. At any rate, believe that Henry Smith is nothing to me, and that even the idle intercourse arising from St. Valentine's Day is utterly broken off. I am rejoiced to hear it, my daughter, replied the Carthusian, and must now prove you on another subject, which renders me most anxious on your behalf. You cannot yourself be ignorant of it, although I could wish it were not necessary to speak of a thing so dangerous, even before these surrounding rocks, cliffs, and stones. But it must be said. Catherine, you have a lover in the highest rank of Scotland's sons of honour? I know it, father, answered Catherine composedly. I would it were not so. So would I also, said the priest, did I see in my daughter only the child of folly, which most young women are at her age, especially if possessed of the fatal gift of beauty. But as thy charms, to speak the language of an idle world, have attached to thee a lover of such high rank, so I know that thy virtue and wisdom will maintain the influence over the prince's mind which thy beauty hath acquired. Father, replied Catherine, the prince is a licentious gallant, whose notice of me tends only to my disgrace and ruin. Can you, who seemed but now afraid that I acted imprudently in entering into an ordinary exchange of courtesies with one of my own rank, speak with patience of the sort of correspondence which the heir of Scotland dares to fix upon me? Know that it is but 2 nights since he, with a party of his debauched followers, would have carried me by force from my father's house, had I not been rescued by that same rash, spirited Henry Smith, who, if he be too hasty in venturing on danger on slight occasion, is always ready to venture his life in behalf of innocence, or in resistance of oppression. It is well my part to do him that justice. I should know something of that matter, said the monk, since it was my voice that sent him to your assistance. I had seen the party as I passed your door, and was hastening to the civil power in order to raise assistance, when I perceived a man's figure coming slowly towards me. Apprehensive it might be one of the ambuscade, I stepped behind the buttresses of the chapel of St. John, and seeing from a nearer view that it was Henry Smith, I guessed which way he was bound, and raised my voice in an exhortation which made him double his speed. I am beholden to you, father, said Catherine, but all this, and the Duke of Rothesay's own language to me, only show that the prince is a profligate young man, who will scruple no extremities which may promise to gratify an idle passion, at whatever expense to its object. His emissary, Ramorny, has even had the insolence to tell me that my father shall suffer for it, if I dare to prefer being the wife of an honest man to becoming the loose paramour of a married prince. So I see no other remedy than to take the veil, or run the risk of my own ruin and my poor father's. Were there no other reason, the terror of these threats from a man so notoriously capable of keeping his word ought as much to prevent my becoming the bride of any worthy man as it should prohibit me from unlatching his door to admit murderers. Oh, good father, what a lot is mine, and how fatal am I likely to prove to my affectionate parent, and to anyone with whom I might ally my unhappy fortunes. Be yet of good cheer, my daughter, said the monk. There is comfort for thee, even in this extremity of apparent distress. Ramorny is a villain, and abuses the ear of his patron. The prince is unhappily a dissipated and idle youth. But unless my gray hairs have been strangely imposed on, his character is beginning to alter. He hath been awakened to Ramorny's baseness, and deeply regrets having followed his evil advice. I believe, nay, I am well convinced, that his passion for you has assumed a nobler and purer character, and that the lessons he has learned from me on the corruptions of the church and of the times will, if enforced from your lips, sink deeply into his heart, and perhaps produce fruits for the world to wonder as well as rejoice at. Old prophecies have said that Rome shall fall by the speech of a woman. These are dreams, father, said Catherine, the visions of one whose thoughts are too much on better things to admit his thinking justly upon the ordinary affairs of Perth. When we have looked long at the sun, everything else can only be seen indistinctly. Thou art over hasty, my daughter, said Clement, and thou shalt be convinced of it. The prospects which I am to open to thee were unfit to be exposed to one of a less firm sense of virtue, or a more ambitious temper. Perhaps it is not fit that, even to you, I should display them, but my confidence is strong in thy wisdom and thy principles. Know then that there is much chance that the Church of Rome will dissolve the union which she has herself formed, and release the Duke of Rothesay from his marriage with Marjorie Douglas. Here he paused. And if the Church hath power and will to do this, replied the maiden, what influence can the divorce of the Duke from his wife produce on the fortunes of Catherine Glover? She looked at the priest anxiously as she spoke, and he had some apparent difficulty in framing his reply, for he looked on the ground while he answered her. What did beauty do for Catherine Logie? Unless our fathers have told us falsely, it raised her to share the throne of David Bruce. Did she live happy or die regretted, good father? Asked Catherine in the same calm and steady tone. She formed her alliance from temporal and perhaps criminal ambition, replied Father Clement, and she found her reward in vanity and vexation of spirit. But had she wedded with the purpose that the believing wife should convert the unbelieving, or confirm the doubting husband, what then had been her reward? Love and honor upon earth, and an inheritance in heaven with Queen Margaret and those heroines who have been the nursing mothers of the Church. Hitherto Catherine had sat upon a stone beside the priest's feet, and looked up to him as she spoke or listened. But now, as if animated by calm yet settled feelings of disapprobation, she rose up, and extending her hand towards the monk as she spoke, addressed him with a countenance and voice which might have become a cherub, pitying, and even as much as possible sparing, the feelings of the mortal whose errors he is commissioned to rebuke. "And is it even so?" she said. "And can so much of the wishes, hopes, and prejudices of this vile world affect him who may be called tomorrow to lay down his life for opposing the corruptions of a wicked age and backsliding priesthood? Can it be the severely virtuous Father Clement who advises his child to aim at, or even to think of, the possession of a throne and a bed which cannot become vacant but by an act of crying injustice to the present possessor? Can it be the wise reformer of the Church who wishes to rest a scheme, in itself so unjust, upon a foundation so precarious? Since when is it, good father, that the principal libertine has altered his morals so much to be likely to court in honorable fashion the daughter of a Perth artisan? 2 days must have wrought this change, for only that space has passed since he was breaking into my father's house at midnight with worse mischief in his mind than that of a common robber. And think you that, if Rothsay's heart could dictate so mean a match, he could achieve such a purpose without endangering both his succession and his life, assailed by the Douglas and March at the same time, for what they must receive as an act of injury and insult to both their houses? Oh, Father Clement, where was your principle, where your prudence, when they suffered you to be bewildered by so strange a dream, and placed the meanest of your disciples in the right thus to reproach you?" The old man's eyes filled with tears, as Catherine, visibly and painfully affected by what she had said, became at length silent. "By the mouths of babes and sucklings," he said, "hath he rebuked those who would seem wise in their generation. I thank Heaven that hath taught me better thoughts than my own vanity suggested, through the medium of so kind a monitress. Yes, Catherine, I must not hereafter wonder or exclaim when I see those whom I have hitherto judged too harshly struggling for temporal power, and holding all the while the language of religious zeal. I thank thee, daughter, for thy salutary admonition, and I thank Heaven that sent it by thy lips, rather than those of a stern reprover." Catherine had raised her head to reply, and bid the old man, whose humiliation gave her pain, be comforted, when her eyes were arrested by an object close at hand. Among the crags and cliffs which surrounded this place of seclusion, there were two which stood in such close contiguity that they seemed to have been portions of the same rock, which, rendered by lightning or by an earthquake, now exhibited a chasm of about 4 feet in breadth betwixt the masses of stone. Into this chasm an oak tree had thrust itself, in one of the fantastic frolics which vegetation often exhibits in such situations. The tree, stunted and ill-fed, had sent its roots along the face of the rock in all directions to seek for supplies, and they lay like military lines of communication, contorted, twisted, and knotted like the immense snakes of the Indian archipelago. As Catherine's look fell upon the curious complication of knotty branches and twisted roots, she was suddenly sensible that 2 large eyes were visible among them, fixed and glaring at her, like those of a wild animal in ambush. She started, and without speaking pointed out the object to her companion, and looking herself with more strict attention, could at length trace out the bushy red hair and shaggy beard, which had hitherto been concealed by the drooping branches and twisted roots of the tree. When he saw himself discovered, the Highlander, for such he proved, stepped forth from his lurking place, and stalking forward displayed a colossal person clothed in a purple, red, and green checked plaid, under which he wore a jacket of bull's hide. His bow and arrows were at his back, his head was bare, and a large quantity of tangled locks, like the glibs of the Irish, served to cover the head, and supplied all the purposes of a bonnet. His belt bore a sword and dagger, and he had in his hand a Danish pole axe, more recently called a Lochaber axe. Through the same rude portal advanced, one by one, 4 men more, of similar size, and dressed and armed in the same manner. Catherine was too much accustomed to the appearance of the inhabitants of the mountain, so near to Perth, to permit herself to be alarmed, as another Lowland maiden might have been on the same occasion. She saw with tolerable composure these gigantic forms arrange themselves in a semicircle around and in front of the monk and herself, all bending upon them in silence their large fixed eyes, expressing, as far as she could judge, a wild admiration of her beauty. She inclined her head to them, and uttered imperfectly the usual words of a Highland salutation. The elder and leader of the party returned the greeting, and then again remained silent and motionless. The monk told his beads, and even Catherine began to have strange fears for her personal safety, and anxiety to know whether they were to consider themselves at personal freedom. She resolved to make the experiment, and moved forward as if to descend the hill, but when she attempted to pass the line of Highlanders, they extended their pole axes betwixt each other, so as effectually to occupy each opening through which she could have passed. Somewhat disconcerted, yet not dismayed, for she could not conceive that any evil was intended, she sat down upon one of the scattered fragments of rock, and bade the monk, standing by her side, be of good courage. "If I fear," said Father Clement, "it is not for myself, for whether I be brained with the axes of these wild men, like an ox when worn out by labor he is condemned to the slaughter, or whether I am bound with their bowstrings and delivered over to those who will take my life with more cruel ceremony, it can but little concern me if they suffer thee, dearest daughter, to escape uninjured." "We have neither of us," replied the Maiden of Perth, "any cause for apprehending evil, and here comes Conachar to assure us of it." Yet, as she spoke, she almost doubted her own eyes, so altered were the manner and attire of the handsome, stately, and almost splendidly dressed youth, who, springing like a roebuck from his cliff of considerable height, lighted just in front of her. His dress was of the same tartan worn by those who had first made their appearance, but closed at the throat and elbows with a necklace and armlets of gold. The hauberk which he wore over his person was of steel, but so clearly burnished that it shone like silver. His arms were profusely ornamented, and his bonnet, besides the eagle's feather marking the quality of chief, was adorned with a chain of gold, wrapped several times around it, and secured by a large clasp glistening with pearls. His brooch, by which the tartan mantle, or plaid, as it is now called, was secured on the shoulder, was also of gold, large and curiously carved. He bore no weapon in his hand, excepting a small sapling stick with a hooked head. His whole appearance and gait, which used formerly to denote a sullen feeling of conscious degradation, was now bold, forward, and haughty, and he stood before Catherine with smiling confidence, as if fully conscious of his improved appearance, and waiting till she should recognize him. "Conachar," said Catherine, desirous to break this state of suspense, "are these your father's men?" "No, fair Catherine," answered the young man, "Conachar is no more, unless in regard to the wrongs he has sustained, and the vengeance which they demand. I am Ian Eakin MacIan, son to the chief of the clan Cahelly. I have molted my feathers, as you see, when I changed my name. And for these men, they are not my father's followers, but mine. You see only one half of them collected. They form a band consisting of my foster father and 8 sons, who are my bodyguard, and the children of my belt, who breathe but to do my will. But Conachar," he added in a softer tone of voice, "lives again so soon as Catherine desires to see him. And while he is the young chief of the clan Keheli to all others, he is to her as humble and obedient as when he was Simon Glover's apprentice. See, here is the stick I had from you when we nutted together in the sunny braes of Lednach, when autumn was young in the year that is gone. I would not exchange it, Catherine, for the truncheon of my tribe." While Egan thus spoke, Catherine began to doubt in her own mind whether she had acted prudently in requesting the assistance of a bold young man, elated doubtless by his sudden elevation from a state of servitude to one which she was aware gave him extensive authority over a very lawless body of adherents. "You do not fear me, fair Catherine," said the young chief, taking her hand. "I suffered my people to appear before you for a few minutes, that I might see how you could endure their presence, and methinks you regarded them as if you were born to be a chieftain's wife." "I have no reason to fear wrong from Highlanders," said Catherine firmly, "especially as I thought Conachar was with them. Conachar has drunk of our cup and eaten of our bread, and my father has often had traffic with Highlanders, and never was there wrong or quarrel betwixt him and them." "No?" replied Hector, for such is the Saxon equivalent for Egan. "What! Never when he took the part of the Gow Crom, the bandy-legged smith, against Egan MacIan? Say nothing to excuse it, and believe it will be your own fault if I ever again allude to it. But you had some command to lay upon me. Speak, and you shall be obeyed." Catherine hastened to reply, for there was something in the young chief's manner and language which made her desire to shorten the interview. "Egan," she said, "since Conachar is no longer your name, you ought to be sensible that in claiming, as I honestly might, a service from my equal, I little thought that I was addressing a person of such superior power and consequence. You, as well as I, have been obliged to the religious instruction of this good man. He is now in great danger. Wicked men have accused him with false charges, and he is desirous to remain in safety and concealment till the storm shall pass away." "Ah, the good clerk Clement! Aye, the worthy clerk did much for me, and more than my rugged temper was capable to profit by. I will be glad to see anyone in the town of Perth persecute one who hath taken hold of MacIan's mantle." "It may not be safe to trust too much to that," said Catherine. "I nothing doubt the power of your tribe, but when the Black Douglas takes up a feud, he is not to be scared by the shaking of a Highland plaid." The Highlander disguised his displeasure at this speech with a forced laugh. "The sparrow," he said, "that is next the eye seems larger than the eagle that is perched on Ben Goyle. You fear the Douglases most because they sit next to you. But, be it as you will not believe how wide our hills, and vales, and forests extend beyond the dusky barrier of yonder mountains. And you think all the world lies on the banks of the Tay. But this good clerk shall see hills that could hide him were all the Douglases on his quest. Aye, and he shall see men enough also to make them glad to get once more southward of the Grampians. And wherefore should you not go with the good man? I will send a party to bring him in safety from Perth, and we will set up the old trade beyond Loch Tay. Only no more cutting out of gloves for me. I will find your father in hides, but I will not cut them, save when they are on the creatures' backs." "My father will come one day and see your housekeeping, Conachar, I mean Hector. But times must be quieter, for there is feud between the townspeople and the followers of the noblemen, and there is speech of war about to break out in the Highlands." "Yes, by Our Lady Catherine, and were it not for that same Highland war, you should nor thus put off your Highland visit, my pretty mistress. But the race of the hills are no longer to be divided into two nations. They will fight like men for the supremacy, and he who gets it will deal with the King of Scotland as an equal, not as a superior." "Pray that the victory may fall to MacIan, my pious Saint Catherine, for thou shalt pray for one who loves thee dearly." "I will pray for the right," said Catherine, "or rather I will pray that there be peace on all sides. Farewell, kind and excellent Father Clement. Believe I shall never forget thy lessons. Remember me in thy prayers. But how wilt thou be able to sustain a journey so toilsome?" "They shall carry him if need be," said Hector, "if we go far without finding a horse for him. But you, Catherine, it is far from hence to Perth. Let me attend you thither as I was wont." "If you were as you were wont, I would not refuse your escort; but gold brooches and bracelets are perilous company when the Liddesdale and Annandale lancers are riding as throng upon the highway as the leaves at Hallowmas, and there is no safe meeting betwixt Harlan tartans and steel jackets." She hazarded this remark as she had somewhat suspected that, in casting his slough, young Ekin had not entirely surmounted the habits which he had acquired in his humbler state, and that, though he might use bold words, he would not be rash enough to brave the odds of numbers to which a descent into the vicinity of the city would be likely to expose him. It appeared that she judged correctly, for after a farewell in which she compounded for the immunity of her lips by permitting him to kiss her hand, she returned towards Perth, and could obtain at times, when she looked back, an occasional glance of the Highlanders, as winding through the most concealed and impracticable paths, they bent their way towards the north. She felt in part relieved from her immediate anxiety, as the distance increased betwixt her and these men, whose actions were only directed by the will of their chief, and whose chief was a giddy and impetuous boy. She apprehended no insult on her return to Perth from the soldiery of any party whom she might meet, for the rules of chivalry were in those days a surer protection to a maiden of decent appearance than an escort of armed men, whose cognizance might not be acknowledged as friendly by any other party whom they might chance to encounter. But more remote dangers pressed on her apprehension. The pursuit of the licentious prince was rendered formidable by threats which his unprincipled counsellor Ramorny had not shunned to utter against her father if she persevered in her coyness. These menaces, in such an age and from such a character, were deep grounds for alarm; nor could she consider the pretensions to her favour which Conachar had scarce repressed during his state of servitude, and seemed now to avow boldly, as less fraught with evil, since there had been repeated incursions of the Highlanders into the very town of Perth, and citizens had, on more occasions than one, been made prisoners and carried off from their own houses, or had fallen by the claymore in the very streets of their city. She feared, too, her father's importunity on behalf of the smith, of whose conduct on St. Valentine's Day unworthy reports had reached her, and whose suit, had he stood clear in her good opinion, she dared not listen to, while Ramorny's threats of revenge upon her father rung on her ear. She thought on these various dangers with the deepest apprehension, and an earnest desire to escape from them and herself by taking refuge in the cloister, but saw no possibility of obtaining her father's consent to the only course from which she expected peace and protection. In the course of these reflections we cannot discover that she very distinctly regretted that her perils attended her because she was the Fair Maid of Perth. This was one point which marked that she was not yet altogether an angel, and perhaps it was another that, in despite of Henry Smith's real or supposed delinquencies, a sigh escaped from her bosom when she thought upon St. Valentine's dawn. End of Section 17. Section 18. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 15. Oh, for a draught of power to steep the soul of agony in sleep. Bertha. We have shown the secrets of the confessional. Those of the sick chamber are not hidden from us. The darkened apartment where salves and medicines showed that the leech had been busy in his craft. A tall, thin form lay on a bed, arrayed in a nightgown belted around him, with pain on his brow, and 1,000 stormy passions agitating his bosom. Everything in the apartment indicated a man of opulence and of expense. Henbane Dwyning, the apothecary, who seemed to have the care of the patient, stole with a crafty and cat-like step from one corner of the room to another, busying himself with mixing medicines and preparing dressings. The sick man groaned once or twice, on which the leech, advancing to his bedside, asked whether these sounds were a token of the pain of his body or of the distress of his mind. "Of both, thou poisoning varlet," said Sir John Ramorny, "and of being encumbered with thy accursed company." "If that is all, I can relieve your knighthood of one of these ills by presently removing myself elsewhere. Thanks to the feuds of this boisterous time, had I 20 hands instead of these 2 poor servants of my art," displaying his skinny palms, "there is enough of employment for them, well requited employment too, where thanks and crowns contend which shall best pay my services; while you, Sir John, wreak upon your chirurgeon the anger you ought only to bear against the author of your wound." "Villain, it is beneath me to reply to thee," said the patient, "but every word of thy malignant tongue is a dirk, inflicting wounds which set all the medicines of Arabia at defiance." "Sir John, I understand you not; but if you give way to these tempestuous fits of rage, it is impossible but fever and inflammation must be the result." "Why, then, dost thou speak in a sense to chafe my blood? Why dost thou name the supposition of thy worthless self having more hands than nature gave thee, while I, a knight and gentleman, am mutilated like a cripple?" "Sir John," replied the chirurgeon, "I am no divine, nor a mainly obstinate believer in some things which divines tell us; yet I may remind you that you have been kindly dealt with, for if the blow which has done you this injury had lighted on your neck as it was aimed, it would have swept your head from your shoulders, instead of amputating a less considerable member." "I wish it had, Dwyning. I wish it had lighted as it was addressed. I should not then have seen a policy which had spun a web so fine as mine burst through by the brute force of a drunken churl. I should not have been reserved to see horses which I must not mount, lists which I must no longer enter, splendors which I cannot hope to share, or battles which I must not take part in. I should not, with a man's passions for power and for strife, be set to keep place among the women, despised by them too, as a miserable impotent cripple, unable to aim at obtaining the favor of the sex." "Supposing all this to be so, I will yet pray of your knighthood to remark," replied Dwyning, still busying himself with arranging the dressings of the wounds, "that your eyes, which you must have lost with your head, may, being spared to you, present as rich a prospect of pleasure as either ambition or victory in the list, or in the field, or the love of woman itself, could have proposed to you." "My sense is too dull to catch thy meaning, leech," replied Ramorny. "What is this precious spectacle reserved to me in such a shipwreck?" "The dearest that mankind knows," replied Dwyning, and then in the accent of a lover who utters the name of his beloved mistress, and expresses his passion for her in the very tone of his voice, he added the word "Revenge!" The patient had raised himself on his couch to listen with some anxiety for the solution of the physician's enigma. He laid himself down again as he heard it explained, and after a short pause asked, "In what Christian college learned you this morality, good Master Dwyning?" In no Christian college, answered the physician, for though it is privately received in most, it is openly and manfully adopted in none. But I have studied among the sages of Granada, where the fiery souled Moor lifts high his deadly dagger as it drops with his enemy's blood, and avows the doctrine which the pallid Christian practises, though, coward like, he dare not name it. Thou art then a more high-souled villain than I deemed thee, said Ramorny. Let that pass, answered Dwyning. The waters that are the stillest are also the deepest, and the foe is most to be dreaded who never threatens till he strikes. You knights and men at arms, go straight to your purpose with sword in hand. We, who are clerks, win our access with a noiseless step and an indirect approach, but attain our object not less surely. And I, said the knight, who have trod to my revenge with a mailed foot, which made all echo around it, must now use such a slipper as thine. Ha! He who lacks strength, said the wily mediciner, must attain his purpose by skill. And tell me sincerely, mediciner, wherefore thou wouldst read me these devil's lessons? Why wouldst thou thrust me faster or farther on to my vengeance, than I may seem to thee ready to go of my own accord? I am old in the ways of the world, man, and I know that such as thou do not drop words in vain, or thrust themselves upon the dangerous confidence of men like me, save with the prospect of advancing some purpose of their own. What interest hast thou in the road, whether peaceful or bloody, which I may pursue on these occurrents? In plain dealing, sir knight, though it is what I seldom use, answered the leech, my road to revenge is the same with yours. With mine, man? said Ramorny, with a tone of scornful surprise. I thought it had been high beyond thy reach. Thou aim at the same revenge with Ramorny? Ay, truly, replied Dwyning, for the smithy churl under whose blow you have suffered has often done me despite and injury. He has thwarted me in counsel and despised me in action. His brutal and unhesitating bluntness is a living reproach to the subtlety of my natural disposition. I fear him and I hate him. And you hope to find an active coadjutor in me? said Ramorny, in the same supercilious tone as before. But no, the artisan fellow is too low in degree to be to me either the object of hatred or of fear. Yet he shall not escape. We hate not the reptile that has stung us, though we might shake it off the wound and tread upon it. I know the ruffian of old as a stout man at arms, and a pretender, as I have heard, to the favour of the scornful puppet, whose beauties, forsooth, spurred us to our wise and hopeful attempt. Fiends that direct this nether world, by what malice have ye decided that the hand which has couched a lance against the bosom of a prince should be struck off like a sapling by the blow of a churl, and during the turmoil of a midnight riot? Well, mediciner, thus far our courses hold together, and I bid thee well believe that I will crush for thee this reptile mechanic. But do not thou think to escape me when that part of my revenge is done, which will be most easily and speedily accomplished. Not, it may be, altogether so easily accomplished, said the apothecary, for if your knighthood will credit me, there will be found small ease or security in dealing with him. He is the strongest, boldest, and most skilful swordsman in Perth, and all the country around it. Fear nothing, he shall be met with had he the strength of Samson. But then, mark me, hope not thou to escape my vengeance, unless thou become my passive agent in the scene which is to follow. Mark me, I say once more, I have studied at no Moorish college, and lack some of thy unbounded appetite for revenge, but yet I will have my share of vengeance. Listen to me, mediciner, while I shall thus far unfold myself, but beware of treachery, for powerful as thy fiend is, thou hast taken lessons from a meaner devil than mine. Hearken, the master whom I have served through vice and virtue, with too much zeal for my own character, perhaps, but with unshaken fidelity to him. The very man, to soothe whose frantic folly I have incurred this irreparable loss, is, at the prayer of his doting father, about to sacrifice me by turning me out of his favor, and leaving me at the mercy of the hypocritical relative with whom he seeks a precarious reconciliation at my expense. If he perseveres in this most ungrateful purpose, thy fiercest Moors, were their complexion swarthy as the smoke of hell, shall blush to see their revenge outdone. But I will give him one more chance for honor and safety before my wrath shall descend on him in unrelenting and unmitigated fury. There, then, thus far thou hast my confidence. Close hands on our bargain. Close hands, did I say? Where is the hand that should be the pledge and representative of Ramorny's plighted word? Is it nailed on the public pillory, or flung as offal to the houseless dogs who are even now snarling over it? Lay thy finger on the mutilated stump, then, and swear to be a faithful actor in my revenge, as I shall be in yours. How now, sir leech? Look you pale? You, who say to death, stand back or advance, can you tremble to think of him or to hear him named? I have not mentioned your fee, for one who loves revenge for itself requires no deeper bribe. Yet if broad lands and large sums of gold can increase thy zeal in a brave cause, believe me, these shall not be lacking. They tell for something in my humble wishes, said Dwyning. The poor man in this bustling world is thrust down like a dwarf in a crowd, and so trodden under foot. The rich and powerful rise like giants above the press, and are at ease, while all is turmoil around them. Then shalt thou arise above the press, Mediciner, as high as gold can raise thee. This purse is weighty, yet it is but an earnest of thy guerdon. And this smith, my noble benefactor, said the leech, as he pouched the gratuity, this Henry of the Wind, or whatever is his name, would not the news that he hath paid the penalty of his action assuage the pain of thy knighthood's wound better than the balm of Mecca with which I have salved it? He is beneath the thoughts of Ramorny, and I have no more resentment against him than I have ill will at the senseless weapon which he swayed. But it is just thy hate should be vented upon him. Where is he chiefly to be met with? That also I have considered, said Dwyning. To make the attempt by day in his own house were too open and dangerous, for he hath 5 servants who work with him at the stithy, 4 of them strong knaves, and all loving to their master. By night were scarce less desperate, for he hath his doors strongly secured with bolt of oak and bar of iron, and ere the fastenings of his house could be forced, the neighborhood would rise to his rescue, especially as they are still alarmed by the practice on St. Valentine's even. Oh, ay, true, Mediciner, said Ramorny, for deceit is thy nature even with me. Thou knewest my hand and signet, as thou say'st, when that hand was found cast out on the street, like the disgusting refuse of a shambles. Why, having such knowledge, went'st thou with these jolter-headed citizens to consult that Patrick Charteris, whose spurs should be hacked off from his heels for the communion which he holds with paltry burghers, and whom thou broughtst here with the fools to do dishonour to the lifeless hand, which, had it held its wonted place, he was not worthy to have touched in peace or faced in war? My noble patron, as soon as I had reason to know you had been the sufferer, I urged them with all my powers of persuasion to desist from prosecuting the feud; but the swaggering smith and 1 or 2 other hotheads cried out for vengeance. Your knighthood must know this fellow calls himself bachelor to the Fair Maiden of Perth, and stands upon his honour to follow up her father's quarrel. But I have forestalled his market in that quarter, and that is something in earnest of revenge. How mean you by that, sir leech? said the patient. Your knighthood shall conceive, said the Mediciner, that this smith does not live within compass, but is an outlier and a galliard. I met him myself on St. Valentine's Day, shortly after the affray between the townsfolk and the followers of Douglas. Yes, I met him sneaking through the lanes and by passages with a common minstrel wench, with her messan and her viol on his one arm, and her buxom self hanging upon the other. What thinks your honour? Is not this a trim squire, to cross a prince's love with the fairest girl in Perth, strike off the hand of a knight and baron, and become gentleman usher to a strolling glee woman, all in the course of the same 24 hours? Marry, I think the better of him that he has so much of a gentleman's humour, clown though he be, said Ramorny. I would he had been a precisian instead of a galliard, and I should have had better heart to aid thy revenge. And such revenge! Revenge on a smith, in the quarrel of a pitiful manufacturer of rotten chevrons. Pah! And yet it shall be taken in full. Thou hast commenced it, I warrant me, by thine own manoeuvres. In a small degree only, said the apothecary. I took care that 2 or 3 of the most notorious gossips in Curfew Street, who liked not to hear Catherine called the Fair Maid of Perth, should be possessed of this story of her faithful Valentine. They opened on the scent so keenly that rather than doubt had fallen on the tale, they would have vouched for it as if their own eyes had seen it. The lover came to her father's within an hour after, and your worship may think what a reception he had from the angry Glover, for the damsel herself would not be looked upon. And thus your honour sees I had a foretaste of revenge, but I trust to receive the full draught from the hands of your lordship, with whom I am in a brotherly league, which— Brotherly! said the knight contemptuously. But be it so, the priests say we are all of one common earth. I cannot tell, there seems to me some difference, but the better mould shall keep faith with the baser, and thou shalt have thy revenge. Call thou my page hither. A young man made his appearance from the anteroom upon the physician's summons. Eviat, said the knight, does Bonthron wait, and is he sober? He is as sober as sleep can make him after a deep drink, answered the page. Then fetch him hither, and do thou shut the door. A heavy step presently approached the apartment, and a man entered, whose deficiency of height seemed made up in breadth of shoulders and strength of arm. There is a man thou must deal upon, Bonthron, said the knight. The man smoothed his rugged features and grinned a smile of satisfaction. That mediciner will show thee the party. Take such advantage of time, place, and circumstance as will ensure the result. And mind you, come not by the worst, for the man is the fighting Smith of the Wind. It will be a tough job, growled the assassin, for if I miss my blow I may esteem myself but a dead man. All Perth rings with the smith's skill and strength. Take 2 assistants with thee, said the knight. Not I, said Bonthron. If you double anything, let it be the reward. Account it doubled, said his master, but see thy work be thoroughly executed. Trust me for that, sir knight. Seldom have I failed. Use this sage man's directions, said the wounded knight, pointing to the physician, and hark thee, await his coming forth, and drink not till the business be done. I will not, answered the dark satellite. My own life depends on my blow being steady and sure. I know whom I have to deal with. Vanish, then, till he summons you, and have axe and dagger in readiness. Bonthron nodded and withdrew. Will your knighthood venture to entrust such an act to a single hand? said the mediciner, when the assassin had left the room. May I pray you to remember that yonder party did, 2 nights since, baffle 6 armed men? Question me not, sir mediciner. A man like Bonthron, who knows time and place, is worth a score of confused revellers. Call Eviat. Thou shalt first exert thy powers of healing, and do not doubt that thou shalt, in the farther work, be aided by one who will match thee in the art of sudden and unexpected destruction. The page Eviat again appeared at the mediciner's summons, and at his master's sign assisted the chirurgeon in removing the dressings from Sir John Ramorny's wounded arm. Twining viewed the naked stump with a species of professional satisfaction, enhanced no doubt by the malignant pleasure which his evil disposition took in the pain and distress of his fellow creatures. The knight just turned his eye on the ghastly spectacle, and uttered, under the pressure of bodily pain or mental agony, a groan which he would fain have repressed. "You groan, sir," said the leech in his soft insinuating tone of voice, but with a sneer of enjoyment, mixed with scorn, curling upon his lip, which his habitual dissimulation could not altogether disguise. "You groan, but be comforted. This Henry Smith knows his business. His sword is as true to its aim as his hammer to the anvil. Had a common swordsman struck this fatal blow, he had armed the bone and damaged the muscles, so that even my art might not have been able to repair them. But Henry Smith's cut is clean, and as sure as that with which my own scalpel could have made the amputation. In a few days you will be able, with care and attention to the ordinances of medicine, to stir abroad." "But my hand, the loss of my hand!" "It may be kept secret for a time," said the mediciner. "I have possessed 2 or 3 tattling fools in deep confidence that the hand which was found was that of your knighthood's groom, Black Quentin, and your knighthood knows that he has parted for Fife in such sort as to make it generally believed." "I know well enough," said Ramorny, "that the rumour may stifle the truth for a short time, but what avails this brief delay?" "It may be concealed till your knighthood retires for a time from the court, and then, when new accidents have darkened the recollection of the present stir, it may be imputed to a wound received from the shivering of a spear, or from a crossbow bolt. Your slave will find a suitable device, and stand for the truth of it." "The thought maddens me," said Ramorny, with another groan of mental and bodily agony. "Yet I see no better remedy." "There is none other," said the leech, to whose evil nature his patron's distress was delicious nourishment. "In the meanwhile it is believed you are confined by the consequences of some bruises, aiding the sense of displeasure at the prince's having consented to dismiss you from his household at the remonstrance of Albany, which is publicly known." "Villain, thou rack'st me!" exclaimed the patient. "Upon the whole, therefore," said Twining, "your knighthood has escaped well, and, saving the lack of your hand, a mischance beyond remedy, you ought rather to rejoice than complain, for no barber chirurgeon in France or England could have more ably performed the operation than this churl with one downright blow." "I understand my obligation fully," said Ramorny, struggling with his anger and affecting composure. "And if Bonthron pays him not with a blow equally downright, and rendering the aid of the leech unnecessary, say that John of Ramorny cannot requite an obligation." "That is spoke like yourself, noble knight," answered the mediciner. "And let me further say, that the operator's skill must have been vain, and the hemorrhage must have drained your life veins, but for the bandages, the cautery, and the styptics applied by the good monks, and the poor services of your humble vassal, Henbane Twining." "Peace!" exclaimed the patient, "with thy ill-omened voice and worse-omened name! Methinks as thou mentionest the tortures I have undergone, my tingling nerves stretch and contract themselves as if they still actuated the fingers that once could clutch a dagger." "That," explained the leech, "may it please your knighthood, is a phenomenon well known to our profession. There have been those among the ancient sages who have thought that there still remained a sympathy between the severed nerves and those belonging to the amputated limb, and that the several fingers are seen to quiver and strain, as corresponding with the impulse which proceeds from their sympathy with the energies of the living system. Could we recover the hand from the cross, or from the custody of the Black Douglas, I would be pleased to observe this wonderful operation of occult sympathies. But I fear me one might as safely go to wrest the joint from the talons of an hungry eagle." "And thou mayest as safely break thy malignant jests on a wounded lion as on John of Rimorny," said the knight, raising himself in uncontrollable indignation. "Caitiff, proceed to thy duty, and remember that if my hand can no longer clasp a dagger, I can command 100." "The sight of one drawn and brandished in anger were sufficient," said Dwyning, "to consume the vital powers of your chirurgeon. But who then," he added in a tone partly insinuating, partly jeering, "who would then relieve the fiery and scorching pain which my patron now suffers, and which renders him exasperated even with his poor servant for quoting the rules of healing so contemptible, doubtless, compared with the power of inflicting wounds?" Then, as daring no longer to trifle with the mood of his dangerous patient, the leech addressed himself seriously to salving the wound, and applied a fragrant balm, the odor of which was diffused through the apartment, while it communicated a refreshing coolness instead of the burning heat, a change so gratifying to the fevered patient that, as he had before groaned with agony, he could not now help sighing for pleasure, as he sank back on his couch to enjoy the ease which the dressing bestowed. "Your knightly lordship now knows who is your friend," said Dwyning. "Had you yielded to a rash impulse and said, 'Slay me this worthless quacksalver,' where, within the four seas of Britain, would you have found the man to have ministered to you as much comfort?" "Forget my threats, good leech," said Ramorny, "and beware how you tempt me. Such as I brook not jests upon our agony. See thou keep thy scoffs to pass upon misers," that is, miserable persons as used in Spenser and other writers of his time, though the sense is now restricted to those who are covetous, in the hospital. Dwyning ventured to say no more, but poured some drops from a phial which he took from his pocket into a small cup of wine, allayed with water. "This draught," said the man of art, "is medicated to produce a sleep which must not be interrupted." "For how long will it last?" asked the knight. "The period of its operation is uncertain. Perhaps till morning." "Perhaps forever," said the patient. "Sir Mediciner, taste me that liquor presently, else it passes not my lips." The leech obeyed him with a scornful smile. "I would drink the whole with readiness, but the juice of this Indian gum will bring sleep on the healthy man as well as upon the patient, and the business of the leech requires me to be a watcher." "I crave your pardon, Sir Leech," said Ramorny, looking downwards as if ashamed to have manifested suspicion. "There is no room for pardon where offence must not be taken," answered the mediciner. "An insect must thank a giant that he does not tread on him. Yet, noble knight, insects have their power of harming as well as physicians. What would it have cost me, save a moment's trouble, to have drugged that balm, as should have made your arm rot to the shoulder joint, and your life blood curdle in your veins to a corrupted jelly? What is there that prevented me to use means yet more subtle, and to taint your room with essences before which the light of life twinkles more and more dimly till it expires, like a torch amidst the foul vapors of some subterranean dungeon? You little estimate my power, if you know not that these and yet deeper modes of destruction stand at command of my art. But a physician slays not the patient by whose generosity he lives, and far less will he the breath of whose nostrils is the hope of revenge destroy the vowed ally who is to favour his pursuit of it. Yet, one word, should a necessity occur for rousing yourself, for who in Scotland can promise himself 8 hours uninterrupted repose, then smell at the strong essence contained in this pouncet box. And now farewell, Sir Knight, and if you cannot think of me as a man of nice conscience, acknowledge me at least as one of reason and of judgment." So saying, the mediciner left the room, his usual mien and shuffling gait elevating itself into something more noble, as conscious of a victory over his imperious patient. Sir John Ramorny remained sunk in unpleasing reflections until he began to experience the incipient effects of his soporific draught. He then roused himself for an instant and summoned his page. "Eviot, what ho, Eviot! I have done ill to unbosom myself so far to this poisonous quacksalver. Eviot!" The page entered. "Is the mediciner gone forth?" "Yes, so please your knighthood." "Alone or accompanied?" "Bonthorn spoke apart with him, and followed him almost immediately by your lordship's command, as I understood him." "Lack a day, yes. He goes to seek some medicaments. He will return anon. If he be intoxicated, see he comes not near my chamber, and permit him not to enter into converse with any one. He raves when drink has touched his brain. He was a rare fellow before a Southron bill laid his brain pan bare, but since that time he talks gibberish whenever the cup has crossed his lips. Said the leech aught to you, Eviot?" "Nothing, save to reiterate his commands that your honour be not disturbed." "Which thou must surely obey," said the knight. "I feel the summons to rest, of which I have been deprived since this unhappy wound. At least, if I have slept, it has been but for a snatch. Aid me to take off my gown, Eviot." "May God and the saints send you good rest, my lord," said the page, retiring after he had rendered his wounded master the assistance required. As Eviot left the room, the knight, whose brain was becoming more and more confused, muttered over the page's departing salutation, "God, saints! I have slept sound under such a benison; but now, methinks, if I awake not to the accomplishment of my proud hopes of power and revenge, the best wish for me is, that the slumbers which now fall around my head were the forerunners of that sleep which shall return my borrowed powers to their original non-existence. I can argue it no farther." Thus speaking, he fell into a profound sleep. End of Section 18. Section 19. Of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 16. On Fasterns E'en, when we were few. Scott's Song. The night which sunk down on the sickbed of Ramorny was not doomed to be a quiet one. 2 hours had passed since curfew bell, then rung at 7 o'clock at night, and in those primitive times all were retired to rest, excepting such whom devotion or duty or debauchery made watchers; and the evening being that of Shrovetide, or, as it was called in Scotland, Fasterns E'en, the vigils of gaiety were by far the most frequented of the three. The common people had, throughout the day, toiled and struggled at football. The nobles and gentry had fought cocks, and hearkened to the wanton music of the minstrel; while the citizens had gorged themselves upon pancakes fried in lard, and brose, or brewis, the fat broth, that is, in which the salted beef had been boiled, poured upon highly toasted oatmeal, a dish which even now is not ungrateful to simple old-fashioned Scottish palates. These were all exercises and festive dishes proper to the holiday. It was no less a solemnity of the evening that the devout Catholic should drink as much good ale and wine as he had means to procure, and, if young and able, that he should dance at the ring, or figure among the morris dancers, who, in the city of Perth as elsewhere, wore a peculiarly fantastic garb, and distinguished themselves by their address and activity. All this gaiety took place under the prudential consideration that the long term of Lent, now approaching, with its fasts and deprivations, rendered it wise for mortals to cram as much idle and sensuous indulgence as they could into the brief space which intervened before its commencement. The usual revels had taken place, and in most parts of the city were succeeded by the usual pause. A particular degree of care had been taken by the nobility to prevent any renewal of discord betwixt their followers and the citizens of the town, so that the revels had proceeded with fewer casualties than usual, embracing only 3 deaths and certain fractured limbs, which, occurring to individuals of little note, were not accounted worth inquiring into. The carnival was closing quietly in general, but in some places the sport was still kept up. One company of revelers who had been particularly noticed and applauded seemed unwilling to conclude their frolic. The entry, as it was called, consisted of 13 persons, habited in the same manner, having doublets of chamois leather sitting close to their bodies, curiously slashed and laced. They wore green caps with silver tassels, red ribands, and white shoes, had bells hung at their knees and around their ankles, and naked swords in their hands. This gallant party, having exhibited a sword dance before the king, with much clashing of weapons and fantastic interchange of postures, went on gallantly to repeat their exhibition before the door of Simon Glover, where, having made a fresh exhibition of their agility, they caused wine to be served round to their own company and the bystanders, and with a loud shout drank to the health of the Fair Maid of Perth. This summoned old Simon to the door of his habitation to acknowledge the courtesy of his countrymen, and in his turn to send the wine around in honor of the merry morris dancers of Perth. "We thank thee, Father Simon," said a voice which strove to drown in an artificial squeak the pert, conceited tone of Oliver Proudfoot. "But a sight of thy lovely daughter had been more sweet to us young bloods than a whole vintage of Malvoisie." "I thank thee, neighbors, for your good will," replied the Glover. "My daughter is ill at ease and may not come forth into the cold night air. But if this gay gallant, whose voice methinks I should know, will go into my poor house, she will charge him with thanks for the rest of you." "Bring them to us at the hostelry of the Griffin," cried the rest of the ballet to their favored companion, "for there will we ring in Lent, and have another rouse to the health of the lovely Catherine." "Have with you in half an hour," said Oliver, "and see who will quaff the largest flagon, or sing the loudest glee." "Nay, I will be merry in what remains of Fasterns even, should Lent find me with my mouth closed forever." "Farewell, then," cried his mates in the Morris. "Farewell, slashing bonnet maker, till we meet again." The Morris dancers accordingly set out upon their further progress, dancing and caroling as they went along to the sound of 4 musicians, who led the joyous band, while Simon Glover drew their Corypheus into his house and placed him in a chair by his parlor fire. "But where is your daughter?" said Oliver. "She is the bait for us brave blades." "Why, truly she keeps her apartment, neighbor Oliver, and, to speak plainly, she keeps her bed." "Why, then will I upstairs to see her in her sorrow. You have marred my ramble, Gaffer Glover, and you owe me amends. A roving blade like me! I will not lose both the lass and the glass. Keeps her bed, does she? My dog and I, we have a trick to visit maids when they are sick. When they are sick and like to die, oh, thither do come, my dog and I. And when I die, as needs must hap, then bury me under the good ale tap. With folded arms there let me lie, cheek for jowl, my dog and I." "Canst thou not be serious for a moment, neighbor Proudfoot?" said the Glover. "I want a word of conversation with you." "Serious!" answered his visitor. "Why, I have been serious all this day. I can hardly open my mouth but something comes out about death, a burial, or such like. The most serious subjects that I wot of." "Sir John, man," said the Glover, "art then fey?" "No, not a whit. It is not my own death which these gloomy fancies foretell. I have a strong horoscope, and shall live for 50 years to come. But it is the case of the poor fellow, the Douglas man, whom I struck down at the fray of St. Valentine's. He died last night. It is that which weighs on my conscience and awakens sad fancies. Ah, Father Simon, we marshalists that have spilt blood in our choler have dark thoughts at times. I sometimes wish that my knife had cut nothing but worsted thrums. And I wish, said Simon, that mine had cut nothing but buck's leather, for it has sometimes cut my own fingers. But thou mayst spare thy remorse for this bout. There was but one man dangerously hurt at the affray, and it was he from whom Henry Smith hewed the hand, and he is well recovered. His name is Black Quentin, one of Sir John Ramorny's followers. He has been sent privately back to his own country of Fife. What? Black Quentin? Why, that is the very man that Henry and I, as we ever keep close together, struck at in the same moment, only my blow fell somewhat earlier. I fear further feud will come of it, and so does the provost. And is he recovered? Why, then I will be jovial, and since thou wilt not let me see how Kate becomes her night gear, I will back to the Griffin to my Morris dancers. Nay, stay but one instant. Thou art a comrade of Henry Wynd, and hast done him the service to own one or two deeds, and this last among others. I would thou couldst clear him of other charges with which fame hath loaded him. Nay, I will swear by the hilt of my sword they are as false as hell, Father Simon. What, blades and targets? Shall not men of the sword stick together? Nay, neighbor bonnet maker, be patient. Thou mayst do the smith a kind turn, and thou takest this matter the right way. I have chosen thee to consult with anent this matter. Not that I hold thee the wisest head in Perth, for should I say so I should lie. Ay, answered the self-satisfied bonnet maker. I know where you think my fault lies. You cool heads think we hot heads are fools. I have heard men call Henry Wynd such a score of times. Fool enough and cool enough may rhyme together passing well, said the glover. But thou art good-natured, and I think lovest this crony of thine. It stands awkwardly with us and him just now, continued Simon. Thou knowest there hath been some talk of marriage between my daughter Catherine and Henry Gow? I have heard some such song since St. Valentine's morn. Ah, he that shall win the Fair Maid of Perth must be a happy man, and yet marriage spoils many a pretty fellow. I myself somewhat regret— Prithee, truce with thy regrets for the present, man, interrupted the glover somewhat peevishly. You must know, Oliver, that some of these talking women, who I think make all the business of the world their own, have accused Henry of keeping light company with glee women and such like. Catherine took it to heart, and I held my child insulted that he had not waited upon her like a Valentine, but had thrown himself into unseemly society, on the very day when, by ancient custom, he might have had an opportunity to press his interest with my daughter. Therefore, when he came hither late on the evening of St. Valentine's, I, like a hasty old fool, bid him go home to the company he had left, and denied him admittance. I have not seen him since, and I begin to think that I may have been too rash in the matter. She is my only child, and the grave should have her sooner than a debauchee. But I have hitherto thought I knew Henry Gow, as if he were my son. I cannot think he would use us thus, and it may be there are means of explaining what is laid to his charge. I was led to ask Dwyning, who is said to have saluted the smith while he was walking with this choice mate. If I am to believe his words, this wench was the smith's cousin Joan Letham. But thou knowest that the potter carrier ever speaks one language with his visage and another with his tongue. Now, thou, Oliver, hast too little wit, I mean too much honesty, to belie the truth, and as Dwyning hinted, that thou also hadst seen her. I see her, Simon Glover. Will Dwyning say that I saw her? No, not precisely that, but he says you told him you had met the smith thus accompanied. He lies, and I will pound him into a gallipot, said Oliver Proudfoot. How? Did you never tell him then of such a meeting? What, and if I did, said the bonnet maker, did not he swear that he would never repeat again to living mortal what I communicated to him? And therefore, in telling the occurrent to you, he hath made himself a liar. Thou didst not meet the smith then, said Simon, with such a loose baggage as fame reports? Lackaday, not I. Perhaps I did, perhaps I did not. Think, Father Simon, I have been a 4 years married man, and can you expect me to remember the turn of a glee-woman's ankle, the trip of her toe, the lace upon her petticoat, and such toys? No, I leave that to unmarried wags, like my gossip Henry. The upshot is then, said the glover, much vexed, you did meet him on St. Valentine's Day, walking the public streets? Not so, neighbour. I met him in the most distant and dark lane in Perth, steering full for his own house, with bag and baggage, which, as a gallant fellow, he carried in his arms, the puppy dog on one, and the jilt herself, and to my thought she was a pretty one, hanging upon the other. Now, by good St. John, said the glover, this infamy would make a Christian man renounce his faith, and worship Mahound in very anger. But he has seen the last of my daughter. I would rather she went to the wild highlands with a bare-legged cateran than wed with one who could, at such a season, so broadly forget honour and decency. Out upon him! Tush, tush, Father Simon, said the liberal-minded bonnet-maker. You consider not the nature of young blood. Their company was not long, for, to speak truth, I did keep a little watch on him. I met him before sunrise, conducting his errant damsel to the ladies' stairs, that the wench might embark on the Tay from Perth. And I know for certainty, for I made inquiry, that she sailed in a gabbart for Dundee. So you see it was but a slight escape of youth. And he came here, said Simon bitterly, beseeching for admittance to my daughter, while he had his harlot awaiting him at home. I had rather he had slain a score of men. It skills not talking, least of all to thee, Oliver Proudfoot, who, if thou art not such a one as himself, would fain be thought so. But nay, think not of it so seriously, said Oliver, who began to reflect on the mischief his tattling was likely to occasion to his friend, and on the consequences of Henry Gow's displeasure, when he should learn the disclosure which he had made rather in vanity of heart than in evil intention. Consider, he continued, that there are follies belonging to youth. Occasion provokes men to such frolics, and confession wipes them off. I care not if I tell thee that, though my wife be as goodly a woman as the city has, yet I myself— Peace, silly braggart, said the glover in high wrath. Thy loves and thy battles are alike apocryphal. If thou must needs lie, which I think is thy nature, canst thou invent no falsehood that may at least do thee some credit? Do I not see through thee, as I could see the light through the thorn of a base lantern? Do I not know, thou filthy weaver of rotten worsted, that thou durst no more cross the threshold of thy own door, if thy wife heard of thy making such a boast, than thou darest cross naked weapons with a boy of 12 years old, who has drawn a sword for the first time of his life? By St. John, it were paying you for your tale-bearing trouble to send thy maudie word of thy gay brags. The bonnet-maker, at this threat, started as if a crossbow bolt had whizzed past his head when least expected, and it was with a trembling voice that he replied, Nay, good Father Glover, thou takest too much credit for thy grey hairs. Consider, good neighbour, thou art too old for a young marshalless to wrangle with, and in the matter of my Maudie I can trust thee, for I know no one who would be less willing than thou to break the peace of families. Trust thy coxcomb no longer with me, said the incensed Glover, but take thyself and the thing thou call'st a head out of my reach, lest I borrow back 5 minutes of my youth and break thy pate. You have had a merry Fasterns even, neighbour, said the bonnet maker, and I wish you a quiet sleep. We shall meet better friends to-morrow. Out of my doors to-night, said the Glover. I am ashamed so idle a tongue as thine should have power to move me thus. Idiot! Beast! Loose-tongued Cascombe! He exclaimed, throwing himself into a chair as the bonnet maker disappeared. That a fellow made up of lies should not have had the grace to frame one when it might have covered the shame of a friend! And I, what am I, that I should in my secret mind wish that such a gross insult to me and my child had been glossed over? Yet such was my opinion of Henry, that I would have willingly believed the grossest figment the swaggering ass could have invented. Well, it skills not thinking of it. Our honest name must be maintained, though everything else should go to ruin. While the Glover thus moralized on the unwelcome confirmation of the tale he wished to think untrue, the expelled Morris dancer had leisure, in the composing air of a cool and dark February night, to meditate on the consequences of the Glover's unrestrained anger. But it is nothing, he bethought himself, to the wrath of Henry Wynd, who hath killed a man for much less than placing displeasure betwixt him and Catherine, as well as her fiery old father. Certainly I were better have denied everything. But the humour of seeming a knowing gallant, as in truth I am, fairly overcame me. Were I best go to finish the revel at the Griffin? But then Maudie will rampage on my return. Ay, and this being holiday even, I may claim a privilege. I have it. I will not to the Griffin, I will to the Smiths, who must be at home, since no one hath seen him this day amid the revel. I will endeavour to make peace with him, and offer my intercession with the Glover. Harry is a simple downright fellow, and though I think he is my better in a broil, yet in discourse I can turn him my own way. The streets are now quiet. The night too is dark, and I may step aside if I meet any rioters. I will to the Smiths, and securing him for my friend, I care little for old Simon. Saint Ringan bear me well through this night, and I will clip my tongue out ere it shall run my head into such peril again. Yonder old fellow, when his blood was up, looked more like a carver of buff jerkins than a clipper of kid gloves. With these reflections, the puissant Oliver walked swiftly, yet with as little noise as possible, towards the Wynd, in which the smith, as our readers are aware, had his habitation. But his evil fortune had not ceased to pursue him. As he turned into the high or principal street, he heard a burst of music very near him, followed by a loud shout. My merry mates, the Morris dancers, thought he. I would know old Jeremy's rebeck among 100. I will venture across the street ere they pass on. If I am espied, I shall have the renown of some private quest, which may do me honour as a roving blade. With these longings for distinction among the gay and gallant, combated however internally by more prudential considerations, the bonnet maker made an attempt to cross the street. But the revellers, whoever they might be, were accompanied by torches, the flash of which fell upon Oliver, whose light-coloured habit made him the more distinctly visible. The general shout of "A prize! A prize!" overcame the noise of the minstrel, and before the bonnet maker could determine whether it were better to stand or fly, two active young men, clad in fantastic masking habits, resembling wild men, and holding great clubs, seized upon him, saying in a tragical tone, "Yield thee, man of bells and bombast, yield thee, rescue or no rescue, or truly thou art but a dead Morris dancer." "To whom shall I yield me?" said the bonnet maker with a faltering voice, for though he saw he had to do with a party of mummers who were afoot for pleasure, yet he observed at the same time that they were far above his class, and he lost the audacity necessary to support his part in a game where the inferior was likely to come by the worst. "Dost thou parley, slave?" answered one of the maskers. "And must I show thee that thou art a captive, by giving thee incontinently the bastinado?" "By no means, puissant man of Ind," said the bonnet maker. "Lo, I am conformable to your pleasure." "Come then," said those who had arrested him, "come and do homage to the Emperor of Mimes, King of Caperers, and Grand Duke of the Dark Hours, and explain by what right thou art so presumptuous as to prance and jingle, and wear out shoe leather within his dominions without paying him tribute. Knowest thou not thou hast incurred the pains of high treason?" That were hard, methinks, said poor Oliver, since I knew not that his grace exercised the government this evening. But I am willing to redeem the forfeit, if the purse of a poor bonnet maker may, by the mulct of a gallon of wine or some such manner. "Bring him before the Emperor!" was the universal cry, and the morris dancer was placed before a slight but easy and handsome figure of a young man, splendidly attired, having a cincture and tiara of peacock's feathers; then brought from the East as a marvellous rarity, a short jacket and under dress of leopard skin fitted closely the rest of his person, which was attired in flesh coloured silk, so as to resemble the ordinary idea of an Indian prince. He wore sandals, fastened on with ribbons of scarlet silk, and held in his hand a sort of fan, such as ladies then used, composed of the same feathers assembled into a plume or tuft. "What, Mr. White, have we here?" said the Indian chief, "who dares to tie the bells of a morris on the ankles of a dull ass? Harkye, friend, your dress should make you a subject of ours, since our empire extends over all Merryland, including mimes and minstrels of every description. What, tongue-tied? He lacks wine. Minister to him our nutshell full of sack." A huge calabash full of sack was offered to the lips of the supplicant, while this prince of revellers exhorted him, "Crack me this nut, and do it handsomely, and without wry faces." But however Oliver might have relished a moderate sip of the same good wine, he was terrified at the quantity he was required to deal with. He drank a draught, and then entreated for mercy. "So please your princedom, I have yet far to go, and if I were to swallow your grace's bounty, for which accept my dutiful thanks, I should not be able to stride over the next cannel." "Art thou in case to bear thyself like a galliard? Now cut me a caper. Ha! 1, 2, 3, admirable! Again, give him the spur." Here a satellite of the Indian gave Oliver a slight touch with his sword. "Nay, that is best of all." He sprang like a cat in a gutter. "Tender him the nut once more." "Nay, no compulsion. He has paid forfeit, and deserves not only free dismissal, but reward." "Kneel down, kneel, and arise, Sir Knight of the Calabash! What is thy name? And one of you lend me a rapier." "Oliver, may it please your honor, I mean your principality." "Oliver, man! Nay, then thou art one of the douze peers already, and fate has forestalled our intended promotion. Yet rise up, sweet Sir Oliver Thatchpate, Knight of the Honorable Order of the Pumpkin, rise up in the name of nonsense, and begone about thine own concerns, and the devil go with thee." So saying, the prince of the revels bestowed a smart blow with the flat of the weapon across the bonnet maker's shoulders, who sprung to his feet with more alacrity of motion than he had hitherto displayed, and, accelerated by the laugh and halloo which arose behind him, arrived at the smith's house before he stopped, with the same speed with which a hunted fox makes for his den. It was not till the affrighted bonnet maker had struck a blow on the door that he recollected he ought to have bethought himself beforehand in what manner he was to present himself before Henry, and obtain his forgiveness for his rash communications to Simon Glover. No one answered to his first knock, and perhaps as these reflections arose in the momentary pause of reflection which circumstances permitted, the perplexed bonnet maker might have flinched from his purpose, and made his retreat to his own premises, without venturing upon the interview which he had purposed. But a distant strain of minstrelsy revived his apprehensions of falling once more into the hands of the gay maskers from whom he had escaped, and he renewed his summons on the door of the smith's dwelling with a hurried though faltering hand. He was then appalled by the deep, yet not unmusical, voice of Henry Gow, who answered from within, "Who calls at this hour, and what is it that you want?" "It is I, Oliver Proudfoot," replied the bonnet maker. "I have a merry jest to tell you, gossip Henry." "Carry thy foolery to some other market. I am in no jesting humor," said Henry. "Go hence. I will see no one to night." "But gossip, good gossip," answered the martialist without, "I am beset with villains, and beg the shelter of your roof." "Fool that thou art!" replied Henry. "No dunghill cock, the most recreant that has fought this Fastern's eve, would ruffle his feathers at such a craven as thou." At this moment another strain of minstrelsy, and, as the bonnet maker conceded, one which approached much nearer, goaded his apprehensions to the uttermost; and in a voice the tones of which expressed the undisguised extremity of instant fear, he exclaimed, "For the sake of our old gossip red, and for the love of our blessed Lady, admit me, Henry, if you would not have me found a bloody corpse at thy door, slain by the bloody minded Douglases." "That would be a shame to me," thought the good-natured smith, "and, sooth to say, his peril may be real. There are roving hawks that will strike at a sparrow as soon as a heron." With these reflections, half muttered, half spoken, Henry undid his well-fastened door, proposing to reconnoitre the reality of the danger before he permitted his unwelcome guest to enter the house. But as he looked abroad to ascertain how matters stood, Oliver bolted in like a scared deer into a thicket, and harbored himself by the smith's kitchen fire before Henry could look up and down the lane, and satisfy himself there were no enemies in pursuit of the apprehensive fugitive. He secured his door, therefore, and returned into the kitchen, displeased that he had suffered his gloomy solitude to be intruded upon by sympathizing with apprehensions which he thought he might have known were so easily excited as those of his timid townsman. "How now?" he said coldly enough, when he saw the bonnet maker calmly seated by his hearth. "What foolish revel is this, Master Oliver? I see no one near to harm you." "Give me a drink, kind gossip," said Oliver. "I am choked with the haste I have made to come hither." "I have sworn," said Henry, "that this shall be no revel night in this house. I am in my workday clothes, as you see, and keep fast, as I have reason, instead of holiday. You have had wassail enough for the holiday evening, for you speak thick already. If you wish more ale or wine, you must go elsewhere." "I have had over much wassail already," said poor Oliver, "and have well nigh drowned in it. That accursed calabash! A draught of water, kind gossip, you will not surely let me ask for that in vain, or, if it is your will, a cup of cold small ale." "Nay, if that be all," said Henry, "it shall not be lacking. But it must have been much which brought thee to the pass of asking for either." So saying, he filled a quart flagon from a barrel that stood nigh, and presented it to his guest. Oliver eagerly accepted it, raised it to his head with a trembling hand, imbibed the contents with lips which quivered with emotion, and though the potation was as thin as he had requested, so much was he exhausted with the combined fears of alarm and of former revelry, that when he placed the flagon on the oak table, he uttered a deep sigh of satisfaction, and remained silent. "Well, now you have had your draught, gossip," said the smith, "what is it you want? Where are those that threatened you? I could see no one." "No, but there were 20 chased me into the wind," said Oliver. "But when they saw us together, you know they lost the courage that brought all of them upon one of us." "Nay, do not trifle, friend Oliver," replied his host. "My mood lies not that way." "I jest not, by St. John of Perth! I have been stayed and foully outraged," gliding his hand sensitively over the place affected, "by mad David of Rothsay, roaring Ramorny, and the rest of them. They made me drink a firkin of Malvoisie." "Thou speakest folly, man. Ramorny is sick nigh to death, as the Potter Carrier everywhere reports. They and he cannot surely rise at midnight to do such frolics." "I cannot tell," replied Oliver, "but I saw the party by torchlight, and I can make bodily oath to the bonnets I made for them since last innocence. They are of a quaint device, and I should know my own stitch." "Well, thou mayst have had wrong," answered Henry. "If thou art in real danger, I will cause them get a bed for thee here. But you must fill it presently, for I am not in the humour of talking." Nay, I would thank thee for my quarters for a night, only my Maudie will be angry. That is, not angry, for that I care not for, but the truth is she is over anxious on a revel night like this, knowing my humour is like thine for a word and a blow. Why then, go home, said the smith, and show her that her treasure is in safety, Master Oliver. The streets are quiet, and, to speak a blunt word, I would be alone. Nay, but I have things to speak with thee about of moment, replied Oliver, who, afraid to stay, seemed yet unwilling to go. There has been a stir in our city council about the affair of St. Valentine's even. The provost told me, not 4 hours since, that the Douglas and he had agreed that the feud should be decided by a yeoman on either party, and that our acquaintance, the Devil's Dick, was to waive his gentry, and take up the cause for Douglas and the nobles, and that you or I should fight for the fair city. Now, though I am the elder burgess, yet I am willing, for the love and kindness we have always borne to each other, to give thee the precedence, and content myself with the humbler office of stickler. Henry Smith, though angry, could scarce forbear a smile. If it is that which breaks thy quiet, and keeps thee out of thy bed at midnight, I will make the matter easy. Thou shalt not lose the advantage offered thee. I have fought a score of duels, far, far too many. Thou hast, I think, only encountered with thy wooden Soldan. It were unjust, unfair, unkind in me to abuse thy friendly offer. So go home, good fellow, and let not the fear of losing honor disturb thy slumbers. Rest assured that thou shalt answer the challenge, as good right thou hast, having had injury from this rough rider. Gramercy, and thank thee kindly, said Oliver, much embarrassed by his friend's unexpected deference. Thou art the good friend I have always thought thee. But I have as much friendship for Henry Smith as he for Oliver Proudfoot. I swear by St. John I will not fight in this quarrel to thy prejudice. So, having said so, I am beyond the reach of temptation, since thou wouldst not have me mansworn, though it were to fight 20 duels. Hark thee, said the smith, acknowledge thou art afraid, Oliver. Tell the honest truth at once, otherwise I leave thee to make the best of thy quarrel. Nay, good gossip, replied the bonnet maker, thou knowest I am never afraid. But in sooth this is a desperate ruffian, and as I have a wife, poor Maudie, thou knowest, and a small family, and thou— And I, interrupted Henry hastily, have none, and never shall have. Why, truly, such being the case, I would rather thou fought'st this combat than I. Now, by our halidome, gossip, answered the smith, thou art easily gored. Know, thou silly fellow, that Sir Patrick Charteris, who is ever a merry man, hath but jested with thee. Dost thou think he would venture the honour of the city on thy head, or that I would yield thee the precedence in which such a matter was to be disputed? Lackaday, go home. Let Maudie tie a warm nightcap on thy head. Get thee a warm breakfast and a cup of distilled waters, and thou wilt be in ease tomorrow to fight thy wooden Drummond, or Soldan, as thou callst him, the only thing thou wilt ever lay downright blow upon. Ay, sayest thou so, comrade? Answered Oliver, much relieved, yet deeming it necessary to seem in part offended. I care not for thy dogged humour. It is well for thee thou canst not wake my patience to the point of falling foul. Enough. We are gossips, and this house is thine. Why should the two best blades in Perth clash with each other? What! I know thy rugged humour, and can forgive it. But is the feud really soldiered up? As completely as ever hammer fixed rivet, said the smith. The town hath given the Johnstone a purse of gold for not ridding them of a troublesome fellow called Oliver Proudfoot, when he had him at his mercy. And this purse of gold buys for the provost the sleepless isle, which the king grants him, for the king pays all in the long run. And thus Sir Patrick gets the comely inch which is opposite to his dwelling, and all honour is saved on both sides, for what is given to the provost is given, you understand, to the town. Besides all this, the Douglas hath left Perch to march against the Southron, who, men say, are called into the marches by the false Earl of March. So the fair city is quit of him and his cumber." "But in St. John's name, how came all that about?" said Oliver, "and no one spoken to about it?" "Why, look thee, friend Oliver, this I take to have been the case. The fellow whom I cropped of a hand is now said to have been a servant of Sir John Ramorny's, who hath fled to his motherland of Fife, to which Sir John himself is also to be banished, with full consent of every honest man. Now anything which brings in Sir John Ramorny touches a much greater man. I think Simon Glover told as much to Sir Patrick Charteris. If it be as I guess, I have reason to thank Heaven and all the saints I stabbed him not upon the ladder when I made him prisoner." "And I too thank Heaven and all the saints most devoutly," said Oliver. "I was behind thee, thou knowest, and—" "No more of that, if thou be'st wise. There are laws against striking princes," said the smith. "Best not handle the horseshoe till it cools. All is hushed up now." "If this be so," said Oliver, partly disconcerted, but still more relieved, by the intelligence he received from his better informed friend, "I have reason to complain of Sir Patrick Charteris for jesting with the honour of an honest burgess, being as he is provost of our town." "Do, Oliver, challenge him to the field, and he will bid his yeomen loose his dogs on thee. But come, night wears apace, will you be shogging?" "Nay, I had one word more to say to thee, good gossip, but first another cup of your cold ale." "Pest on thee for a fool! Thou makest me wish thee where told liquors are a scarce commodity. There, swill the barrelful, and thou wilt." Oliver took the second flagon, but drank, or rather seemed to drink, very slowly, in order to gain time for considering how he should introduce his second subject of conversation, which seemed rather delicate for the smith's present state of irritability. At length nothing better occurred to him than to plunge into the subject at once with, "I have seen Simon Glover to day, gossip." "Well," said the smith in a low, deep, and stern tone of voice, "and if thou hast, what is that to me?" "Nothing, nothing," answered the appalled bonnet maker. "Only I thought you might like to know that he questioned me close if I had seen thee on St. Valentine's Day, after the uproar at the Dominicans, and in what company thou wert." "And I warrant thou toldst him thou metst me with a glee woman in the mirk loaning yonder?" "Thou knowest, Henry, I have no gift at lying, but I made it all up with him." "As how, I pray you?" said the smith. "Marry, thus. 'Father Simon,' said I, 'you are an old man, and know not the quality of us, in whose veins youth is like quicksilver. You think now he cares about this girl,' said I, 'and perhaps that he has her somewhere here in Perth in a corner. No such matter. I know,' said I, 'and I will make oath to it, that she left his house early next morning for Dundee.' Ha! Have I helped thee at need?" "Truly I think thou hast, and if anything could add to my grief and vexation at this moment, it is that, when I am so deep in the mire, an ass like thee should place his clumsy hoof on my head to sink me entirely. Come, away with thee, and mayest thou have such luck as thy meddling humour deserves. And then, I think, thou wilt be found with a broken neck in the next gutter. Come, get you out, or I will put you to the door with head and shoulders forward." "Ha! ha!" exclaimed Oliver, laughing with some constraint. "Thou art such a groom! But in sadness, gossip Henry, wilt thou not take a turn with me to my own house in the Meal Vennel?" "Curse thee, no!" answered the smith. "I will bestow the wine on thee if thou wilt go," said Oliver. "I will bestow the cudgel on thee if thou stayest," said Henry. "Nay, then I will don thy buff coat and cap of steel, and walk with thy swashing step, and whistling thy pibroch of 'Broken Bones at Cloncarty,' and if they take me for thee, there dare not four of them come near me." "Take all or anything thou wilt, in the fiend's name, only be gone." "Well, well, Hal, we shall meet when thou art in better humour," said Oliver, who had put on the dress. "Go, and may I never see thy coxcombly face again." Oliver at last relieved his host by swaggering off, imitating as well as he could the sturdy step and outward gesture of his redoubted companion, and whistling a pibroch composed on the rout of the Danes at Lancarty, which he had picked up from its being a favourite of the smiths, whom he made a point of imitating as far as he could. But as the innocent though conceited fellow stepped out from the entrance of the Wynd, where it communicated with the High Street, he received a blow from behind, against which his headpiece was no defence, and he fell dead upon the spot, an attempt to mutter the name of Henry, to whom he always looked for protection, quivering upon his dying tongue. End of Section 19. Section 20 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 17. Nay, I will fit you for a young prince. Falstaff. We return to the revellers, who had half an hour before witnessed with such boisterous applause Oliver's feat of agility, being the last which the poor bonnet maker was ever to exhibit, and at the hasty retreat which had followed it, animated by their wild shout. After they had laughed their fill, they passed on their mirthful path in frolic and jubilee, stopping and frightening some of the people whom they met, but it must be owned, without doing them any serious injury, either in their persons or feelings. At length, tired with his rambles, their chief gave a signal to his merry men to close around him. "We, my brave hearts and wise counsellors, are," he said, "the real king over all in Scotland that is worth commanding. We sway the hours when the wine cup circulates, and when beauty becomes kind, when frolic is awake, and gravity snoring upon his pallet. We leave to our vice-regent, King Robert, the weary task of controlling ambitious nobles, gratifying greedy clergymen, subduing wild Highlanders, and composing deadly feuds. And since our empire is one of joy and pleasure, meet it is that we should haste with all our forces to the rescue of such as own our sway, when they chance by evil fortune to become the prisoners of care and hypochondriac malady. I speak in relation chiefly to Sir John, whom the vulgar call Ramorny. We have not seen him since the onslaught of Curfew Street, and though we know he was some deal hurt in that matter, we cannot see why he should not do homage in leal and duteous sort. Here, you, our Calabash King at arms, did you legally summon Sir John to his part of this evening's revels?" "I did, my lord." "And did you acquaint him that we have for this night suspended his sentence of banishment, that, since higher powers have settled that part, we might at least take a mirthful leave of an old friend?" "I so delivered it, my lord," answered the mimic herald. "And sent he not a word in writing, he that piques himself upon being so great a clerk?" "He was in bed, my lord, and I might not see him. So far as I hear, he hath lived very retired, harmed with some bodily bruises, malcontent with your highness's displeasure, and doubting insult in the streets, he having had a narrow escape from the burgesses, when the churls pursued him and his 2 servants into the Dominican convent. The servants, too, have been removed to Fife, lest they should tell tales." "Why, it was wisely done," said the prince, who, we need not inform the intelligent reader, had a better title to be so called than arose from the humours of the evening. "It was prudently done to keep light-tongued companions out of the way. But St. John's absenting himself from our solemn revels, so long before decreed, is flat mutiny and disclamation of allegiance. Or, if the knight be really the prisoner of illness and melancholy, we must ourselves grace him with a visit, seeing there can be no better cure for those maladies than our own presence, and a gentle kiss of the calabash. Forward, ushers, minstrels, guard, and attendants, bear on high the great emblem of our dignity. Up with the calabash, I say, and let the merry men who carry these firkins, which are to supply the wine cup with their life blood, be chosen with regard to their state of steadiness. Their burden is weighty and precious, and if the fault is not in our eyes, they seem to us to reel and stagger more than were desirable. Now move on, sirs, and let our minstrels blow their blithest and boldest. On they went with tipsy mirth and jollity, the numerous torches flashing their red light against the small windows of the narrow streets, from whence night-capped householders, and sometimes their wives to boot, peeped out by stealth to see what wild wassail disturbed the peaceful streets at that unwonted hour. At length the jolly train halted before the door of Sir John Ramorny's house, which a small court divided from the street. Here they knocked, thundered, and hallooed, with many denunciations of vengeance against the recusants who refused to open the gates. The least punishment threatened was imprisonment in an empty hogshead, within the Masamore principal dungeon of the Prince of Pastime's feudal palace, videlicet the ale cellar. But Eviat, Ramorny's page, heard and knew well the character of the intruders who knocked so boldly, and thought it better, considering his master's condition, to make no answer at all, in hopes that the revel would pass on, than to attempt to deprecate their proceedings, which he knew would be to no purpose. His master's bedroom looking into a little garden, his page hoped he might not be disturbed by the noise, and he was confident in the strength of the outward gate, upon which he resolved they should beat till they tired themselves, or till the tone of their drunken humour should change. The revellers accordingly seemed likely to exhaust themselves in the noise they made by shouting and beating the door, when their mock prince, alas, too really such, upbraided them as lazy and dull followers of the god of wine and of mirth. "Bring forward," he said, "our key, yonder it lies, and apply it to this rebellious gate." The key he pointed at was a large beam of wood, left on one side of the street, with the usual neglect of order characteristic of a Scottish borough of the period. The shouting men of Ind instantly raised it in their arms, and supporting it by their united strength, ran against the door with such force that hasp, hinge, and staple jingled, and gave fair promise of yielding. Eviat did not choose to wait the extremity of this battery. He came forth into the court, and after some momentary questions for form's sake, caused the porter to undo the gate, as if he had for the first time recognized the midnight visitors. "False slave of an unfaithful master," said the prince, "where is our disloyal subject, Sir John Ramorny, who has proved recreant to our summons?" "My lord," said Eviat, bowing at once to the real and to the assumed dignity of the leader, "my master is just now very much indisposed. He has taken an opiate, and your highness must excuse me if I do my duty to him in saying he cannot be spoken with without danger of his life." "Tush! Tell me not of danger, Master Teviot, Cheviot, Eviat, what is it they call thee? But show me thy master's chamber, or rather undo me the door of his lodging, and I will make a good guess at it myself. Bear high the calabash, my brave followers, and see that you spill not a drop of the liquor which Dan Bacchus has sent for the cure of all diseases of the body and cares of the mind. Advance it, I say, and let us see the holy rind which encloses such precious liquor." The prince made his way into the house accordingly, and acquainted with its interior, ran upstairs, followed by Eviat, in vain imploring silence, and with the rest of the rabble rout burst into the room of the wounded master of the lodging. He who has experienced the sensation of being compelled to sleep, in spite of racking bodily pains, by the administration of a strong opiate, and of having been again startled by noise and violence out of the unnatural state of insensibility in which he had been plunged by the potency of the medicine, may be able to imagine the confused and alarmed state of Sir John Ramorny's mind, and the agony of his body, which acted and reacted upon each other. If we add to these feelings the consciousness of a criminal command, sent forth and in the act of being executed, it may give us some idea of an awakening to which, in the mind of the party, eternal sleep would be a far preferable doom. The groan which he uttered as the first symptom of returning sensation had something in it so terrific that even the revellers were awed into momentary silence, and as, from the half recumbent posture in which he had gone to sleep, he looked around the room filled with fantastic shapes, rendered still more so by his disturbed intellects, he muttered to himself, "It is thus, then, after all, and the legend is true. These are fiends, and I am condemned forever. The fire is not external, but I feel it. I feel it at my heart, burning as if the 7 times heated furnace were doing its work within." While he cast ghastly looks around him, and struggled to recover some share of recollection, Eviat approached the prince, and falling on his knees, implored him to allow the apartment to be cleared. "It may," he said, "cost my master his life." "Never fear, Cheviot," replied the Duke of Rothsay. "Were he at the gates of death, here is what should make the fiends relinquish their prey. Advance the calabash, my masters." "It is death for him to taste it in his present state," said Eviat. "If he drinks wine, he dies." "Some one must drink it for him. He shall be cured vicariously. And may our great Dan Bacchus deign to Sir John Ramorny the comfort, the elevation of heart, the lubrication of lungs, and lightness of fancy, which are his choicest gifts, while the faithful follower who quaffs in his stead shall have the qualms, the sickness, the racking of the nerves, the dimness of the eyes, and the throbbing of the brain, with which our great master qualifies gifts which would else make us too like the gods. What say you, Eviat? Will you be the faithful follower that will quaff in your lord's behalf, and as his representative? Do this, and we will hold ourselves contented to depart. For methinks our subject doth look something ghastly." "I would do anything in my slight power," said Eviat, "to save my master from a draught which may be his death, and your grace from the sense that you had occasioned it. But here is one who will perform the feat of goodwill, and thank your highness to boot." "Whom have we here?" said the prince. "A butcher, and I think fresh from his office. Do butchers ply their craft on Fasterns Eve? How he smells of blood!" This was spoken of Banthran, who, partly surprised at the tumult in the house, where he had expected to find all dark and silent, and partly stupid through the wine which the wretch had drunk in great quantities, stood in the threshold of the door, staring at the scene before him, with his buff coat splashed with blood, and a bloody axe in his hand, exhibiting a ghastly and disgusting spectacle to the revellers, who felt, though they could not tell why, fear as well as dislike at his presence. As they approached the calabash to this ungainly and truculent looking savage, and as he extended a hand, soiled as it seemed with blood, to grasp it, the prince called out, "Downstairs with him! Let not the wretch drink in our presence. Find him some other vessel than our holy calabash, the emblem of our revels. A swine's trough were best, if it could be come by. Away with him! Let him be drenched to purpose in atonement for his master's sobriety. Leave me alone with Sir John Ramorny and his page. By my honour, I like not yon ruffian's looks." The attendants of the prince left the apartment, and Eviat alone remained. "I fear," said the prince, approaching the bed in different form from that which he had hitherto used, "I fear, my dear Sir John, that this visit has been unwelcome, but it is your own fault. Although you know our old wont, and were yourself participant of our schemes for the evening, you have not come near us since St. Valentine's. It is now fast turns even, and the desertion is flat disobedience and treason to our kingdom of mirth and the statutes of the calabash." Ramorny raised his head and fixed a wavering eye upon the prince, then signed to Eviat to give him something to drink. A large cup of tisane was presented by the page, which the sick man swallowed with eager and trembling haste. He then repeatedly used the stimulating essence left for the purpose by the leech, and seemed to collect his scattered senses. "Let me feel your pulse, dear Ramorny," said the prince. "I know something of that craft." "How! Do you offer me the left hand, Sir John? That is neither according to the rules of medicine nor of courtesy." "The right has already done its last act in your highness's service," muttered the patient in a low and broken tone. "How mean you by that?" said the prince. "I am aware thy follower Black Quentin lost a hand, but he can steal with the other as much as will bring him to the gallows, so his fate cannot be much altered." "It is not that fellow who has had the loss in your grace's service. It is I, John of Ramorny." "You!" said the prince. "You jest with me, or the opiate still masters your reason." "If the juice of all the poppies in Egypt were blended in one draught," said Ramorny, "it would lose influence over me when I look upon this." He drew his right arm from beneath the cover of the bedclothes, and extending it towards the prince, wrapped as it was in dressings. "Were these undone and removed," he said, "your highness would see that a bloody stump is all that remains of a hand ever ready to unsheath the sword at your grace's slightest bidding." Rothsay started back in horror. "This," he said, "must be avenged." "It is avenged in small part," said Ramorny. "That is, I thought I saw Banthram but now. Or was it that the dream of hell that first arose in my mind, when I awakened, summoned up an image so congenial? Eviat, call the miscreant, that is, if he is fit to appear." Eviat retired, and presently returned with Banthran, whom he had rescued from the penance, to him no unpleasing affliction, of a second calabash of wine, the brute having gorged the first without much apparent alteration in his demeanour. "Eviat," said the prince, "let not that beast come nigh me. My soul recoils from him in fear and disgust. There is something in his looks alien from my nature, and which I shudder at, as at a loathsome snake from which my instinct revolts." "First hear him speak, my lord," answered Ramorny. "Unless a wineskin were to talk, nothing could use fewer words. Hast thou dealt with him, Banthran?" The savage raised the axe which he still held in his hand, and brought it down again edgewise. "Good. How knew you your man? The night, I am told, is dark." "By sight and sound, garb, gait, and whistle." "Enough. Vanish. And Eviat, let him have gold and wine to his brutish contentment. Vanish, and go thou with him." "And whose death is achieved," said the prince, released from the feelings of disgust and horror under which he suffered while the assassin was in presence. "I trust this is but a jest, else must I call it a rash and savage deed. Who has had the hard lot to be butchered by that bloody and brutal slave?" "One little better than himself," said the patient, "a wretched artisan, to whom, however, fate gave the power of reducing Ramorny to a mutilated cripple. A curse go with his base spirit! His miserable life is but to my revenge what a drop of water would be to a furnace. I must speak briefly, for my ideas again wander. It is only the necessity of the moment which keeps them together, as a throng combines a handful of arrows. You are in danger, my lord. I speak it with certainty. You have braved Douglas, and offended your uncle, displeased your father, though that were a trifle, were it not for the rest." "I am sorry I have displeased my father," said the prince, entirely diverted from so insignificant a thing as the slaughter of an artisan by the more important subject touched upon. "If indeed it be so. But if I live, the strength of the Douglas shall be broken, and the craft of Albany shall little avail him." "Ay, if. My lord," said Ramorny, "with such opposites as you have, you must not rest upon if or but. You must resolve at once to slay or be slain." "How mean you, Ramorny? Your fever makes you rave," answered the Duke of Rothsay. No, my lord, said Ramorny, were my frenzy at the highest. The thoughts that pass through my mind at this moment would qualify it. It may be that regret for my own loss has made me desperate, that anxious thoughts for your highness's safety have made me nourish bold designs. But I have all the judgment with which heaven has gifted me, when I tell you that, if ever you would brook the Scottish crown, nay, more, if ever you would see another St. Valentine's day, you must— "What is it that I must do, Ramorny?" said the prince, with an air of dignity. "Nothing unworthy of myself, I hope." "Nothing certainly unworthy or misbecoming a prince of Scotland, if the blood-stained annals of our country tell the tale truly, but that which may well shock the nerves of a prince of mimes and merrymakers." "Thou art severe, Sir John Ramorny," said the Duke of Rothesay with an air of displeasure, "but thou hast dearly bought a right to censure us by what thou hast lost in our cause." "My Lord of Rothesay," said the knight, "the chirurgeon who dressed this mutilated stump told me that the more I felt the pain his knife and brand inflicted, the better was my chance of recovery. I shall not, therefore, hesitate to hurt your feelings, while by doing so I may be able to bring you to a sense of what is necessary for your safety. Your grace has been the pupil of mirthful folly too long. You must now assume manly policy, or be crushed like a butterfly on the bosom of the flower you are sporting on. I think I know your cast of morals, Sir John. You are weary of merry folly, the churchmen call it vice, and long for a little serious crime. A murder now, or a massacre, would enhance the flavour of debauch, as the taste of the olive gives zest to wine. But my worst acts are but merry malice. I have no relish for the bloody trade, and abhor to see or hear of its being acted even on the meanest caitiff. Should I ever fill the throne, I suppose, like my father before me, I must drop my own name and be dubbed Robert, in honour of the Bruce. Well, and if it be so, every Scots lad shall have his flag on in one hand and the other around his lass's neck, and manhood shall be tried by kisses and bumpers, not by dirks and darlachs, and they shall write on my grave, 'Here lies Robert, fourth of his name. He won not battles like Robert the First. He rose not from a count to a king like Robert the Second. He founded not churches like Robert the Third, but was contented to live and die king of good fellows.' Of all my 2 centuries of ancestors, I would only emulate the fame of old King Cole, who had a brown bowl." "My gracious lord," said Ramorny, "let me remind you that your joyous revels involve serious evils. If I had lost this hand in fighting to attain for your grace some important advantage over your 2 powerful enemies, the loss would never have grieved me, but to reduced from helmet and steel coat to biggin and gown in a night brawl—" "Why, there again now, Sir John," interrupted the reckless prince, "how canst thou be so unworthy as to be for ever flinging thy bloody hand in my face, as the ghost of Gaskell threw his head at Sir William Wallace? Bethink thee thou art more unreasonable than Fowden himself, for White Wallace had swept his head off in somewhat a hasty humour, whereas I would gladly stick thy hand on again, were that possible. And hark thee, since that cannot be, I will get thee such a substitute as the steel hand of the old knight of Carslogi, with which he greeted his friends, caressed his wife, braved his antagonists, and did all that might be done by a hand of flesh and blood, in offence or defence. Depend on it, John Ramorny, we have much that is superfluous about us. Men can see with one eye, hear with one ear, touch with one hand, smell with one nostril, and why we should have 2 of each, unless to supply an accidental loss or injury, I for one am at a loss to conceive." Sir John Ramorny turned from the prince with a low groan. "Nay, Sir John," said the Duke, "I am quite serious. You know the truth touching the legend of Steel Hand of Carslogi better than I, since he was your own neighbour. In his time that curious engine could only be made in Rome, but I will wager 100 marks with you that let the Perth armourer have the use of it for a pattern, Henry of the Wind will execute as complete an imitation as all the smiths in Rome could accomplish, with all the cardinals to bid a blessing on the work." I could venture to accept your wager, my lord, answered Ramorny bitterly, but there is no time for foolery. You have dismissed me from your service at command of your uncle. At command of my father, answered the prince. Upon whom your uncle's commands are imperative, replied Ramorny. I am a disgraced man, thrown aside, as I may now fling away my right hand glove, as a thing useless. Yet my head might help you, though my hand be gone. Is your grace disposed to listen to me for one word of serious import? For I am much exhausted, and feel my force sinking under me. Speak your pleasure, said the prince. Thy loss binds me to hear thee. Thy bloody stump is a sceptre to control me. Speak then, but be merciful in thy strength of privilege. I will be brief for mine own sake as well as thine. Indeed, I have but little to say. Douglas places himself immediately at the head of his vassals. He will assemble, in the name of King Robert, 30,000 borderers, whom he will shortly after lead into the interior, to demand that the Duke of Rothesay receive, or rather restore, his daughter to the rank and privileges of his duchess. King Robert will yield to any conditions which may secure peace. What will the Duke do? The Duke of Rothesay loves peace, said the prince haughtily, but he never feared war. Ere he takes back yonder proud Pete to his table and his bed, at the command of her father, Douglas must be King of Scotland. Be it so, but even this is the less pressing peril, especially as it threatens open violence, for the Douglas works not in secret. What is there which presses and keeps us awake at this late hour? I am a weary man, thou a wounded one, and the very tapers are blinking, as if tired of our conference. Tell me then, who is it that rules this kingdom of Scotland? Said Ramorny. Robert, third of the name, said the prince, raising his bonnet as he spoke, and long may he sway the sceptre. True and amen, answered Ramorny, but who sways King Robert, and dictates almost every measure which the good king pursues? My lord of Albany, you would say, replied the prince. Yes, it is true my father is guided almost entirely by the counsels of his brother, nor can we blame him in our consciences, Sir John Ramorny, for little help hath he had from his son. Let us help him now, my lord, said Ramorny. I am possessor of a dreadful secret. Albany hath been trafficking with me to join him in taking your grace's life. He offers full pardon for the past, high favour for the future. How, man, my life? I trust, though, thou dost only mean my kingdom. It were impious. He is my father's brother. They sat on the knees of the same father, lay in the bosom of the same mother. Out on thee, man, what follies they make thy sick bed believe. Believe indeed, said Ramorny. It is new to me to be termed credulous. But the man through whom Albany communicated his temptations is one whom all will believe so soon as he hints at mischief. Even the medicaments which are prepared by his hands have a relish of poison. Tush! Such a slave would slander a saint, replied the prince. Thou art duped for once, Ramorny, shrewd as thou art. My uncle of Albany is ambitious, and would secure for himself and for his house a larger portion of power and wealth than he ought in reason to desire. But to suppose he would dethrone or slay his brother's son! Fie, Ramorny, put me not to quote the old saw, that evil doers are evil dreaders. It is your suspicion, not your knowledge, which speaks. Your grace is fatally deluded. I will put it to an issue. The Duke of Albany is generally hated for his greed and covetousness. Your highness is, it may be, more beloved than... Ramorny stopped. The prince calmly filled up the blank. More beloved than I am honoured. It is so I would have it, Ramorny. At least, said Ramorny, you are more beloved than you are feared, and that is no safe condition for a prince. But give me your honour and knightly word that you will not resent what good service I shall do in your behalf, and lend me your signet to engage friends in your name, and the Duke of Albany shall not assume authority in this court till the wasted hand which once terminated this stump shall be again united to the body, and acting in obedience to the dictates of my mind. You would not venture to dip your hands in royal blood? Said the prince sternly. Fie, my lord, at no rate! Blood need not be shed; life may, nay, will be extinguished of itself. For want of trimming it with fresh oil, or screening it from a breath of wind, the quivering light will die in the socket. To suffer a man to die is not to kill him. True, I had forgot that policy. Well, then, suppose my uncle Albany does not continue to live, I think that must be the phrase, who then rules the court of Scotland? Robert III, with consent, advice, and authority of the most mighty David, Duke of Rothesay, lieutenant of the kingdom and alter ego, in whose favour, indeed, the good king, wearied with the fatigues and troubles of sovereignty, will, I guess, be well disposed to abdicate. So long live our brave young monarch, King David III! Ille manu fortis Anglis ludibit in hortis. And our father and predecessor, said Rothesay, will he continue to live to pray for us, as our beadsman, by whose favour he holds the privilege of laying his grey hairs in the grave as soon, and no earlier than the course of nature permits, or must he also encounter some of those negligences in consequence of which men cease to continue to live, and can change the limits of a prison, or of a convent resembling one, for the dark and tranquil cell, where the priests say that the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest? You speak in jest, my lord, replied Ramorny. To harm the good old king were equally unnatural and impolitic. Why shrink from that man, when thy whole scheme, answered the prince in stern displeasure, is one lesson of unnatural guilt, mixed with short-sighted ambition? If the King of Scotland can scarcely make head against his nobles, even now, when he can hold up before them an unsullied and honourable banner, who would follow a prince that is blackened with the death of an uncle and the imprisonment of a father? Why, man, thy policy were enough to revolt a heathen divan, to say naught of the council of a Christian nation. Thou wert my tutor, Ramorny, and perhaps I might justly upbraid thy lessons and example for some of the follies which men chide in me. Perhaps if it had not been for thee, I had not been standing at midnight in this fool's guise, looking at his dress, to hear an ambitious profligate propose to me the murder of an uncle, the dethronement of the best of fathers. Since it is my fault as well as thine that has sunk me so deep in the gulf of infamy, it were unjust that thou alone shouldst die for it. But dare not to renew this theme to me, on peril of thy life. I will proclaim thee to my father, to Albany, to Scotland, throughout its length and breadth. As many market crosses as are in the land shall have morsels of the traitor's carcass who dare counsel such horrors to the heir of Scotland. Well hope I, indeed, that the fever of thy wound and the intoxicating influence of the cordials which act on thy infirm brain have this night operated on thee rather than any fixed purpose. In sooth, my lord, said Ramorny, if I have said anything which could so greatly exasperate your highness, it must have been by excess of zeal, mingled with imbecility of understanding. Surely I, of all men, am least likely to propose ambitious projects with a prospect of advantage to myself. Alas! my only future views must be to exchange lance and saddle for the breviary and the confessional. The convent of Lindores must receive the maimed and impoverished knight of Ramorny, who will there have ample leisure to meditate upon the text, "Put not thy faith in princes." It is a goodly purpose, said the prince, and we will not be lacking to promote it. Our separation, I thought, would have been but for a time. It must now be perpetual. Certainly, after such talk as we have held, it were meet that we should live asunder. But the convent of Lindores, or whatever other house receives thee, shall be richly endowed and highly favoured by us. And now, Sir John of Ramorny, sleep. Sleep and forget this evil-omened conversation, in which the fever of disease and of wine has rather, I trust, held colloquy than your own proper thoughts. Light to the door, Eviat. A call from Eviat summoned the attendants of the prince, who had been sleeping on the staircase and hall, exhausted by the revels of the evening. "Is there none amongst you sober?" said the Duke of Rothesay, disgusted by the appearance of his attendants. Not a man, not a man, answered the followers with a drunken shout. We are none of us traitors to the Emperor of merrymakers. And are all of you turned into brutes then? Said the prince. In obedience and imitation of your grace, answered one fellow, or, if we are a little behind your highness, one pull at the pitcher will— Peace, beast, said the Duke of Rothsay. Are there none of you sober, I say? Yes, my noble liege, was the answer. Here is one false brother, Watkins the Englishman. Come hither then, Watkins, and aid me with a torch. Give me a cloak too, and another bonnet, and take away this trumpery, throwing down his coronet of feathers. I would I could throw off all my follies as easily. English Wat, attend me alone, and the rest of you end your revelry, and doff your mumming habits. The holy tide is expended, and the fast has begun. Our monarch has abdicated sooner than usual this night, said one of the revel rout. But as the prince gave no encouragement, such as happened for the time to want the virtue of sobriety endeavoured to assume it as well as they could, and the whole of the late rioters began to adopt the appearance of a set of decent persons, who, having been surprised into intoxication, endeavoured to disguise their condition by assuming a double portion of formality of behaviour. In the interim, the prince, having made a hasty reform in his dress, was lighted to the door by the only sober man of the company, but in his progress thither had well nigh stumbled upon the sleeping bulk of the brute Bonthron. "How now! Is that vile beast in our way once more?" he said in anger and disgust. "Here, some of you toss this caitiff into the horse trough, that for once in his life he may be washed clean." While the train executed his commands, availing themselves of a fountain which was in the outer court, and while Bonthron underwent a discipline which he was incapable of resisting, otherwise than by some inarticulate groans and snorts, like those of a dying boar, the prince proceeded on his way to his apartments in a mansion called the Constable's Lodgings, from the house being the property of the Earls of Errol. On the way, to divert his thoughts from the more unpleasing matters, the prince asked his companion how he came to be sober, when the rest of the party had been so much overcome with liquor. "So please your honour's grace," replied English Wat, "I confess it was very familiar to me to be sober, when it was your grace's pleasure that your train should be mad drunk. But in respect they were all Scottishmen but myself, I thought it argued no policy in getting drunken in their company, seeing that they only endure me even when we are all sober, and if the wine were uppermost I might tell them a piece of my mind, and be paid with as many stabs as there are skeins in the good company." "So it is your purpose never to join any of the revels of our household?" "Under favour, yes, unless it be your grace's pleasure that the residue of your train should remain one day sober, to admit Will Watkins to get drunk without terror of his life." "Such occasion may arrive. Where dost thou serve, Watkins?" "In the stable, so please you." "Let our chamberlain bring thee into the household as a yeoman of the night watch. I like thy favour, and it is something to have one sober fellow in the house, although he is only such through the fear of death. Attend, therefore, near our person, and thou shalt find sobriety a thriving virtue." Meantime, a load of care and fear added to the distress of Sir John Ramorny's sick chamber. His reflections, disordered as they were by the opiate, fell into great confusion when the prince, in whose presence he had suppressed its effect by strong resistance, had left the apartment. His consciousness, which he had possessed perfectly during the interview, began to be very much disturbed. He felt a general sense that he had incurred a great danger, that he had rendered the prince his enemy, and that he had betrayed to him a secret which might affect his own life. In this state of mind and body, it was not strange that he should either dream, or else that his diseased organs should become subject to that species of phantasmagoria which is excited by the use of opium. He thought that the shade of Queen Annabella stood by his bedside, and demanded the youth whom she had placed under his charge, simple, virtuous, gay, and innocent. "Thou hast rendered him reckless, dissolute, and vicious," said the shade of pallid majesty. "Yet I thank thee, John of Ramorny, ungrateful to me, false to thy word, and treacherous to my hopes. Thy hate shall counteract the evil which thy friendship has done to him. And well do I hope that, now thou art no longer his counsellor, a bitter penance on earth may purchase my ill-fated child pardon and acceptance in a better world." Ramorny stretched out his arms after his benefactress, and endeavoured to express contrition and excuse. But the countenance of the apparition became darker and sterner, till it was no longer that of the late queen, but presented the gloomy and haughty aspect of the Black Douglas; then the timid and sorrowful face of King Robert, who seemed to mourn over the approaching dissolution of his royal house; and then a group of fantastic features, partly hideous, partly ludicrous, which moped and chattered and twisted themselves into unnatural and extravagant forms, as if ridiculing his endeavour to obtain an exact idea of their lineaments. End of Section 20. Section 21 of The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 18. A purple land where law secures not life. Byron. The morning of Ash Wednesday arose pale and bleak, as usual at this season in Scotland, where the worst and most inclement weather often occurs in the early spring months. It was a severe day of frost, and the citizens had to sleep away the consequences of the preceding holiday's debauchery. The sun had therefore risen for an hour above the horizon before there was any general appearance of life among the inhabitants of Perth, so that it was some time after daybreak when a citizen, going early to mass, saw the body of the luckless Oliver Proudfoot lying on its face across the kennel in the manner in which he had fallen under the blow. As our readers will easily imagine, of Anthony Bonthron, the boy of the belt, that is, the executioner of the pleasure of John of Remorny. This early citizen was Alan Griffin, so termed because he was master of the Griffin Inn, and the alarm which he raised soon brought together first straggling neighbours, and by a concourse of citizens. At first, from the circumstance of the well-known buff coat, and the crimson feather in the headpiece, the noise arose that it was the stout smith that lay there slain. This false rumour continued for some time, for the host of the Griffin, who himself had been a magistrate, would not permit the body to be touched or stirred till Baillie Cragdaly arrived, so that the face was not seen. "This concerns the fair city, my friends," he said, "and if it is the stout smith of the Wynd who lies here, the man lives not in Perth who will not risk land and life to avenge him. Look you, the villains have struck him down behind his back, for there is not a man within 10 Scotch miles of Perth, gentle or simple, Highland or Lowland, that would have met him face to face with such evil purpose. O brave men of Perth, the flower of your manhood has been cut down, and that by a base and treacherous hand." A wild cry of fury arose from the people, who were fast assembling. "We will take him on our shoulders," said a strong butcher. "We will carry him to the king's presence at the Dominican convent." "Aye, aye," answered a blacksmith. "Neither bolt nor bar shall keep us from the king. Neither monk nor mass shall break our purpose. A better armourer never laid hammer on anvil." "To the Dominicans! To the Dominicans!" shouted the assembled people. "Bethink you, burghers," said another citizen, "our king is a good king, and loves us like his children. It is the Douglas and the Duke of Albany that will not let good King Robert hear the distresses of his people." "Are we to be slain in our own streets for the king's softness of heart?" said the butcher. "The Bruce did otherwise. If the king will not keep us, we will keep ourselves. Ring the bells backward, every bell of them that is made of metal. Cry and spare not. St. Johnston's hunt is up." "Ay," cried another citizen, "and let us to the holds of Albany and the Douglas, and burn them to the ground. Let the fires tell, far and near, that Perth knew how to avenge her stout Henry Gow. He has fought a score of times for the fair city's right. Let us show we can once to avenge his wrong. Hally ho, brave citizens, St. Johnston's hunt is up." This cry, the well known rallying word amongst the inhabitants of Perth, and seldom heard but on occasions of general uproar, was echoed from voice to voice, and one or two neighbouring steeples, of which the enraged citizens possessed themselves, either by consent of the priests or in spite of their opposition, began to ring out the ominous alarm notes, in which, as the ordinary succession of the chimes was reversed, the bells were said to be rung backward. Still, as the crowd thickened and a roar waxed more universal and louder, Allen Griffin, a burly man with a deep voice, and well respected among high and low, kept his station as he bestrode the corpse, and called loudly to the multitude to keep back and wait the arrival of the magistrates. "We must proceed by order in this matter, my masters. We must have our magistrates at our head. They are duly chosen and elected in our town hall, good men and true everyone. We will not be called rioters, or idle perpetrators of the king's peace. Stand you still and make room, for yonder comes Ballycraig Daly, ay, and honest Simon Glover, to whom the fair city is so much bounden." Alas, alas, my kind townsmen! His beautiful daughter was a bride yesternight. This morning the Fair Maid of Perth is a widow before she has been a wife. This new theme of sympathy increased the rage and sorrow of the crowd the more, as many women now mingled with them, who echoed back the alarm cry to the men. "Ay, ay, St. Johnston's hunt is up, for the Fair Maid of Perth and the brave Henry Gow. Up, up, every one of you, spare not for your skin cutting. To the stables, to the stables! When the horse is gone, the man at arms is useless. Cut off the grooms and yeomen, lame, maim, and stab the horses, kill the base squires and pages. Let these proud knights meet us on their feet if they dare." "They dare not, they dare not," answered the men. "Their strength is their horses and armor. And yet the haughty and ungrateful villains have slain a man whose skill as an armorer was never matched in Milan or Venice. To arms, brave burghers! St. Johnston's hunt is up." Amid this clamor, the magistrates and superior class of inhabitants with difficulty obtained room to examine the body, having with them the town clerk to take an official protocol, or, as it is still called, a precognition, of the condition in which it was found. To these delays the multitude submitted, with a patience and order which strongly marked the national character of a people whose resentment has always been the more deeply dangerous, that they will, without relaxing their determination of vengeance, submit with patience to all delays which are necessary to ensure its attainment. The multitude, therefore, received their magistrates with a loud cry, in which the thirst of revenge was announced, together with the deferential welcome to the patrons, by whose direction they expected to obtain it in right and legal fashion. While these accents of welcome still rung above the crowd, who now filled the whole adjacent streets, receiving and circulating 1,000 varying reports, the fathers of the city caused the body to be raised and more closely examined, when it was instantly perceived, and the truth publicly announced, that not the armorer of the wind, so highly and according to the esteemed qualities of the time, so justly popular among his fellow citizens, but a man of far less general estimation, though not without his own value in society, lay murdered before them, the brisk bonnet maker, Oliver Proudfoot. The resentment of the people had so much turned upon the general opinion that their frank and brave champion Henry Gow was the slaughtered person, that the contradiction of the report served to cool the general fury, although if poor Oliver had been recognized at first, There is little doubt that the cry of vengeance would have been as unanimous, though not probably so furious, as in the case of Henry Wynd. The first circulation of the unexpected intelligence even excited a smile among the crowd, so near are the confines of the ludicrous to those of the terrible. "The murderers have without doubt taken him for Henry Smith," said Griffin, "which must have been a great comfort to him in the circumstances." But the arrival of other persons on the scene soon restored its deeply tragic character. Section 22, The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 19. Who's that rings the bell? Diablos, ho! The town will rise. Othello, Act II, Scene 3. The wild rumors which flew through the town, speedily followed by the tolling of the alarm bells, spread general consternation. The nobles and knights, with their followers, gathered in different places of rendezvous, where a defense could best be maintained; and the alarm reached the royal residence, where the young prince was one of the first to appear, to assist, if necessary, in the defense of the old king. The scene of the preceding night ran in his recollection, and remembering the blood-stained figure of Banthron, he conceived, though indistinctly, that the ruffian's action had been connected with this uproar. The subsequent and more interesting discourse with Sir John Ramorny had, however, been of such an impressive nature as to obliterate all traces of what he had vaguely heard of the bloody act of the assassin, excepting a confused recollection that some one or other had been slain. It was chiefly on his father's account that he had assumed arms with his household train, who, clad in bright armor and bearing lances in their hands, made now a figure very different from that of the preceding night, when they appeared as intoxicated bacchanalians. The kind old monarch received this mark of filial attachment with tears of gratitude, and proudly presented his son to his brother Albany, who entered shortly afterwards. He took them each by the hand. "Now are we three Stuarts," he said, "as inseparable as the holy trefoil; and, as they say, the wearer of that sacred herb mocks at magical delusion, so we, while we are true to each other, may set malice and enmity at defiance." The brother and son kissed the kind hand which pressed theirs, while Robert III expressed his confidence in their affection. The kiss of the youth was, for the time, sincere; that of the brother was the salute of the apostate Judas. In the meantime, the bell of St. John's Church alarmed, amongst others, the inhabitants of Curfew Street. In the house of Simon Glover, old Dorothy Glover, as she was called, for she also took name from the trade she practiced under her master's auspices, was the first to catch the sound. Though somewhat deaf upon ordinary occasions, her ear for bad news was as sharp as a kite's scent for carrion. For Dorothy, otherwise an industrious, faithful, and even affectionate creature, had that strong appetite for collecting and retailing sinister intelligence which is often to be marked in the lower classes. Little accustomed to be listened to, they love the attention which a tragic tale ensures to the bearer, and enjoy perhaps the temporary equality to which misfortune reduces those who are ordinarily accounted their superiors. Dorothy had no sooner possessed herself of a slight packet of the rumors which were flying abroad, than she bounced into her master's bedroom, who had taken the privilege of age and the holy tide to sleep longer than usual. "There he lies, honest men!" said Dorothy, half in a screeching and half in a wailing tone of sympathy. "There he lies, his best friend slain, and he knowing as little about it as the babe newborn, that kens not life from death." "How now?" said the glover, starting up out of his bed. "What is the matter, old woman? Is my daughter well?" "Old woman!" said Dorothy, who, having her fish hooked, chose to let him play a little. "I am not so old," said she, flouncing out of the room, "as to bide in the place till a man rises from his naked bed." And presently she heard, at a distance, in the parlor beneath, melodiously singing to the scrubbing of her own broom: "Dorothy, screech owl, devil, say but my daughter is well." "I am well, my father," answered the Fair Maid of Perth, speaking from her bedroom. "Perfectly well, but what, for Our Lady's sake, is the matter? The bells ring backward, and there is shrieking and crying in the streets." "I will presently know the cause. Here, Conachar, come speedily and tie my points. I forgot, the Highland loon is far beyond Fortingall. Patience, daughter, I will presently bring you news." "Ye need not hurry yourself for that, Simon Glover," quoth the obdurate old woman. "The best and the worst of it may be told before you could hobble over your door stane. I ken the hale story abroad, for, thought I, our goodman is so wilful that he'll be banging out to the Twilsey, be the cause what it like, and say I maun e'en stir my shanks and learn the cause of all this, or he will hae his auld nose in the midst of it, and maybe get it nipped off before he knows what for." "And what is the news then, old woman?" said the impatient Glover, still busying himself with the 100 points or latchets which were the means of attaching the doublet to the hose. Dorothy suffered him to proceed in his task till she conjectured it must be nearly accomplished, and foresaw that, if she told not the secret herself, her master would be abroad to seek in person for the cause of the disturbance. She therefore hallooed out: Aweel, ye canna say it's my fault if you hear ill news before you have been at the morning mass. I would have kept it from ye till ye had heard the priest's word. But since you must hear it, you have even lost the truest friend that ever gave hand to another, and Perth maun mourn for the bravest burgher that ever took a blade in hand." "Harry Smith! Harry Smith!" exclaimed the father and the daughter at once. "Oh, aye! There ye have it at last," said Dorothy. "And whose fault was it but your ain? You made such a piece of work about him companying with a glee woman, as if he had companied with a Jewess." Dorothy would have gone on long enough, but her master exclaimed to his daughter, who was still in her own apartment: "It is nonsense, Catherine, all the dotage of an old fool. No such thing has happened. I will bring you the true tidings in a moment." And snatching up his staff, the old man hurried out past Dorothy and into the street, where the throng of people were rushing towards the High Street. Dorothy, in the meantime, kept muttering to herself: "Thy father is a wise man, take his ain word for it. He will come next by some skaith in the hobble show, and then it will be, 'Dorothy, get the lint,' and 'Dorothy, spread the plaster.' But now it is nothing but nonsense, and a lie, and impossibility, that can come out of Dorothy's mouth. Impossible! Does old Simon think that Harry Smith's head was as hard as his stithy, and a hale clan of Highlandmen dinging at him?" Here she was interrupted by a figure like an angel, who came wandering by her with wild eye, cheek deadly pale, hair dishevelled, and an apparent want of consciousness, which terrified the old woman out of her discontented humour. "Our Lady bless my bairns!" said she. "What look you sae wild for?" "Did you not say someone was dead?" said Catherine, with a frightful uncertainty of utterance, as if her organs of speech and hearing served her but imperfectly. "Dead, hinny? Aye, dead enough. Ye'll no have him to gloom at ony mair." "Dead?" repeated Catherine, still with the same uncertainty of voice and manner. "Dead? Slain? And by Highlanders?" "I'se warrant by Highlanders, the lawless loons. What is it else that kills most of the folks about unless now and then, when the burghers take a tear of ye, and kill one another, or whiles that the knights and nobles shed blood? But I'se uphold it's been the Highlandmen this bout. The man was no in Perth, laird or loon.
Durst have faced Harry Smith man to man. There's been sair odds against him. You'll see that when it's looked into."
"Highlanders!" repeated Catherine, as if haunted by some idea which troubled her senses. "Highlanders! Oh, Conachar, Conachar!"
"Indeed, and I daresay you have lighted on the very man, Catherine. They quarrelled, as you saw, on the St. Valentine's even, and had a warsel. A Highlandman has a long memory for the like of that. Give him a cuff at Martinmas, and his cheek will be tingling at Whitsunday. But what could have brought down the lang-legged loons to do their bloody work within Burg?"
"Woe's me, it was I," said Catherine. "It was I brought the Highlanders down, I that sent for Conachar. I, they have lain in wait. But it was I that brought them within reach of their prey. But I will see with my own eyes, and then something we will do. Say to my father I will be back anon."
"Are ye distraught, lassie?"
shouted Dorothy, as Catherine made past her towards the street door.
"You would not gang into the street with the hair hanging down your haffets in that guise, and you kenned for the Fair Maid of Perth? Mass, but she's out in the street, come out what like, and the old Glover will be as mad as if I could withhold her. Will she, nill she, flight she, fling she? This is a brave morning for an Ash Wednesday. What's to be done? If I were to seek my master among the multitude, I were like to be crushed beneath their feet, and little moan made for the old woman. And am I to run after Catherine, who ere this is out of sight and far lighter of foot than I am? So I will just down the gate to Nicol Barber's and tell him about it."
While the trusty Dorothy was putting her prudent resolve into execution, Catherine ran through the streets of Perth in a manner which at another moment would have brought on her the attention of everyone who saw her hurrying on, with a reckless impetuosity wildly and widely different from the ordinary decency and composure of her step and manner, and without the plaid, scarf, or mantle which women of good, of fair character and decent rank, universally carried around them when they went abroad. But distracted as the people were, every one inquiring, or telling the cause of the tumult, and most recounting it different ways, the negligence of her dress and discomposure of her manner made no impression on anyone, and she was suffered to press forward on the path she had chosen without attracting more notice than the other females who, stirred by anxious curiosity or fear, had come out to inquire the cause of an alarm so general. It might be to seek for friends, for whose safety they were interested. As Catherine passed along, she felt all the wild influence of the agitating scene, and it was with difficulty she forbore from repeating the cries of lamentation and alarm which were echoed around her. In the meantime she rushed rapidly on, embarrassed like one in a dream, with a strange sense of dreadful calamity, the precise nature of which she was unable to define, but which implied the terrible consciousness that the man who loved her so fondly, whose good qualities she so highly esteemed, and whom she now felt to be dearer than perhaps she would before have acknowledged to her own bosom, was murdered, and most probably by her means. The connection betwixt Henry's supposed death and the descent of Conachar and his followers, though adopted by her in a moment of extreme and engrossing emotion, was sufficiently probable to have been received for truth, even if her understanding had been at leisure to examine its credibility. Without knowing what she sought, except the general desire to know the worst of the dreadful report, she hurried forward to the very spot which of all others her feelings of the preceding day would have induced her to avoid. Who would, upon the evening of Shrovetide, have persuaded the proud, the timid, the shy, the rigidly decorous Catherine Glover that before Mass on Ash Wednesday she should rush through the streets of Perth, making her way amidst tumult and confusion, with her hair unbound and her dress disarranged, to seek the house of that same lover who, she had reason to believe, had so grossly and indelicately neglected and affronted her as to pursue a low and licentious amour?
Yet so it was, and her eagerness taking, as if by instinct, the road which was most free, she avoided the High Street, where the pressure was greatest, and reached the Wynd by the narrow lanes on the northern skirt of the town, through which Henry Smith had formerly escorted Louise. But even these comparatively lonely passages were now astir with passengers, so general was the alarm. Catherine Glover made her way through them, however, while such as observed her looked on each other and shook their heads in sympathy with her distress. At length, without any distinct idea of her own purpose, she stood before her lover's door and knocked for admittance. The silence which succeeded the echoing of her hasty summons increased the alarm which had induced her to take this desperate measure. "Open, open, Henry!" she cried. "Open if you yet live! Open if you would not find Catherine Glover dead upon your threshold!" As she cried thus frantically to ears which she was taught to believe were stopped by death, the lover she invoked opened the door in person, just in time to prevent her sinking on the ground. The extremity of his ecstatic joy upon an occasion so unexpected was qualified only by the wonder which forbade him to believe it real, and by his alarm at the closed eyes, half open and blanched lips, total absence of complexion, and apparently total cessation of breathing. Henry had remained at home in spite of the general alarm, which had reached his ears for a considerable time, fully determined to put himself in the way of no brawls that he could avoid; and it was only in compliance with a summons from the magistrates, which as a burgher he was bound to obey, that taking his sword and a spare buckler from the wall, he was about to go forth for the first time unwillingly, to pay his service as his tenure bound him. "It is hard," he said, "to be put forward in all the town feuds, when the fighting work is so detestable to Catherine. I am sure there are enough of wenches in Perth that say to their gallants, Go out, do your devoir bravely, and win your lady's grace. And yet they send not for their lovers but for me, who cannot do the duties of a man to protect a minstrel woman, or of a burgess who fights for the honour of his town, but this peevish Catherine uses me as if I were a brawler and bordeller." Such were the thoughts which occupied his mind when, as he opened his door to issue forth, the person dearest to his thoughts, but whom he certainly least expected to see, was present to his eyes and dropped into his arms. His mixture of surprise, joy, and anxiety did not deprive him of the presence of mind which the occasion demanded. To place Catherine Glover in safety, and recall her to herself, was to be thought of before rendering obedience to the summons of the magistrates, however pressingly that had been delivered. He carried his lovely burden, as light as a feather, yet more precious than the same quantity of purest gold, into a small bedchamber which had been his mother's. It was the most fit for an invalid, as it looked into the garden, and was separated from the noise of the tumult. "Here, nurse! Nurse Shoolbred, come quick! Come for death and life! Here is one wants thy help!" Up trotted the old dame. "If it should but prove any one that will keep thee out of the scuffle!" For she also had been aroused by the noise, and what was her astonishment when, placed in love and reverence on the bed of her late mistress, and supported by the athletic arms of her foster son, she saw the apparently lifeless form of the Fair Maid of Perth. "Catherine Glover!" she said, and, "Holy Mother, a dying woman, as it would seem." "Not so, old woman," said her foster son. "The dear heart throbs, the sweet breath comes and returns. Come thou, that may aid her more meetly than I. Bring water, essences, whatever thy old skill can devise. Heaven did not place her in my arms to die, but to live for herself and me." With an activity which her age little promised, Nurse Shoolbred collected the means of restoring animation; for, like many women of the period, she understood what was to be done in such cases, nay, possessed a knowledge of treating wounds of an ordinary description, which the warlike propensities of her foster son kept in pretty constant exercise. "Come now," she said, "son Henry, unfold your arms from about my patient, though she is worth the pressing, and set thy hands at freedom to help me with what I want. Nay, I will not insist on your quitting her hand, if you will beat the palm gently, as the fingers unclose their clenched grasp. I beat her slight beautiful hand, said Henry. You were as well bid me beat a glass cup with a forehammer, as tap her fair palm with my horn hard fingers. But the fingers do unfold, and we will find a better way than beating. And he applied his lips to the pretty hand, whose motion indicated returning sensation. One or two deep sighs succeeded, and the Fair Maid of Perth opened her eyes, fixed them on her lover, as he kneeled by the bedside, and again sunk back on the pillow. As she withdrew not her hand from her lover's hold, or from his grasp, we must in charity believe that the return to consciousness was not so complete as to make her aware that he abused the advantage, by pressing it alternately to his lips and his bosom. At the same time we are compelled to own that the blood was coloring in her cheek, and that her breathing was deep and regular, for a minute or two during this relapse. The noise at the door began now to grow much louder, and Henry was called for by all his various names of Smith, Gow, and Hal of the Wind, as heathens used to summon their deities by different epithets. At last, like Portuguese Catholics when exhausted with entreating their saints, the crowd without had recourse to vituperative exclamations. Out upon you, Henry! You are a disgraced man sworn to your burgher oath, and a traitor to the fair city unless you come instantly forth. It would seem that Nurse Shoolbred's applications were now so far successful that Catherine's senses were in some measure restored; for turning her face more towards that of her lover than her former posture permitted, she let her right hand fall on his shoulder, leaving her left still in his possession, and seeming slightly to detain him, while she whispered, "Do not go, Henry, stay with me. They will kill thee, these men of blood." It would seem that this gentle invocation, the result of finding the lover alive, whom she expected to have only recognized as a corpse, though it was spoken so low as scarcely to be intelligible, had more effect to keep Henry Wynd in his present posture than the repeated summons of many voices from without had to bring him downstairs. "Mass, townsmen!" cried one hardy citizen to his companions, "the saucy Smith but jests with us. Let us into the house and bring him out by the lug and the horn." "Take care what you are doing," said a more cautious assailant. "The man that presses on Henry Gow's retirement may go into his house with sound bones, but will return with ready-made work for the surgeon. But here comes one has good right to do our errand to him, and make the recreant to hear reason on both sides of his head." The person of whom this was spoken was no other than Simon Glover himself. He had arrived at the fatal spot where the unlucky bonnet maker's body was lying, just in time to discover, to his great relief, that when it was turned with the face upwards by Bailey Craigdaly's orders, the features of the poor braggart Proudfoot were recognized, when the crowd expected to behold those of their favorite champion, Henry Smith. A laugh, or something approaching to one, went among those who remembered how hard Oliver had struggled to obtain the character of a fighting man, however foreign to his nature and disposition, and remarked now that he had met with a mode of death much better suited to his pretensions than to his temper. But this tendency to ill-timed mirth, which savored of the rudeness of the times, was at once hushed by the voice and cries and exclamations of a woman who struggled through the crowd, screaming at the same time, "Oh, my husband! My husband!" Room was made for the sorrower, who was followed by 2 or 3 female friends. Maudie Proudfoot had been hitherto only noticed as a good-looking, black-haired woman, believed to be dink and disdainful to those whom she thought meaner or poorer than herself, and lady and empress over her late husband, whom she quickly caused to lower his crest when she chanced to hear him crowing out of season. But now, under the influence of powerful passion, she assumed a far more imposing character.
"Do you laugh," she said, "you unworthy burghers of Perth, because one of your own citizens has poured his blood into the kennel? Or do you laugh because the deadly lot has lighted on my husband? How has he deserved this? Did he not maintain an honest house by his own industry, and keep a creditable board, where the sick had welcome and the poor had relief? Did he not lend to those who wanted, stand by his neighbors as a friend, keep counsel, and do justice like a magistrate?" It is true, answered the assembly. "His blood is our blood as much as if it were Henry Gow's." "You speak truth, neighbours," said Baillie Craigdaly, "and this feud cannot be patched up as the former was. Citizens' blood must not flow unavenged down our kennels, as if it were ditch water, or we shall soon see the broad Tay crimsoned with it. But this blow was never meant for the poor man on whom it has unhappily fallen. Every one knew what Oliver Proudfoot was, how wide he would speak, and how little he would do. He has Henry Smith's buff coat, target, and headpiece. All the town know them as well as I do. There is no doubt on't. He had the trick, as you know, of trying to imitate the Smith in most things. Someone, blind with rage, or perhaps through liquor, has stricken the innocent bonnet maker, whom no man either hated or feared, or indeed cared either much or little about, instead of the stout Smith, who has 20 feuds upon his hands." "What then is to be done, Baillie?" cried the multitude. "That, my friends, your magistrates will determine for you, and we shall instantly meet together when Sir Patrick Charteris cometh here, which must be anon. Meanwhile, let the chirurgeon Dwyning examine that poor piece of clay, that he may tell us how he came by his fatal death, and then let the corpse be decently swathed in a clean shroud, as becomes an honest citizen, and placed before the high altar in the church of St. John, the patron of the fair city. Cease all clamour and noise, and every defensible man of you, as you would wish well to the fair town, keep his weapons in readiness, and be prepared to assemble on the high street at the tolling of the common bell from the town house, and we will either revenge the death of our fellow citizen, or else we shall take such fortune as heaven will send us. Meanwhile avoid all quarrelling with the knights and their followers till we know the innocent from the guilty. But wherefore tarries this knave Smith? He is ready enough in tumults when his presence is not wanted, and lags he now when his presence may serve the fair city. What ails him doth any one know? Hath he been upon the frolic last fasterns even?" "Rather he is sick or sullen, Master Baillie," said one of the city's mayors or sergeants, "for though he is within door, as his knaves report, yet he will neither answer to us nor admit us." "So please your worship, Master Baillie," said Simon Glover, "I will go myself to fetch Henry Smith. I have some little difference to make up with him. And blessed be Our Lady, who hath so ordered it that I find him alive, as a quarter of an hour since I could never have expected." "Bring the stout Smith to the council house," said the baillie, as a mounted yeoman pressed through the crowd and whispered in his ear, "Here is a good fellow who says the Knight of Kinfouns is entering the port." Such was the occasion of Simon Glover presenting himself at the house of Henry Gow at the period already noticed. Unrestrained by the considerations of doubt and hesitation which influenced others, he repaired to the parlour, and having overheard the bustling of Dame Shoolbred, he took the privilege of intimacy to ascend to the bedroom, and with the slight apology of "I crave your pardon, good neighbour," he opened the door and entered the apartment, where a singular and unexpected sight awaited him. At the sound of his voice, May Catherine experienced a revival much speedier than Dame Shoolbred's restoratives had been able to produce, and the paleness of her complexion changed into a deep glow of the most lovely red. She pushed her lover from her with both her hands, which, until this minute, her want of consciousness or her affection, awakened by the events of the morning, had well nigh abandoned to his caresses. Henry Smith, bashful as we know him, stumbled as he rose up, and none of the party were without a share of confusion, excepting Dame Shoolbred, who was glad to make some pretext to turn her back to the others, in order that she might enjoy a laugh at their expense, which she felt herself utterly unable to restrain, and in which the Glover, whose surprise, though great, was of short duration, and of a joyful character, sincerely joined. "Now, by good St. John," he said, "I thought I had seen a sight this morning that would cure me of laughter, at least till Lent was over, but this would make me curl my cheek if I were dying. Why, here stands honest Henry Smith, who is lamented as dead, and told out from every steeple in town, alive, merry, and, as it seems from his ruddy complexion, as like to live as any man in Perth. And here is my precious daughter, that yesterday would speak of nothing but the wickedness of the whites, that haunt profane sports and protect glee maidens. Ay, she who set Saint Valentine and Saint Cupid both at defiance. Here she is, turned a glee maiden herself, for what I can see. Truly I am glad to see that you, my good Dame Shoolbred, who give way to no disorder, have been of this loving party." "You do me wrong, my dearest father," said Catherine, as if about to weep. "I came here with far different expectations than you suppose. I only came because " "Because you expected to find a dead lover," said her father, "and you have found a living one, who can receive the tokens of your regard and return them. Now, were it not a sin, I could find in my heart to thank Heaven that thou hast been surprised at last into owning thyself a woman. Simon Glover is not worthy to have an absolute saint for his daughter. Nay, look not so piteously, nor expect condolence from me. Only I will try not to look merry, if you will be pleased to stop your tears, or confess them to be tears of joy." "If I were to die for such a confession," said poor Catherine, "I could not tell what to call them. Only believe, dear father, and let Henry believe, that I would never have come hither unless you had thought that Henry could not come to you," said her father. "And now shake hands in peace and concord, and agree as Valentines should. Yesterday was Shrovetide, Henry. We will hold that thou hast confessed thy follies, hast obtained absolution, and art relieved of all the guilt thou stoodest charged with." "Nay, touching that, Father Simon," said the smith, "now that you are cool enough to hear me, I can swear on the Gospels, and I can call my nurse, Dame Shoolbred, to witness—" "Nay, nay," said the Glover, "but wherefore rake up differences which should all be forgotten? Hark ye, Simon, Simon Glover!" This was now echoed from beneath. "True, son Smith," said the Glover seriously, "we have other work in hand. You and I must to the council instantly. Catherine shall remain here with Dame Shoolbred, who will take charge of her till we return. And then, as the town is in misrule, we two, Harry, will carry her home, and they will be bold men that cross us." "Nay, my dear father," said Catherine with a smile, "now you are taking Oliver Proudfoot's office. That doughty burgher is Henry's brother at arms." Her father's countenance grew dark. "You have spoke a stinging word, daughter, but you know not what has happened. Kiss him, Catherine, in token of forgiveness." "Not so," said Catherine. "I have done him too much grace already. When he has seen the errant damsel safe home, it will be time enough to claim his reward." "Meantime," said Henry, "I will claim, as your host, what you will not allow me on other terms." He folded the fair maiden in his arms, and was permitted to take the salute which she had refused to bestow. As they descended the stair together, the old man laid his hand on the smith's shoulder and said, "Henry, my dearest wishes are fulfilled, but it is the pleasure of the saints that it should be in an hour of difficulty and terror." "True," said the smith, "but thou knowest, father, if our riots be frequent at Perth, at least they seldom last long." Then opening a door which led from the house into the smithy, "Here, comrades," he cried, "Anton, Cuthbert, Dingwell, and Ringen, let none of you stir from the place till I return. Be as true as the weapons I have taught you to forge. A French crown and a Scotch merrymaking for you, if you obey my command.
I leave a mighty treasure in your charge. Watch the doors well. Let little Jannikin scout up and down the wind, and have your arms ready if any one approaches the house. Open the doors to no man till Father Glover or I return. It concerns my life and happiness." The strong, swarthy giants to whom he spoke answered, "Death to him who attempts it." "My Catherine is now as safe," said he to her father, "as if 20 men garrisoned a royal castle in her cause. We shall pass most quietly to the council house by walking through the garden." He led the way through a little orchard accordingly, where the birds, which had been sheltered and fed during the winter by the good-natured artisan, early in the season as it was, were saluting the precarious smiles of a February sun with a few faint and interrupted attempts at melody. "Hear these minstrels, father," said the smith. "I laughed at them this morning in the bitterness of my heart, because the little wretches sung, with so much of winter before them. But now, methinks, I could hear a blithe chorus, for I have my Valentine, as they have theirs; and whatever ill may lie before me for tomorrow, I am today the happiest man in Perth, city or county, burg or landward." "Yet I must allay your joy," said the old Glover, "though heaven knows I share it. Poor Oliver Proudfoot, the inoffensive fool that you and I knew so well, has been found this morning dead in the streets." "Only dead drunk, I trust," said the smith. "Nay, a candle and a dose of matrimonial advice will bring him to life again." "No, Henry, no. He is slain. Slain with a battle axe or some such weapon." "Impossible," replied the smith. "He was light-footed enough, and would not for all Perth have trusted to his hands when he could extricate himself by his heels." "No choice was allowed him. The blow was dealt in the very back of his head. He who struck must have been a shorter man than himself, and used a horseman's battle axe, or some such weapon, for a Lochaber axe must have struck the upper part of his head. But there he lies dead, brained, I may say, by a most frightful wound." "This is inconceivable," said Henry Wind. "He was in my house at midnight, in a moricer's habit, seemed to have been drinking, though not to excess. He told me a tale of having been beset by revellers, and being in danger, but alas! you know the man. I deemed it was a swaggering fit, as he sometimes took when he was in liquor, and may the merciful Virgin forgive me! I let him go without company, in which I did him inhuman wrong. Holy St. John be my witness, I would have gone with any helpless creature, and far more with him, with whom I have so often sat at the same board and drunken of the same cup. Who, of the race of man, could have thought of harming a creature so simple and so unoffending, excepting by his idle vaunts? Henry, he wore thy headpiece, thy buff coat, thy target. How came he by these?" "Why, he demanded the use of them for the night, and I was ill at ease, and well pleased to be rid of his company, having kept no holiday, and being determined to keep none, in respect of our misunderstanding. It is the opinion of Ballycragdaly and all our sagest counsellors that the blow was intended for yourself, and that it becomes you to prosecute the due vengeance of our fellow citizen, who received the death which was meant for you." The smith was for some time silent. They had now left the garden, and were walking in a lonely lane, by which they meant to approach the council house of the burg without being exposed to observation or idle inquiry. "You are silent, my son, yet we two have much to speak of," said Simon Glover. "Bethink thee that this widowed woman, Maudlin, if she should see cause to bring a charge against anyone for the wrong done to her and her orphan children, must support it by a champion, according to law and custom. For be the murderer who he may, we know enough of these followers of the nobles to be assured that the party suspected will appeal to the combat, in derision perhaps, of we whom they will call the cowardly burghers, while we men with blood in our veins, this must not be, Henry Wind." "I see where you would draw me, father," answered Henry dejectedly, "and St. John knows I have heard a summons to battle as willingly as war horse ever heard the trumpet. But bethink you, father, how I have lost Catherine's favour repeatedly, and have been driven well nigh to despair of ever regaining it, for being, if I may say so, even too ready a man of my hands.
and here are all our quarrels made up, and the hopes that seemed this morning removed beyond earthly prospect have become nearer and brighter than ever. And must I, with the dear one's kiss of forgiveness on my lips, engage in a new scene of violence, which you are well aware will give her the deepest offence?" "It is hard for me to advise you, Henry," said Simon, "but this I must ask you. Have you or have you not reason to think that this poor unfortunate Oliver has been mistaken for you?" "I fear it too much," said Henry. "He was thought something like me, and the poor fool had studied to ape my gestures and manner of walking, nay, the very airs which I have the trick of whistling, that he might increase a resemblance which has cost him dear. I have ill willers enough, both in burg and landward, to owe me a shrewd turn, and he, I think, could have none such. Well, Henry, I cannot say but my daughter will be offended. She has been much with Father Clement, and has received notions about peace and forgiveness, which, methinks, suit ill with a country where the laws cannot protect us, unless we have spirit to protect ourselves. If you determine for the combat, I will do my best to persuade her to look on the matter as the other good womanhood in the burg will do. And if you resolve to let the matter rest, the man who has lost his life for yours remaining unavenged, the widow and the orphans without any reparation for the loss of a husband and father, I will then do you the justice to think that I at least ought not to think the worst of you for your patience, since it was adopted for love of my child. But, Henry, we must in that case remove ourselves from bonny St. Johnston, for here we will be but a disgraced family." Henry groaned deeply, and was silent for an instant, then replied, "I would rather be dead than dishonored, though I should never see her again. Had it been yester evening, I would have met the best blade among these men at arms as blithely as ever I danced at a Maypole. But to day, when she had first as good as said, 'Henry Smith, I love thee,' Father Glover, it is very hard. Yet it is all my own fault. This poor unhappy Oliver, I ought to have allowed him the shelter of my roof when he prayed me in his agony of fear, or had I gone with him I should then have prevented or shared his fate. But I taunted him, ridiculed him, loaded him with maledictions, though the saints know they were uttered in idle peevishness of impatience. I drove him out from my doors, whom I knew so helpless, to take the fate which was perhaps intended for me. I must avenge him or be dishonored forever. See, Father, I have been called a man hard as the steel I work in. Does burnished steel ever drop tears like these? Shame on me that I should shed them." "It is no shame, my dearest son," said Simon. "Thou art as kind as brave, and I have always known it. There is yet a chance for us. No one may be discovered to whom suspicion attaches, and where none such is found, the combat cannot take place. It is a hard thing to wish that the innocent blood may not be avenged, but if the perpetrator of this foul murder be hidden for the present, thou wilt be saved from the task of seeking that vengeance which Heaven doubtless will take at its own proper time." As they spoke thus, they arrived at the point of the High Street where the council house was situated. As they reached the door and made their way through the multitude who thronged the street, they found the avenues guarded by a select party of armed burghers, and about 50 spears belonging to the Knight of Kinfouns, who, with his allies, the Greys, Blairs, Moncriefs, and others, had brought to Perth a considerable body of horse, of which these were a part. So soon as the Glover and Smith presented themselves, they were admitted to the chamber in which the magistrates were assembled. End of Section 22. Section 23. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 20. A woman wails for justice at the gate. A widowed woman, wan and desolate. Bertha. The council room of Perth presented a singular spectacle. In a gloomy apartment, ill and inconveniently lighted by two windows of different form and of unequal size, were assembled, around a large oaken table, a group of men, of whom those who occupied the higher seats were merchants, that is, guild brethren, or shopkeepers, arrayed in decent dresses becoming their station, but most of them bearing, like Regent York, signs of war around their aged necks, gorgets namely, and baldricks, which sustained their weapons. The lower places around the table were occupied by mechanics and artisans, the presidents or deacons, as they were termed, of the working classes, in their ordinary clothes, somewhat better arranged than usual. These, too, wore pieces of armor of various descriptions. Some had the blackjack, or doublets covered with small plates of iron of a lozenge shape, which, secured through the upper angle, hung in rows above each other, and which, swaying with the motion of the wearer's person, formed a secure defense to the body. Others had buff coats which, as already mentioned, could resist the blow of a sword, and even a lance's point, unless propelled with great force. At the bottom of the table, surrounded as it was with this varied assembly, sat Sir Lewis London, no military man, but a priest and parson of St. John's, arrayed in his canonical dress, and having his pen and ink before him. He was town clerk of the burgh, and, like all the priests of the period, who were called from that circumstance the Pope's Knights, received the honourable title of Dominus, contracted into Dom or Dan, or translated into Sir, the title of reverence due to the secular chivalry. On an elevated seat at the head of the council board was placed Sir Patrick Charteris, in complete armor brightly burnished, a singular contrast to the motley mixture of warlike and peaceful attire exhibited by the burghers, who were only called to arms occasionally. The bearing of the provost, while it completely admitted the intimate connection which mutual interests had created betwixt himself, the burgh, and the magistracy, was at the same time calculated to assert the superiority which, in virtue of gentle blood and chivalrous rank, the opinions of the age assigned to him over the members of the assembly in which he presided. Two squires stood behind him, one of them holding the knight's pennon, and another his shield, bearing his armorial distinctions, being a hand holding a dagger or short sword, with the proud motto, "This is my charter." A handsome page displayed the long sword of his master, and another bore his lance, all which chivalrous emblems and appurtenances were the more scrupulously exhibited, that the dignitary to whom they belonged was engaged in discharging the office of a burgh magistrate. In his own person, the Knight of Kinfouns appeared to affect something of state and stiffness which did not naturally pertain to his frank and jovial character. "So you are come at length, Henry Smith and Simon Glover," said the provost. "Know that you have kept us waiting for your attendance. Should it so chance again, while we occupy this place, we will lay such a fine on you as you will have small pleasure in paying. Enough, make no excuses. They are not asked now, and another time they will not be admitted. Know, sirs, that our reverend clerk hath taken down in writing, and at full length, what I will tell you in brief, that you may see what is to be required of you, Henry Smith in particular. Our late fellow citizen, Oliver Proudfoot, hath been found dead in the High Street, close by the entrance into the Wynd. It seemeth he was slain by a heavy blow with a short axe, dealt from behind, and at unawares, and the act by which he fell can only be termed a deed of foul and forethought murder. So much for the crime. The criminal can only be indicated by circumstances. It is recorded in the protocol of the Reverend Sir Lewis London that divers well reported witnesses saw our deceased citizen Oliver Proudfoot till a late period accompanying the entry of the Morris dancers, of whom he was one, as far as the house of Simon Glover in Curfew Street, where they again played their pageant. It is also manifested that at this place he separated from the rest of the band, after some discourse with Simon Glover, and made an appointment to meet with the others of his company at the Sign of the Griffin, there to conclude the holiday. Now, Simon, I demand of you whether this be truly stated, so far as you know, and further, what was the purport of the defunct Oliver Proudfoot's discourse with you? My Lord Provost and very worshipful Sir Patrick, answered Simon Glover, you and this honourable council shall know that, touching certain reports which have been made of the conduct of Henry Smith, some quarrel had arisen between myself and another of my family and the said Smith here present. Now, this our poor fellow citizen, Oliver Proudfoot, having been active in spreading these reports, as indeed his element lay in such gossip read, some words passed betwixt him and me on the subject, and, as I think, he left me with the purpose of visiting Henry Smith, for he broke off from the Morris dancers, promising, as it seems, to meet them, as your honour has said, at the sign of the Griffin, in order to conclude the evening. But what he actually did I know not, as I never again saw him in life. It is enough, said Sir Patrick, and agrees with all that we have heard. Now, worthy sirs, we next find our poor fellow citizen environed by a set of revellers and maskers, who had assembled in the High Street, by whom he was shamefully ill-treated, being compelled to kneel down in the street, and there to quaff huge quantities of liquor against his inclination, until at length he escaped from them by flight. This violence was accomplished with drawn swords, loud shouts, and imprecations, so as to attract the attention of several persons, who, alarmed by the tumult, looked out from their windows, as well as of one or two passengers, who, keeping aloof from the light of the torches, lest they also had been maltreated, beheld the usage which our fellow citizen received in the High Street of the Burg. And although these revellers were disguised and used vizards, yet their disguises were well known, being a set of quaint masking habits prepared some weeks ago by command of Sir John Ramorny, Master of the Horse to His Royal Highness the Duke of Rothesay, Prince Royal of Scotland. A low groan went through the assembly. Yes, so it is, brave burghers, continued Sir Patrick. Our inquiries have led us into conclusions both melancholy and terrible. But as no one can regret the point at which they seem likely to arrive more than I do, so no man living can dread its consequences less. It is even so, various artisans employed upon the articles have described the dresses prepared for Sir John Ramorny's mask as being exactly similar to those of the men by whom Oliver Proudfoot was observed to be maltreated, and one mechanic, being Wingfield the feather dresser, who saw the revellers when they had our fellow citizen within their hands, remarked that they wore the cinctures and coronals of painted feathers which he himself had made by the order of the Prince's Master of Horse. After the moment of his escape from these revellers, we lose all trace of Oliver, but we can prove that the maskers went to Sir John Ramorny's, where they were admitted, after some show of delay. It is rumoured that thou, Henry Smith, sawest our unhappy fellow citizen after he had been in the hands of these revellers. What is the truth of the matter? He came to my house in the wind, said Henry, about half an hour before midnight, and I admitted him, something unwillingly, as he had been keeping carnival while I remained at home. And there is ill talk, says the proverb, betwixt a full man and a fasting. And in which plight seemed he when thou didst admit him? Said the provost. He seemed, answered the smith, out of breath, and talked repeatedly of having been endangered by revellers. I paid but small regard, for he was ever a timorous, chicken-spirited, though well-meaning man, and I held that he was speaking more from fancy than reality. But I shall always account for it, for foul offence in myself that I did not give him my company, which he requested, and if I live I will found masses for his soul, in expiation of my guilt. Did he describe those from whom he received the injury? Said the provost. Revellers in masking habits, replied Henry. And did he intimate his fear of having to do with them on his return? Again demanded Sir Patrick. He alluded particularly to his being waylaid, which I treated as visionary, having been able to see no one in the lane. Had he then no help from thee of any kind whatsoever? Said the provost. Yes, worshipful, replied the smith, he exchanged his Morris dress for my headpiece, buff coat, and target, which I hear were found upon his body; and I have at home his Morris cap and bells, with the jerkin and other things pertaining. He was to return my garb of fence, and get back his own masking suit this day, had the saints so permitted. You saw him not then afterwards? Never, my lord. One word more, said the Provost. Have you any reason to think that the blow which slew Oliver Proudfoot was meant for another man? I have, answered the smith, but it is doubtful, and may be dangerous to add such a conjecture, which is besides only a supposition. Speak it out, on your burgher faith and oath. For whom think you was the blow meant? If I must speak, replied Henry, I believe Oliver Proudfoot received the fate which was designed for myself, the rather that, in his folly, Oliver spoke of trying to assume my manner of walking as well as my dress. Have you feud with any one that you form such an idea? Said Sir Patrick Charteris. To my shame and sin be it spoken, I have feud with Highland and Lowland, English and Scot, Perth and Angus. I do not believe poor Oliver had feud with a new hatched chicken. Alas! He was the more fully prepared for a sudden call. Hark ye, smith, said the Provost, answer me distinctly. Is there cause of feud between the household of Sir John Ramorny and yourself? To a certainty, my lord, there is. It is now generally said that Black Quentin, who went over Tay to Fife some days since, was the owner of the hand which was found in Couverfew Street upon the eve of St. Valentine. It was I who struck off that hand with a blow of my broadsword. As this Black Quentin was a chamberlain of St. John, and much trusted, it is like there must be feud between me and his master's dependents. It bears a likely front, smith, said Sir Patrick Charteris. And now, good brothers and wise magistrates, there are two suppositions, each of which leads to the same conclusion. The maskers who seized our fellow citizen and misused him in a manner of which his body retains some slight marks, may have met with their former prisoner as he returned homewards, and finished their ill usage by taking his life. He himself expressed to Henry Gow fears that this would be the case. If this be really true, one or more of Sir John Ramorny's attendants must have been the assassins. But I think it more likely that one or two of the revellers may have remained on the field, or returned to it, having changed perhaps their disguise, and that to those men, for Oliver Proudfoot in his own personal appearance would only have been a subject of sport, his apparition in the dress, and assuming, as he proposed to do, the manner of Henry Smith, was matter of deep hatred, and that, seeing him alone, they had taken, as they thought, a certain and safe mode to rid themselves of an enemy so dangerous as all men know Henry Wynd is, accounted by those that are his unfriends. The same train of reasoning again rests the guilt with the household of Sir John Ramorny. How think you, sirs? Are we not free to charge the crime upon them? The magistrates whispered together for several minutes, and then replied by the voice of Bailie Craigdaly. Noble knight, and our worthy provost, we agree entirely in what your wisdom has spoken concerning this dark and bloody matter. Nor do we doubt your sagacity in tracing to the fellowship and the company of John Ramorny of that ilk the villainy which hath been done to our deceased fellow citizen, whether in his own character and capacity, or as mistaking him for our brave townsman Henry of the Wynd. But Sir John, in his own behalf, and as the prince's master of the horse, maintains an extensive household, and as of course the charge will be rebutted by a denial, we would ask how we shall proceed in that case. It is true, could we find law for firing the lodging, and putting all within it to the sword, the old proverb of short rede, good rede, might here apply, for a fouler household of defiers of God, destroyers of men, and debauchers of women are nowhere sheltered than are in Ramorny's band. But I doubt that this summary mode of execution would scarce be borne out by the laws, and no tittle of evidence which I have heard will tend to fix the crime on any single individual or individuals. Before the provost could reply, the town clerk arose, and stroking his venerable beard, craved permission to speak, which was instantly granted. "Brethren," he said, "as well in our fathers' time as ours, hath God, on being rightly appealed to, condescended to make manifest the crimes of the guilty and the innocence of those who may have been rashly accused. Let us demand from our sovereign lord, King Robert, who, when the wicked do not interfere to pervert his good intentions, is as just and clement a prince as our annals can show in their long line, in the name of the fair city, and of all the commons in Scotland, that he give us, after the fashion of our ancestors, the means of appealing to heaven for light upon this dark murder. We will demand the proof by bare right, often granted in the days of our sovereign's ancestors, approved of by bulls and decretals, and administered by the great Emperor Charlemagne in France, by King Arthur in Britain, and by Gregory the Great, and the mighty Archaius in this our land of Scotland." "I have heard of the beer right, Sir Lewis," quoth the provost, "and I know we have it in our charters of the fair city; but I am something ill learned in the ancient laws, and would pray you to inform us more distinctly of its nature." "We will demand of the king," said Sir Lewis London, "my advice being taken, that the body of our murdered fellow citizen be transported into the high church of St. John, and suitable masses said for the benefit of his soul, and for the discovery of his foul murder. Meantime, we shall obtain an order that Sir John Ramorny give up a list of such of his household as were in Perth in the course of the night between Fasterns Even and this Ash Wednesday, and become bound to present them on a certain day and hour, to be early named, in the high church of St. John, there, one by one, to pass before the bier of our murdered fellow citizen, and in the form prescribed to call upon God and his saints to bear witness that he is innocent of the acting, art or part of the murder. And credit me, as has been indeed proved by numerous instances, that, if the murderer shall endeavour to shroud himself by making such an appeal, the antipathy which subsists between the dead body and the hand which dealt the fatal blow, that divorced it from the soul, will awaken some imperfect life, under the influence of which the veins of the dead man will pour forth at the fatal wounds the blood which has been so long stagnant in the veins. Or, to speak more certainly, it is the pleasure of Heaven, by some hidden agency which we cannot comprehend, to leave open this mode of discovering the wickedness of him who has defaced the image of his Creator." "I have heard this law talked of," said Sir Patrick, "and it was enforced in the Bruce's time. This surely is no unfit period to seek, by such a mystic mode of inquiry, the truth to which no ordinary means can give us access, seeing that a general accusation of Sir John's household would full surely be met by a general denial. Yet I must crave farther of Sir Lewis, our reverend town clerk, how we shall prevent the guilty person from escaping in the interim." "The burghers will maintain a strict watch upon the wall, drawbridges shall be raised, and portcullises lowered, from sunset to sunrise, and strong patrols maintained through the night. This guard the burghers will willingly maintain, to secure against the escape of the murderer of their townsman." The rest of the councillors acquiesced by word, sign, and look in this proposal. "Again," said the provost, "what if any one of the suspected household refuse to submit to the order of bare right?" "He may appeal to that of combat," said the reverend city scribe, "with an opponent of equal rank, because the accused person must have his choice in the appeal to the judgment of God, by what ordeal he will be tried. But if he refuses both, he must be held as guilty, and so punished." The sages of the council unanimously agreed with the opinion of their provost and town clerk, and resolved in all formality to petition the king, as a matter of right, that the murder of their fellow citizen should be inquired into according to this ancient form, which was held to manifest the truth, and received as matter of evidence in case of murder, so late as toward the end of the 17th century. But before the meeting dissolved, Bailey Cragdaly thought it meet to inquire who was to be the champion of Maudie, or Magdalen Proudfoot, and her 2 children. "There need be little inquiry about that," said Sir Patrick Charteris. "We are men and wear swords, which should be broken over the head of any one amongst us who will not draw it in behalf of the widow and orphans of our murdered fellow citizen, and in brave revenge of his death. If Sir John Ramorny shall personally resent the inquiry, Patrick Charteris of Kinfauns will do battle with him to the outrance, whilst horse and man may stand, or spear and blade hold together. But in case the challenger be of yeomanly degree, well wot I that Magdalen Proudfoot may choose her own champion among the bravest burghers of Perth, and shame and dishonour were it to the fair city for ever could she light upon one who were traitor and coward enough to say her nay. Bring her hither, that she may make her election." Henry Smith heard this with a melancholy anticipation that the poor woman's choice would light upon him, and that his recent reconciliation with his mistress would be again dissolved by his being engaged in a fresh quarrel, from which there lay no honourable means of escape, and which, in any other circumstances, he would have welcomed as a glorious opportunity of distinguishing himself, both in sight of the court and of the city. He was aware that, under the tuition of Father Clement, Catherine viewed the order of battle rather as an insult to religion than an appeal to the Deity, and did not consider it as reasonable that superior strength of arm or skill of weapon should be resorted to as the proof of moral guilt or innocence. He had therefore much to fear from her peculiar opinions in this particular, refined as they were beyond those of the age she lived in. While he thus suffered under these contending feelings, Magdalen, the widow of the slaughtered man, entered the court, wrapped in a deep mourning veil, and followed and supported by 5 or 6 women of good, that is, of respectability, dressed in the same melancholy attire. One of her attendants held an infant in her arms, the last pledge of poor Oliver's nuptial affections. Another led a little tottering creature of 2 years or thereabouts, which looked with wonder and fear, sometimes on the black dress in which they had muffled him, and sometimes on the scene around him. The assembly rose to receive the melancholy group, and saluted them with an expression of the deepest sympathy, which Magdalen, though the mate of poor Oliver, returned with an air of dignity which she borrowed, perhaps, from the extremity of her distress. Sir Patrick Charteris then stepped forward, and with the courtesy of a knight to a female, and of a protector to an oppressed and injured widow, took the poor woman's hand, and explained to her briefly by what course the city had resolved to follow out the vengeance due for her husband's slaughter. Having, with a softness and gentleness which did not belong to his general manner, ascertained that the unfortunate woman perfectly understood what was meant, he said aloud to the assembly, "Good citizens of Perth and free-born men of guild and craft, attend to what is about to pass, for it concerns your rights and privileges. Here stands Magdalen Proudfoot, desirous to follow forth the revenge due for the death of her husband, foully murdered, as she saith, by Sir John Ramorny, knight of that ilk, and which she offers to prove by the evidence of beer right, or by the body of a man. Therefore I, Patrick Charteris, being a belted knight and free-born gentleman, offer myself to do battle in her just quarrel, whilst man and horse may endure, if any one of my degree shall lift my glove. How say you, Magdalen Proudfoot? Will you accept me for your champion?" The widow answered with difficulty, "I can desire none nobler." Sir Patrick then took her right hand in his, and kissing her forehead, for such was the ceremony, said solemnly, "So may God and St. John prosper me at my need, as I will do my devoir as your champion, knightly, truly, and manfully. Go now, Magdalen, and choose at your will among the burgesses of the fair city, present or absent, any one upon whom you desire to rest your challenge, if he against whom you bring plaint shall prove to be beneath my degree." All eyes were turned to Henry Smith, whom the general voice had already pointed out as in every respect the fittest to act as champion on the occasion. But the widow waited not for the general prompting of their looks. As soon as Sir Patrick had spoken, she crossed the floor to the place where, near the bottom of the table, the armourer stood among the men of his degree, and took him by the hand. "Henry Gow, or Smith," she said, "good burgher and draughtsman, my husband," she would have said, but the word would not come forth. She was obliged to change the expression. "He who is gone loved and prized you over all men, therefore meet it is that thou shouldst follow out the quarrel of his widow and orphans." If there had been a possibility, which in that age there was not, of Henry's rejecting or escaping from a trust for which all men seemed to destine him, every wish and idea of retreat was cut off when the widow began to address him, and a command from heaven could hardly have made a stronger impression than did the appeal of the unfortunate Magdalen. Her allusion to his intimacy with the deceased moved him to the soul. During Oliver's life, doubtless, there had been a strain of absurdity in his excessive predilection for Henry, which, considering how very different they were in character, had in it something ludicrous. But all this was now forgotten, and Henry, giving way to his natural ardour, only remembered that Oliver had been his friend and intimate, a man who had loved and honoured him as much as he was capable of entertaining such sentiments for anyone, and above all, that there was much reason to suspect that the deceased had fallen victim to a blow meant for Henry himself. It was, therefore, with an alacrity which the minute before he could scarce have commanded, and which seemed to express a stern pleasure, that having pressed his lips to the cold brow of the unhappy Magdalen, the armourer replied: "I, Henry the Smith, dwelling in the Wynd of Perth, good man and true, and freely born, accept the office of champion to this widow Magdalen and these orphans, and will do battle in their quarrel to the death with any man whomsoever of my own degree, and that so long as I shall draw breath. So help me at my need, God and good St. John." There arose from the audience a half suppressed cry, expressing the interest which the persons present took in the prosecution of the quarrel, and their confidence in the issue. Sir Patrick Charteris then took measures for repairing to the king's presence, and demanding leave to proceed with inquiry into the murder of Oliver Proudfoot, according to the custom of beer right, and, if necessary, by combat. He performed this duty after the town council had dissolved, in a private interview between himself and the king, who heard of this new trouble with much vexation, and appointed next morning after mass for Sir Patrick and the parties interested to attend his pleasure in council. In the meantime, a royal pursuivant was dispatched to the constable's lodgings to call over the roll of Sir John Ramorny's attendants, and charge him, with his whole retinue, under high penalties, to abide within Perth until the king's pleasure should be farther known. End of Section 23. Section 24. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 21. In God's name, see the lists and all things fit. There let them end it. God defend the right. Henry IV, Part 2. In the same council room of the conventual palace of the Dominicans, King Robert was seated with his brother Albany, whose affected austerity of virtue and real art and dissimulation maintained so high an influence over the feeble-minded monarch. It was indeed natural that one who seldom saw things according to their real forms and outlines should view them according to the light in which they were presented to him by a bold, astucious man, possessing the claim of such near relationship. Ever anxious on account of his misguided and unfortunate son, the king was now endeavoring to make Albany coincide in opinion with him, in exculpating Rothsay from any part in the death of the bonnet maker, the precognition concerning which had been left by Sir Patrick Charteris for his Majesty's consideration. "This is an unhappy matter, brother Robin," he said, "a most unhappy occurrence, and goes nigh to put strife and quarrel betwixt the nobility and the commons here, as they have been at war together in so many distant lands. I see but one cause of comfort in the matter, and that is, that Sir John Ramorny having received his dismissal from the Duke of Rothsay's family, it cannot be said that he or any of his people who may have done this bloody deed, if it has truly been done by them, have been encouraged or hounded out upon such an errand by my poor boy. I am sure, brother, you and I can bear witness how readily, upon my entreaties, he agreed to dismiss Ramorny from his service on account of that brawl in Curfew Street." "I remember his doing so," said Albany, "and well do I hope that the connection betwixt the Prince and Ramorny has not been renewed since he seemed to comply with your Grace's wishes." "Seemed to comply! The connection renewed!" said the king. "What mean you by these expressions, brother? Surely when David promised to me that, if that unhappy matter of Curfew Street were but smothered up and concealed, he would part with Ramorny, as he was a counsellor thought capable of involving him in similar fooleries, and would acquiesce in our inflicting on him either exile or such punishment as it should please us to impose, surely you cannot doubt that he was sincere in his professions and would keep his word. Remember you not that, when you advised that a heavy fine should be levied upon his estate in Fife in lieu of banishment, the Prince himself seemed to say that exile would be better for Ramorny, and even for himself?" "I remember it well, my royal brother. Nor, truly, could I have suspected Ramorny of having so much influence over the Prince, after having been accessory to placing him in a situation so perilous, had it not been for my royal kinsman's own confession, alluded to by your Grace, that if suffered to remain at court he might still continue to influence his conduct. I then regretted I had advised a fine in place of exile. But that time is past, and now new mischief has occurred, fraught with much peril to your Majesty, as well as to your royal heir, and to the whole kingdom." "What mean you, Robin?" said the weak-minded king. "By the tomb of our parents, by the soul of Bruce, our immortal ancestor, I entreat thee, my dearest brother, to take compassion on me. Tell me what evil threatens my son or my kingdom." The features of the king, trembling with anxiety, and his eyes brimful of tears, were bent upon his brother, who seemed to assume time for consideration ere he replied: "My lord, the danger lies here. Your Grace believed that the Prince had no accession to this second aggression upon the citizens of Perth, the slaughter of this bonnet-making fellow, about whose death they clamour, as a set of gulls about their comrade, when one of the noisy brood is struck down by a boar's shaft." "Their lives," said the king, "are dear to themselves and their friends, Robin." "Truly, aye, my liege, and they make them dear to us too, ere we can settle with the knaves for the least blood wit. But, as I said, your Majesty thinks the Prince had no share in this last slaughter. I will not attempt to shake your belief in that delicate point, but will endeavour to believe along with you. What you think is rule for me, Robert of Albany, will never think otherwise than Robert of broad Scotland." Thank you," said the king, taking his brother's hand. "I knew I might rely that your affection would do justice to poor heedless Rothsay, who exposes himself to so much misconstruction that he scarcely deserves the sentiments you feel for him." Albany had such an immovable constancy of purpose that he was able to return the fraternal pressure of the king's hand, while tearing up by the very roots the hopes of the indulgent, fond old man. "But alas!" the Duke continued with a sigh, This burly, intractable knight of Kinfounts and his brawling herd of burghers will not view the matter as we do. They have the boldness to say that this dead fellow had been misused by Rothsay and his fellows, who were in the street in mask and revel, stopping men and women, compelling them to dance, or to drink huge quantities of wine, with other follies needless to recount. And they say that the whole party repaired in Sir John Ramorny's, and broke their way into the house in order to conclude their revel there, thus affording good reason to judge that the dismissal of Sir John from the Prince's service was but a feigned stratagem to deceive the public, and hence they urge that, if ill were done that night by Sir John Ramorny or his followers, much it is to be thought that the Duke of Rothsay must have at least been privy to, if he did not authorize it. "Albany, this is dreadful," said the king. "Would they make a murderer of my boy? Would they pretend my David would soil his hands in Scottish blood without having either provocation or purpose? No, no, they will not invent calumnies so broad as these, for they are flagrant and incredible." "Pardon, my liege," answered the Duke of Albany. "They say the cause of quarrel which occasioned the riot in Curfew Street, and its consequences, were more proper to the prince than to Sir John, since none suspects, far less believes, that that hopeful enterprise was conducted for the gratification of the knight of Ramorny." "Thou drivest me mad, Robin," said the king. "I am dumb," answered his brother. "I did but speak my poor mind, according to your royal order." "Thou meanest well, I know," said the king; "but instead of tearing me to pieces with the display of inevitable calamities, were it not kinder, Robin, to point me out some mode to escape from them?" "True, my liege, but as the only road of extrication is rough and difficult, it is necessary your grace should be first possessed with the absolute necessity of using it, ere you hear it even described. The chirurgeon must first convince his patient of the incurable condition of a shattered member, ere he venture to name amputation, though it be the only remedy." The king at these words was roused to a degree of alarm and indignation greater than his brother had deemed he could be awakened to. "Shattered and mortified member, my Lord of Albany! Amputation the only remedy! These are unintelligible words, my lord. If thou'st apply them to our son Rothsay, thou must make them good to the letter, else mayst thou have bitter cause to rue the consequence." "You construe me too literally, my royal liege," said Albany. "I spoke not of the prince in such unbeseeming terms, for I call heaven to witness that he is dearer to me as the son of a well-beloved brother than had he been son of my own. But I spoke in regard to separating him from the follies and vanities of life, which holy men say are like to mortified members, and ought, like them, to be cut off and thrown from us, as things which interrupt our progress in better things." "I understand. Thou wouldst have this Ramorny, who hath been thought the instrument of my son's follies, exiled from court," said the relieved monarch, "until these unhappy scandals are forgotten, and our subjects are disposed to look upon our son with different and more confiding eyes." "That were good counsel, my liege; but mine went a very little farther. I would have the prince himself removed for some brief period from court." "How, Albany? Part with my child, my firstborn, the light of my eyes, and wilful as he is, the darling of my heart? Oh, Robin, I cannot, and I will not." "Nay, I did but suggest, my lord. I am sensible of the wound such a proceeding must inflict on a parent's heart, for am I not myself a father?" And he hung his head as if in hopeless despondency. "I could not survive it, Albany. When I think that even our own influence over him, which, sometimes forgotten in our absence, is ever effectual whilst he is with us, is by your plan to be entirely removed, what perils might he not rush upon? I could not sleep in his absence. I should hear his death groan in every breeze, and you, Albany, though you conceal it better, would be nearly as anxious." Thus spoke the facile monarch, willing to conciliate his brother and cheat himself by taking it for granted that an affection, of which there were no traces, subsisted betwixt the uncle and nephew. "Your paternal apprehensions are too easily alarmed, my lord," said Albany. "I do not propose to leave the disposal of the prince's motions to his own wild pleasure. I understand that the prince is to be placed for a short time under some becoming restraint, that he should be subjected to the charge of some grave counsellor, who must be responsible both for his conduct and his safety, as a tutor for his pupil." "How! A tutor, and at Rothsay's age?" exclaimed the king. "He is 2 years beyond the space to which our laws limit the term of nonage." "The wiser Romans," said Albany, "extended it for 4 years after the period we assign; and, in common sense, the right of control ought to last till it be no longer necessary, and so the time ought to vary with the disposition. Here is young Lindsay, the Earl of Crawford, who they say gives patronage to Ramorny on this appeal. He is a lad of 15, with the deep passions and fixed purpose of a man of 30, while my royal nephew, with much more amiable and noble qualities both of head and heart, sometimes shows at 23 years of age the wanton humours of a boy, towards whom restraint may be kindness. And do not be discouraged that it is so, my liege, or angry with your brother for telling the truth, since the best fruits are those that are slowest in ripening, and the best horses such as give most trouble to the grooms, who train them for the field or lists." The Duke stopped, and after suffering King Robert to indulge for 2 or 3 minutes in a reverie, which he did not attempt to interrupt, he added, in a more lively tone, "But cheer up, my noble liege. Perhaps the feud may be made up without farther fighting or difficulty. The widow is poor, for her husband, though he was much employed, had idle and costly habits. The matter may be therefore redeemed for money, and the amount of an assignment may be recovered out of Ramorny's estate." "Nay, that we will ourselves discharge," said King Robert, eagerly catching at the hope of a pacific termination of this unpleasing debate. "Ramorny's prospects will be destroyed by his being sent from court and deprived of his charge in Rothsay's household, and it would be ungenerous to load a falling man. But here comes our secretary, the prior, to tell us the hour of council approaches. Good morrow, my worthy father." "Benedicite, my royal liege," answered the abbot. "Now, good father," continued the king, "without waiting for Rothsay, whose accession to our councils we will ourselves guarantee, proceed we to the business of our kingdom. What advices have you from the Douglas?" "He has arrived at his castle of Tantillon, my liege, and has sent a post to say that though the Earl of March remains in sullen seclusion in his fortress of Dunbar, his friends and followers are gathering and forming an encampment near Coldingham, where it is supposed they intend to await the arrival of a large force of English, which Hotspur and Sir Ralph Percy are assembling on the English frontier." "That is cold news," said the king, "and may God forgive George of Dunbar." The prince entered as he spoke, and he continued, "Ha! Thou art here at length, Rothsay. I saw thee not at mass." "I was an idler this morning," said the prince, "having spent a restless and feverish night." "Ah, foolish boy!" answered the king. "Hadst thou not been over restless on Fastern's Eve, thou hadst not been feverish on the night of Ash Wednesday." "Let me not interrupt your praying, my liege," said the prince lightly. "Your grace was invoking heaven in behalf of someone, an enemy doubtless, for these have the frequent advantage of your orisons." "Sit down and be at peace, foolish youth," said his father, his eye resting at the same time on the handsome face and graceful figure of his favourite son. Rothsay drew a cushion near to his father's feet and threw himself carelessly down upon it, while the king resumed. I was regretting that the Earl of March, having separated Warm from my hand with full assurance that he should receive compensation for everything which he could complain of as injurious, should have been capable of caballing with Northumberland against his own country. Is it possible he could doubt our intentions to make good our word?" "I will answer for him, no," said the Prince. "March never doubted your Highness's word. Marry, he may well have made question whether your learned counsellors would leave your Majesty the power of keeping it." Robert III had adopted to a great extent the timid policy of not seeming to hear expressions which, being heard, required, even in his own eyes, some display of displeasure. He passed on therefore in his discourse without observing his son's speech. But in private Rothesay's rashness augmented the displeasure which his father began to entertain against him. "It is well the Douglas is on the marches," said the king. "His breast, like those of his ancestors, has ever been the best bulwark of Scotland." "Then woe betide us if he should turn his back to the enemy," said the incorrigible Rothesay. "Dare you impeach the courage of Douglas?" replied the king, extremely chafed. "No man dare question the earl's courage," said Rothesay. "It is as certain as his pride. But his luck may be something doubted." "By Saint Andrew David," exclaimed his father, "thou art like a screech owl. Every word thou sayest betokens strife and calamity." "I am silent, father," answered the youth. "And what news of our Highland disturbances?" continued the king, addressing the prior. "I trust they have assumed a favourable aspect," answered the clergyman. "The fire which threatened the whole country is likely to be drenched out by the blood of some 40 or 50 kerne. For the two great confederacies have agreed, by solemn indenture of arms, to decided their quarrel with such weapons as your Highness may name, and in your royal presence, in such place as shall be appointed, on the 30th of March next to come, being Palm Sunday. The number of combatants being limited to 30 on each side, and the fight to be maintained to extremity, since they affectionately make humble suit and petition to your Majesty that you will parentally condescend to waive for the day your royal privilege of interrupting the combat, by flinging down of truncheon, or crying of ho, until the battle shall be utterly fought to an end." "The wild savages!" exclaimed the king. "Would they limit our best and dearest royal privilege, that of putting a stop to strife and crying truce to battle? Will they remove the only motive which could bring me to the butcherly spectacle of their combat? Would they fight like men, or like their own mountain wolves?" "My lord," said Albany, "the Earl of Crawford and I had presumed, without consulting you, to ratify that preliminary, for the adoption of which we saw much and pressing reason." "How? The Earl of Crawford?" said the king. "Methinks he is a young counsellor on such grave occurrence." "He is," replied Albany, "notwithstanding his early years, of such esteem among his Highland neighbours, that I could have done little with them but for his aid and influence." "Hear this, young Rothesay," said the king reproachfully to his heir. "I pity Crawford, sire," replied the prince. "He has too early lost a father, whose counsels would have better become such a season as this." The king turned next towards Albany with a look of triumph at the filial affection which his son displayed in his reply. Albany proceeded without emotion. "It is not the life of these Highlandmen, but their death, which is to be profitable to this Commonwealth of Scotland. And truly it seemed to the Earl of Crawford and myself most desirable that the combat should be a strife of extermination." "Marry," said the prince, "if such be the juvenile policy of Lindsay, he will be a merciful ruler some 10 or 12 years hence. Out upon a boy that is hard of heart before he has hair upon his lip! Better he had contented himself with fighting cocks, on fasterns even, than laying schemes for massacring men on Palm Sunday, as if he were backing a Welsh main, where all must fight to death." "Rothesay is right, Albany," said the king. "It were unlike a Christian monarch to give way in this point. I cannot consent to see men battle until they are all hewn down like cattle in the shambles.
It would sicken me to look at it, and the water would drop from my hand for mere lack of strength to hold it." "It would drop unheeded," said Albany. "Let me entreat your grace to recollect that you only give up a royal privilege which, exercised, would win you no respect, since it would receive no obedience. Were your majesty to throw down your water when the war is high, and these men's blood is hot, it would meet no more regard than if a sparrow should drop among a herd of battling wolves the straw which he was carrying to his nest. Nothing will separate them but the exhaustion of slaughter, and better they sustain it at the hands of each other than from the swords of such troops as might attempt to separate them at your majesty's commands. An attempt to keep the peace by violence would be construed into an ambush laid for them. Both parties would unite to resist it. The slaughter would be the same, and the hoped for results of future peace would be utterly disappointed." "There is even too much truth in what you say, brother Robin," replied the flexible king. "To little purpose is it to command what I cannot enforce; and although I have the unhappiness to do so each day of my life, it were needless to give such a very public example of royal impotency before the crowds who may assemble to behold the spectacle. Let these savage men, therefore, work their bloody will to the uttermost upon each other. I will not attempt to forbid what I cannot prevent them from executing. Heaven help this wretched country! I will to my oratory and pray for her, since to aid her by hand and head is alike denied to me. Father Prior, I pray the support of your arm." "Nay, but brother," said Albany, "forgive me if I remind you that we must hear the matter between the citizens of Perth and Ramornie about the death of a townsman." "True, true," said the monarch, reseating himself. "More violence, more battle. Oh, Scotland, Scotland! If the best blood of thy bravest children could enrich thy barren soil, what land on earth would excel thee in fertility? When is it that a white hair is seen on the beard of a Scottishman, unless he be some wretch like thy sovereign, protected from murder by impotence, to witness the scenes of slaughter to which he cannot put a period? Let them come in, delay them not. They are in haste to kill, and grudge each other each fresh breath of their Creator's blessed air. The demon of strife and slaughter hath possessed the whole land." As the mild prince threw himself back on his seat with an air of impatience and anger not very usual with him, the door at the lower end of the room was unclosed, and advancing from the gallery into which it led, where in perspective was seen a guard of the Bute men, or Brandanes, under arms, came in mournful procession the widow of poor Oliver, led by Sir Patrick Charteris, with as much respect as if she had been a lady of the first rank. Behind them came two women of good, the wives of magistrates of the city, both in mourning garments, one bearing the infant and the other leading the elder child. The smith followed in his best attire, and wearing over his buff coat a scarf of crape. Bailie Cragdaly and a brother magistrate closed the melancholy procession, exhibiting similar marks of mourning. The good king's transitory passion was gone the instant he looked at the pallid countenance of the sorrowing widow, and beheld the unconsciousness of the innocent orphans who had sustained so great a loss. And when Sir Patrick Charteris had assisted Magdalen Proudfoot to kneel down, and still holding her hand, kneeled himself on one knee, it was with a sympathetic tone that King Robert asked her name and business. She made no answer, but muttered something, looking towards her conductor. "Speak for the poor woman, Sir Patrick Charteris," said the king, "and tell us the cause of her seeking our presence." "So please you, my liege," answered Sir Patrick, rising up, "this woman and these unhappy orphans make plaint to your highness upon Sir John Ramornie of Ramornie, knight, that by him, or by some of his household, her umquhile husband, Oliver Proudfoot, freeman and burgess of Perth, was slain upon the streets of the city on the eve of Shrove Tuesday, or morning of Ash Wednesday."
Woman, replied the king with much kindness, thou art gentle by sex, and shouldst be pitiful even by thy affliction; for our own calamity ought to make us, nay, I think it doth make us, merciful to others. Thy husband hath only trodden the path appointed to us all. In his case, said the widow, my liege must remember it has been a brief and a bloody one. I agree he hath had foul measure, but since I have been unable to protect him, as I confess was my royal duty, I am willing in atonement to support thee and these orphans as well or better than you lived in the days of your husband. Only do thou pass from this charge, and be not the occasion of spilling more life. Remember, I put before you the choice betwixt practising mercy and pursuing vengeance, and that betwixt plenty and penury. It is true, my liege, we are poor, answered the widow, with unshaken firmness, but I and my children will feed with the beasts of the field ere we live on the price of my husband's blood. I demand the combat by my champion, as you are belted knight and crowned king. I knew it would be so, said the king aside to Albany. In Scotland the first words stammered by an infant and the last uttered by a dying greybeard are combat, blood, revenge. It skills not arguing farther. Admit the defendants. Sir John Ramorny entered the apartment. He was dressed in a long furred robe, such as men of quality wore when they were unarmed. Concealed by the folds of drapery, his wounded arm was supported by a scarf or sling of crimson silk, and with the left arm he leaned on a youth who, scarcely beyond the years of boyhood, bore on his brow the deep impression of early thought and premature passion. This was that celebrated Lindsay, Earl of Crawford, who in his after days was known by the epithet of the Tiger Earl, and who ruled the great and rich valley of Strathmore with the absolute power and unrelenting cruelty of a feudal tyrant. 2 or 3 gentlemen, friends of the Earl, or of his own, countenanced Sir John Ramorny by their presence on this occasion. The charge was again stated, and met by a broad denial on the part of the accused, and in reply the challengers offered to prove their assertion by an appeal to the order of beer right. I am not bound, answered Sir John Ramorny, to submit to this ordeal, since I can prove by the evidence of my late royal master that I was in my own lodgings, lying on my bed ill at ease, while this provost and these bailies pretend I was committing a crime to which I had neither will nor temptation. I can therefore be no just object of suspicion. I can aver, said the prince, that I saw and conversed with Sir John Ramorny about some matters concerning my own household on the very night when this murder was a-doing. I therefore know that he was ill at ease, and could not in person commit the deed in question. But I know nothing of the employment of his attendants, and will not take it upon me to say that some of them may not have been guilty of the crime now charged on them. Sir John Ramorny had, during the beginning of this speech, looked round with an air of defiance which was somewhat disconcerted by the concluding sentence of Rothsay's speech. I thank your highness, he said with a smile, for your cautious and limited testimony in my behalf. He was wise who wrote, "Put not your faith in princes." If you have no other evidence of your innocence, Sir John Ramorny, said the king, we may not, in respect to your followers, refuse to the injured widow and orphans, the complainers, the grant of a proof by ordeal of beer right, unless any of them should prefer that of combat. For yourself you are, by the prince's evidence, freed from the attaint. My liege, answered Sir John, I can take warrant upon myself for the innocence of my household and followers. Why, so a monk or a woman might speak, said Sir Patrick Charteris. In knightly language wilt thou, Sir John de Ramorny, do battle with me in the behalf of thy followers? The Provost of Perth had not obtained time to name the word combat, said Ramorny, ere I would have accepted it, but I am not at present fit to hold a lance. I am glad of it, under your favour, Sir John. There will be the less bloodshed, said the king. You must therefore produce your followers according to your steward's household book, in the great church of St. John, that in presence of all whom it may concern, they may purge themselves of this accusation. See that every man of them do appear at the time of high mass, otherwise your honour may be sorely tainted. They shall attend to a man, said Sir John Ramorny. Then bowing low to the king, he directed himself to the young Duke of Rothesay, and making a deep obeisance, spoke so as to be heard by him alone. You have used me generously, my lord. One word of your lips could have ended this controversy, and you have refused to speak it. On my life, whispered the prince, I spake as far as the extreme verge of truth and conscience would permit. I think thou couldst not expect I should frame lies for thee. And after all, John, in my broken recollections of that night, I do bethink me of a butcherly looking mute with a curtal axe, much like such a one as may have done yonder night job. Ha! Have I touched you, Sir Knight? Ramorny made no answer, but turned as precipitately as if someone had pressed suddenly on his wounded arm, and regained his lodgings with the Earl of Crawford, to whom, though disposed for anything rather than revelry, he was obliged to offer a splendid collation, to acknowledge in some degree his sense of the countenance which the young noble had afforded him. Section 25. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 22. In Pottingry he wrought great pain. He murderit many in Medicine. Dunbar. When, after an entertainment, the prolonging of which was like torture to the wounded knight, the Earl of Crawford at length took horse to go to his distant quarters in the castle of Duplin, where he resided as a guest, the Knight of Ramorny retired into his sleeping apartment, agonized by pains of body and anxiety of mind. Here he found Henbane Dwyning, on whom it was his hard fate to depend for consolation in both respects. The physician, with his affectation of extreme humility, hoped he saw his exalted patient merry and happy. Merry as a mad dog, said Ramorny, and happy as the wretch whom the cur hath bitten, and who begins to feel the approach of the ravening madness. That ruthless boy Crawford saw my agony, and spared not a single carouse. I must do him justice, forsooth. If I had done justice to him and to the world, I had thrown him out of window and cut short a career which, if he grew up as he has begun, will prove a source of misery to all Scotland, but especially to Tayside. Take heed as thou undoest the ligatures, Chirurgeon. The touch of a fly's wing on that raw glowing stump were like a dagger to me. Fear not, my noble patron, said the leech, with a chuckling laugh of enjoyment, which he vainly endeavoured to disguise under a tone of affected sensibility. We will apply some fresh balsam, and relieve your knightly honour of the irritation which you sustain so firmly. Firmly, man, said Ramorny, grinning with pain. I sustain it as I would the scorching flames of purgatory. The bone seems made of red-hot iron. Thy greasy ointment will hiss as it drops upon the wound, and yet it is December's ice, compared to the fever fit of my mind. We will first use our emollients upon the body, my noble patron, said Dwyning, and then, with your knighthood's permission, your servant will try his art on the troubled mind, though I fain hope even the mental pain also may in some degree depend on the irritation of the wound, and that, abated as I trust the corporeal pangs will soon be, perhaps the stormy feelings of the mind may subside of themselves. "Henbane Dwyning," said the patient, as he felt the pain of his wound assuaged, "thou art a precious and invaluable leech, but some things are beyond thy power. Thou canst stupefy my bodily cause of this raging agony, but thou canst not teach me to bear the score of the boy whom I have brought up, whom I loved, Dwyning, for I did love him, dearly love him. The worst of my ill deeds have been to flatter his vices, and he grudged me a word of his mouth, when a word would have allayed this cumber. He smiled too, I saw him smile, when yon paltry provost, the companion and patron of wretched burghers, defied me, whom this heartless prince knew to be unable to bear arms. Ere I forget or forgive it, thou thyself shalt preach up the pardoning of injuries, and then the care for tomorrow. Think'st thou, Henbane Dwyning, that in very reality the wounds of the slaughtered corpse will gape and shed tears of fresh blood at the murderer's approach?" "I cannot tell, my lord, save by report," said Dwyning, "which avouches the fact." "The brute Banthron," said Ramorny, "is startled at the apprehension of such a thing, and speaking of being rather willing to stand the combat. What thinkest thou? He is a fellow of steel." "It is the armourer's trade to deal with steel," replied Dwyning. "Were Banthron to fall, it would little grieve me," said Ramorny, "though I should miss an useful hand. I well believe your lordship will not sorrow as for that you lost in Curfew Street. Excuse my pleasantry, he he. But what are the useful properties of this fellow Banthron?" "Those of a bulldog," answered the knight. "He worries without barking." "You have no fear of his confessing?" said the physician. "Who can tell what the dread of approaching death may do?" replied the patient. "He has already shown a timorousness entirely alien from his ordinary sullenness of nature. He that would scarce wash his hands after he had slain a man is now afraid to see a dead body bleed." "Well," said the leech, "I must do something for him if I can, since it was to further my revenge that he struck yonder downright blow, though by ill luck it lighted not where it was intended." "And whose fault was that, timid villain," said Ramorny, "save thine own, who marked a rascal deer for a buck of the first head?" "Benedicite, noble sir," replied the mediciner, "would you have me, who know little save of chamber practice, be as skilful of woodcraft as your noble self, or tell hart from hind, doe from roe, in a glade at midnight? I misdoubted me little when I saw the figure run past us to the smith's habitation in the wind, habited like a morris dancer, and yet my mind partly misgave me whether it was our man, for methought he seemed less of stature. But when he came out again, after so much time as to change his dress, and swaggered onward with buff coat and steel cap, whistling after the armourer's wonted fashion, I do own I was mistaken supertaudum materium, and loosed your knighthood's bulldog upon him, who did his devoir most duly, though he pulled down the wrong deer. Therefore, unless the accursed smith kill our poor friend stone dead on the spot, I am determined, if art may do it, that the bandog Banthron shall not miscarry." "It will put thine art to the test, man of medicine," said Ramorny. "For know that, having the worst of the combat, if our champion be not killed stone dead in the lists, he will be drawn forth of them by the heels, and without further ceremony knitted up to the gallows, as convicted of the murder; and when he hath swung there like a loose tassel for an hour or so, I think thou wilt hardly take it in hand to cure his broken neck." "I am of a different opinion, may it please your knighthood," answered Dwyning gently. "I will carry him off from the very foot of the gallows into the land of faery, like King Arthur, or Sir Huon of Bordeaux, or Ugero the Dane. Or I will, if I please, suffer him to dangle on the gibbet for a certain number of minutes or hours, and then whisk him away from the sight of all, with as much ease as the wind wafts away the withered leaf."
"This is idle boasting, Sir Leech," replied Ramorny. "The whole mob of Perth will attend him to the gallows, each more eager than another to see the retainer of a nobleman die, for the slaughter of a cuckoldly citizen. There will be 1,000 of them round the gibbet's foot." "And were there 10,000," said Twining, "shall I, who am a high clerk, and have studied in Spain and Araby itself, not be able to deceive the eyes of this hoggish herd of citizens, when the pettiest juggler that ever dealt in legerdemain can gull even the sharp observation of your most intelligent knighthood? I tell you, I will put the change on them as if I were in possession of Keddy's ring." "If thou speakest truth," answered the knight, "and I think thou darest not palter with me on such a theme, thou must have the aid of Satan, and I will have naught to do with him. I disown and defy him." Twining indulged in his internal chuckling laugh when he heard his patron testify his defiance of the foul fiend, and saw him second it by crossing himself. He composed himself, however, upon observing Ramorny's aspect become very stern, and said with tolerable gravity, though a little interrupted by the effort necessary to suppress his mirthful mood: "Confederacy, most devout sir, confederacy is the soul of jugglery. But I have not the honour to be an ally of the gentleman of whom you speak, in whose existence I am no very profound believer, though your knightship doubtless have better opportunities of acquaintance." "Proceed, rascal, and without that sneer, which thou mayest otherwise dearly pay for." "I will, most undaunted," replied Twining. "Know that I have my confederate too, else my skill were little worth." "And who may that be, pray you?" "Stephen Smotherwell, if it like your honour, lockman of this fair city. I marvel your knighthood knows him not." "And I marvel thy knaveship knows him not on professional acquaintance," replied Ramorny. "But I see thy nose is unslit, thy ears yet uncropped, and if thy shoulders are scarred or branded, thou art wise, for using a high collared jerkin." "Your honour is pleasant," said the mediciner. "It is not by personal circumstances that I have acquired the intimacy of Stephen Smotherwell, but on account of a certain traffic betwixt us, in which, an't please you, I exchanged certain sums of silver for the bodies, heads, and limbs of those who die by aid of friend Stephen." "Wretch!" exclaimed the knight with horror, "is it to compose charms and forward works of witchcraft that you trade for these miserable relics of mortality?" "Not an it please your knighthood," answered the mediciner, much amused with the ignorance of his patron. "But we, who are knights of the scalpel, are accustomed to practice careful carving of the limbs of defunct persons, which we call dissection, whereby we discover, by examination of a dead member, how to deal with one belonging to a living man, which hath become diseased through injury or otherwise. Ah, if your honour saw my poor laboratory, I could show you heads and hands, feet and lungs, which have been long supposed to be rotting in the mould. The skull of Wallace, stolen from London Bridge, the head of Sir Simon Fraser, the famous ancestor of the Lovats, slain at Halidon Hill, executed in London in 1306, that never feared man, the lovely skull of the fair Katie Logie, should be Margaret Logie, the beautiful mistress of David II. Oh, had I but had the fortune to have preserved the chivalrous hand of mine honoured patron!" "Out upon thee, slave! Thinkest thou to disgust me with thy catalogue of horrors? Tell me at once where thy discourse drives. How can thy traffic with the hangdog executioner be of avail to serve me, or to help my servant Banthran?" "Nay, I do not recommend it to your knighthood, save in an extremity," replied Twining. "But we will suppose the battle fought and our cock beaten. Now we must first possess him with the certainty that, if unable to gain the day, we will at least save him from the hangman, provided he confess nothing which can prejudice your knighthood's honour." "Ha! "Ay, a thought strikes me," said Ramorny. "We can do more than this. We can place a word in Banthran's mouth that will be troublesome enough to him whom I am bound to curse for being the cause of my misfortune. Let us to the bandog's kennel, and explain to him what is to be done in every view of the question. If we can persuade him to stand the beer ordeal, it may be a mere bugbear, and in that case we are safe. If he take the combat, he is fierce as a baited bear, and may perchance master his opponent. Then we are more than safe, we are avenged. If Banthran himself is vanquished, we will put thy device in exercise, and if thou canst manage it cleanly, we may dictate his confession, take the advantage of it, as I will show thee on further conference, and make a giant stride towards satisfaction for my wrongs. Still there remains one hazard. Suppose our mastiff mortally wounded in the lists, who shall prevent his growling out some species of confession different from what we would recommend?" "Marry, that can his mediciner," said Twining. "Let me wait on him, and have the opportunity to lay but a finger on his wound, and trust me, he shall betray no confidence." "Why, there's a willing fiend that needs neither pushing nor prompting," said Ramorny. "As I trust I shall need neither in your knighthood's service." "We will go indoctrinate our agent," continued the knight. "We shall find him pliant, for hound as he is, he knows those who feed from those who browbeat him. And he holds a late royal master of mine in deep hate for some injurious treatment and base terms which he received at his hand. I must also farther concert with thee the particulars of thy practice for saving the band dog from the hands of the herd of citizens. We leave this worthy pair of friends to their secret practices, of which we shall afterwards see the results. They were, although of different qualities, as well matched for device and execution of criminal projects as the greyhound is to destroy the game which the slow hound raises, or the slow hound to track the prey which the gaze hound discovers by the eye. Pride and selfishness were the characteristics of both, but from the difference of rank, education, and talents, they had assumed the most different appearance in the two individuals. Nothing could less resemble the high-blown ambition of the favorite courtier, the successful gallant, and the bold warrior than the submissive, unassuming mediciner, who seemed even to court and delight in insult, whilst in his secret soul he felt himself possessed of a superiority of knowledge, a power both of science and of mind, which placed the rude nobles of the day infinitely beneath him. So conscious was Henbane Twining of this elevation, that, like a keeper of wild beasts, he sometimes adventured, for his own amusement, to rouse the stormy passions of such men as Ramorny, trusting, with his humble manner, to elude the turmoil he had excited, as an Indian boy will launch his light canoe, secure from its very fragility, upon a broken surf, in which the boat of an argosy would be assuredly dashed to pieces. That the feudal baron should despise the humble practitioner in medicine was a matter of course, but Ramorny felt not the less the influence which Twining exercised over him, and was in the encounter of their wits often mastered by him, as the most eccentric efforts of a fiery horse are overcome by a boy of 12 years old, if he has been bred to the arts of the manège. But the contempt of Twining for Ramorny was far less qualified. He regarded the knight, in comparison with himself, as scarcely rising above the brute creation, capable indeed of working destruction, as the bull with his horns or the wolf with his fangs, but mastered by mean prejudices, and a slave to priestcraft, in which phrase Twining included religion of every kind. On the whole, he considered Ramorny as one whom nature had assigned to him as a serf, to mine for the gold which he worshipped, and the avaricious love of which was his greatest failing, though by no means his worst vice. He vindicated this sordid tendency in his own eyes by persuading himself that it had its source in the love of power.
Henbane Dwyning, he said, as he gazed in delight upon the hoards which he had secretly amassed, and which he visited from time to time, is no silly miser that dotes on those pieces for their golden lustre. It is the power with which they endow the possessor which makes him thus adore them. What is there that these put not within your command? Do you love beauty and are mean, deformed, infirm, and old? Here is a lure the fairest hawk of them all will stoop to. Are you feeble, weak, subject to the oppression of the powerful? Here is that will arm in your defense those more mighty than the petty tyrant whom you fear. Are you splendid in your wishes, and desire the outward show of opulence? This dark chest contains many a wide range of hill and dale, many a fair forest full of game, the allegiance of 1,000 vassals. Wish you for favor in courts, temporal or spiritual? The smiles of kings, the pardon of popes and priests for old crimes, and the indulgence which encourages priest-ridden fools to venture on new ones. All these holy incentives to vice may be purchased for gold. Revenge itself, which the gods are said to reserve to themselves, doubtless because they envy humanity so sweet a morsel, revenge itself is to be bought by it. But it is also to be won by superior skill, and that is the nobler mode of reaching it. I will spare, then, my treasure for other uses, and accomplish my revenge gratis. Or rather, I will add the luxury of augmented wealth to the triumph of requited wrongs. Thus thought Dwyning, as, returned from his visit to Sir John Ramorny, he added the gold he had received for his various services to the mass of his treasure, and having gloated over the whole for a minute or two, turned the key on his concealed treasure house, and walked forth on his visits to his patients, yielding the wall to every man whom he met, and bowing and doffing his bonnet to the poorest burgher that owned a petty booth. Nay, to the artificers who gained their precarious bread by the labor of their whelped hands. Caitiffs, was the thought of his heart while he did such obeisance. Base, sodden-witted mechanics, did you know what this key could disclose, what foul weather from heaven would prevent your unbonneting, what putrid kennel in your wretched hamlet would be disgusting enough to make you scruple to fall down and worship the owner of such wealth? But I will make you feel my power, though it suits my honor to hide the source of it. I will be an incubus to your city, since you have rejected me as a magistrate. Like the night mare, I will hag ride ye, yet remain invisible myself. This miserable Ramorny, too, he who, in losing his hand, has, like a poor artisan, lost the only valuable part of his frame. He heaps insulting language on me, as if anything which he can say had power to chafe a constant mind like mine. Yet, while he calls me rogue, villain, and slave, he acts as wisely as if he should amuse himself by pulling hairs out of my head, while my hand had hold of his heartstrings. Every insult I can pay back instantly by a pang of bodily pain or mental agony. And I run no long accounts with his knighthood, that must be allowed. While the mediciner was thus indulging his diabolical musing, and passing in his creeping manner along the street, the cry of females was heard behind him. "Ah, there he is! Our Lady be praised! There is the most helpful man in Perth," said one voice. "They may speak of knights and kings, for redressing wrongs, as they call it, but give me worthy Master Dwyning, the potter carrier, comers," replied another. At the same moment the leech was surrounded and taken hold of by the speakers, good women of the fair city. "How now? What's the matter?" said Dwyning. "Whose cow has calved?" "There is no calving in the case," said one of the women, "but a poor fatherless wean dying. So come away with you, for our trust is constant in you, as Bruce said to Donald of the Isles." "Ope ferc per orbem decor," said Henbane Dwyning. "What is the child dying of?" "The croup! The croup!"
screamed one of the gossips. "The innocent is roping like a corby." Sinanque trachealis. That disease makes brief work. Show me the house instantly, continued the mediciner, who was in the habit of exercising his profession liberally, notwithstanding his natural avarice, and humanely, in spite of his natural malignity. As we can suspect him of no better principle, his motive most probably may have been vanity and the love of his art. He would nevertheless have declined giving his attendance in the present case, had he known whither the kind gossips were conducting him, in time sufficient to frame an apology. But ere he guessed where he was going, the leech was hurried into the house of the late Oliver Proudfoot, from which he heard the chant of the women, as they swathed and dressed the corpse of the umquhile bonnet maker for the ceremony of next morning, of which chant the following verses may be received as a modern imitation. Viewless essence, thin and bare, well nigh melted into air, still with fondness hovering near, the earthly form thou once didst wear. Pause upon thy pinion's flight, be thy course to left or right, be thou doomed to soar or sink, pause upon the awful brink. To avenge the deed expelling thee untimely from thy dwelling, mystic force thou shalt retain o'er the blood and o'er the brain. When the form thou shalt espy that darkened on thy closing eye, when the footstep thou shalt hear that thrilled upon thy dying ear, then strange sympathies shall wake, the flesh shall thrill, the nerves shall quake, the wounds renew their clotted flood, and every drop cry blood for blood. Hardened as he was, the physician felt reluctance to pass the threshold of the man to whose death he had been so directly, though, so far as the individual was concerned, mistakenly accessory. "Let me pass on, women," he said. "My art can only help the living. The dead are past our power." "Nay, but your patient is upstairs, the youngest orphan." Twining was compelled to go into the house, but he was surprised when, the instant he stepped over the threshold, the gossips, who were busied with the dead body, stinted suddenly in their song, while one said to the others, "In God's name, who entered? That was a large gout of blood." "Not so," said another voice, "it is a drop of the liquid balm." "Nay, comer, it was blood. Again I say, who entered the house even now?" One looked out from the apartment into the little entrance where Twining, under pretense of not distinctly seeing the trap ladder by which he was to ascend into the upper part of this house of lamentation, was delaying his progress purposely, disconcerted with what had reached him of the conversation. "Nay, it is only worthy Master Henbane Twining," answered one of the sibyls. "Only Master Twining," replied the one who had first spoken, in a tone of acquiescence. "Our best helper in need. Then it must have been balm, sure enough." "Nay," said the other, "it may have been blood nevertheless, for the leech, look you, when the body was found, was commanded by the magistrates to probe the wound with his instruments, and how could the poor dead corpse know that that was done with good purpose?" "Ay, truly, comer, and as poor Oliver often mistook friends for enemies while he was in life, his judgment cannot be thought to have mended now." Twining heard no more, being now forced upstairs into a species of garret, where Magdalen sat on her widowed bed, clasping to her bosom her infant, which, already black in the face and uttering the gasping crowing sound which gives the popular name to the complaint, seemed on the point of rendering up its brief existence. A Dominican monk sat near the bed, holding the other child in his arms, and seeming from time to time to speak a word or two of spiritual consolation, or intermingle some observation on the child's disorder. The mediciner cast upon the good father a single glance, filled with that ineffable disdain which men of science entertain against interlopers. His own aid was instant and efficacious. He snatched the child from the despairing mother, stripped its throat, and opened a vein, which, as it bled freely, relieved the little patient instantaneously. In a brief space every dangerous symptom disappeared, and Dwyning, having bound up the vein, replaced the infant in the arms of the half distracted mother. The poor woman's distress for her husband's loss, which had been suspended during the extremity of the child's danger, now returned on Magdalen with the force of an augmented torrent, which has borne down the dam dyke that for a while interrupted its waves. "Oh, learned sir," she said, "you see a poor woman of her that you once knew a richer. But the hands that restored this bairn to my arms must not leave this house empty. Generous, kind Master Dwyning, accept of his beads. They are made of ebony and silver. He aye liked to have his things as handsome as any gentleman, and liker he was in all his ways to a gentleman than any one of his standing, and even so came of it." With these words, in a mute passion of grief, she pressed to her breast and to her lips the chaplet of her deceased husband, and proceeded to thrust it into Dwyning's hands. "Take it," she said, "for the love of one who loved you well. Ah, he used ever to say, if ever man could be brought back from the brink of the grave, it must be by Master Dwyning's guidance. And his ain bairn is brought back this blessed day, and he is lying there stark and stiff, and kens nothing of its health and sickness. Oh, woe is me, and wallawa! But take the beads, and think on his pure soul. As you put them through your fingers, he will be freed from purgatory, the sooner that good people pray to Eswalzi him." "Take back your beads, cummer. I know no legardly man, can do no conjuring tricks," said the mediciner, who, more moved than perhaps his rugged nature had anticipated, endeavored to avoid receiving the ill-omened gift. But his last words gave offence to the churchman, whose presence he had not recollected when he uttered them. "How now, Sir Leech," said the Dominican, "do you call prayers for the dead juggling tricks? I know that Chaucer, the English maker, says of you mediciners that your study is but little on the Bible. Our mother, the Church, hath nodded of late, but her eyes are now opened to discern friends from foes, and be well assured—" "Nay, reverend father," said Dwyning, "you take me at too great advantage. I said I could do no miracles, and was about to add that, as the Church certainly could work such conclusions, those rich beads should be deposited in your hands to be applied as they may best benefit the soul of the deceased." He dropped the beads into the Dominican's hand and escaped from the house of mourning. "This was a strangely timed visit," he said to himself when he had got safe out of doors. "I hold such things cheap as any can, yet, though it is but a silly fancy, I am glad I saved the squalling child's life. But I must to my friend Smotherwell, whom I have no doubt to bring to my purpose in the matter of Bonthron, and thus on this occasion I shall save 2 lives and have destroyed only 1. End of Section 25. Section 26. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 23. Lo, where he lies, embalmed in gore, his wound to heaven cries, the floodgates of his blood implore for vengeance from the skies. Uranus and Psyche. The high church of St. John in Perth, being that of the patron saint of the burgh, had been selected by the magistrates as that in which the community was likely to have most fair play for the display of the ordeal. The churches and convents of the Dominicans, Carthusians, and others of the regular clergy had been highly endowed by the king and nobles, and therefore it was the universal cry of the city council that "there ain good auld St. John," of whose good graces they thought themselves sure, ought to be fully confided in and preferred to the new patrons, for whom the Dominicans, Carthusians, Carmelites, and others had founded newer seats around the fair city.
The disputes between the regular and secular clergy added to the jealousy which dictated this choice of the spot in which heaven was to display a species of miracle, upon a direct appeal to the divine decision in a case of doubtful guilt; and the town clerk was as anxious that the Church of St. John should be preferred as if there had been a faction in the body of saints for and against the interests of the beautiful town of Perth. Many, therefore, were the petty intrigues entered into and disconcerted for the purpose of fixing on the church; but the magistrates, considering it as a matter touching in a close degree the honor of the city, determined, with judicious confidence in the justice and impartiality of their patron, to confide the issue to the influence of St. John. It was, therefore, after high mass had been performed with the greatest solemnity of which circumstances rendered the ceremony capable, and after the most repeated and fervent prayers had been offered to heaven by the crowded assembly, that preparations were made for appealing to the direct judgment of heaven on the mysterious murder of the unfortunate bonnet maker. The scene presented that effect of imposing solemnity which the rites of the Catholic Church are so well qualified to produce. The eastern window, richly and variously painted, streamed down a torrent of checkered light upon the high altar. On the bier placed before it were stretched the mortal remains of the murdered man, his arms folded on his breast, and his palms joined together, with the fingers pointing upwards, as if the senseless clay was itself appealing to heaven for vengeance against those who had violently divorced the immortal spirit from its mangled tenement. Close to the bier was placed the throne which supported Robert of Scotland and his brother Albany. The prince sat upon a lower stool beside his father, an arrangement which occasioned some observation, as Albany's seat being little distinguished from that of the king, the heir apparent, though of full age, seemed to be degraded beneath his uncle in the sight of the assembled people of Perth. The bier was so placed as to leave the view of the body it sustained open to the greater part of the multitude assembled in the church. At the head of the bier stood the Knight of Kinfauns, the challenger, and at the foot the young Earl of Crawford, as representing the defendant. The evidence of the Duke of Rothesay in expurgation, as it was termed, of Sir John Ramorny, had exempted him from the necessity of attendance as a party subjected to the ordeal, and his illness served as a reason for his remaining at home. His household, including those who, though immediately in waiting upon Sir John, were accounted the prince's domestics, and had not yet received their dismissal, amounted to 8 or 10 persons, most of them esteemed men of profligate habits, and who might therefore be deemed capable, in the riot of a festival evening, of committing the slaughter of the bonnet maker. They were drawn up in a row on the left side of the church, and wore a species of white cassock, resembling the dress of a penitentiary. All eyes being bent on them, several of this band seemed so much disconcerted as to excite among the spectators strong prepossessions of their guilt. The real murderer had a countenance incapable of betraying him, a sullen dark look, which neither the feast nor wine cup could enliven, and which the peril of discovery and death could not render dejected. We have already noticed the posture of the dead body. The face was bare, as were the breast and arms. The rest of the corpse was shrouded in a winding sheet of the finest linen, so that, if blood should flow from any place which was covered, it could not fail to be instantly manifest. High mass having been performed, followed by a solemn invocation to the Deity, that he should be pleased to protect the innocent and make known the guilty, Eviat, Sir John Ramorny's page, was summoned to undergo the ordeal. He advanced with an ill-assured step. Perhaps he thought his internal consciousness that Banthram must have been the assassin might be sufficient to implicate him in the murder, though he was not directly accessory to it. He paused before the bier, and his voice faltered as he swore by all that was created in 7 days and 7 nights, by heaven, by hell, by his part of paradise, and by the God and author of all, that he was free and sackless of the bloody deed done upon the corpse before which he stood, and on whose breast he made the sign of the cross, in evidence of the appeal. No consequences ensued. The body remained stiff as before. The curdled wounds gave no sign of blood. The citizens looked on each other with faces of blank disappointment. They had persuaded themselves of Eviat's guilt, and their suspicions had been confirmed by his irresolute manner. Their surprise at his escape was therefore extreme. The other followers of Ramorny took heart, and advanced to take the oath with a boldness which increased as one by one they performed the ordeal, and were declared by the voice of the judges free and innocent of every suspicion attaching to them on account of the death of Oliver Proudfoot. But there was one individual who did not partake that increasing confidence. The name of Banthran, Banthran, sounded 3 times through the aisles of the church, but he who owned it acknowledged the call no otherwise than by a sort of shuffling motion with his feet, as if he had been suddenly affected with a fit of the palsy. "Speak, dog," whispered Eviat, "or prepare for a dog's death." But the murderer's brain was so much disturbed by the sight before him, that the judges, beholding his deportment, doubted whether to ordain him to be dragged before the bier, or to pronounce judgment in default. And it was not until he was asked for the last time whether he would submit to the ordeal, that he answered with his usual brevity, "I will not? What do I know what juggling tricks may be practised to take a poor man's life? I offer the combat to any man who says I harmed that dead body." And, according to usual form, he threw his glove upon the floor of the church. Henry Smith stepped forward amidst the murdered applauses of his fellow citizens, which even the august presence could not entirely suppress, and lifting the ruffian's glove, which he placed in his bonnet, laid down his own in the usual form as a gage of battle. But Banthran raised it not. "He is no match for me," growled the savage, "nor fit to lift my glove. I follow the Prince of Scotland in attending on his master of horse. This fellow is a wretched mechanic." Here the prince interrupted him. "Thou follow me, caitiff! I discharge thee from my service on the spot. Take him in hand, Smith, and beat him as thou didst never thump anvil. The villain is both guilty and recreant. It sickens me even to look at him. And if my royal father will be ruled by me, he will give the parties 2 handsome Scottish axes, and we will see which of them turns out the best fellow before the day is half an hour older." This was readily assented to by the Earl of Crawford and Sir Patrick Charteris, the godfathers of the parties, who, as the combatants were men of inferior rank, agreed that they should fight in steel caps, buff jackets, and with axes, and that as soon as they could be prepared for the combat. The lists were appointed in the Skinner's Yards, a neighbouring space of ground, occupied by the corporation from which it had the name, and who quickly cleared a space of about 30 feet by 25 for the combatants. Thither thronged the nobles, priests, and commons, all excepting the old king, who, detesting such scenes of blood, retired to his residence, and devolved the charge of the field upon the Earl of Errol, Lord High Constable, to whose office it more particularly belonged. The Duke of Albany watched the whole proceeding with a close and wary eye. His nephew gave the scene the heedless degree of notice which corresponded with his character. When the combatants appeared in the lists, nothing could be more striking than the contrast betwixt the manly, cheerful countenance of the smith, whose sparkling bright eye seemed already beaming with the victory he hoped for, and the sullen, downcast aspect of the brutal Banthran, who looked as if he were some obscene bird driven into sunshine out of the shelter of its darksome haunts. They made oath severally, each to the truth of his quarrel, a ceremony which Henry Gow performed with serene and manly confidence, Bonthron with a dogged resolution; which induced the Duke of Rothesay to say to the high constable, "Didst thou ever, my dear Errol, behold such a mixture of malignity, cruelty, and I think fear, as in that fellow's countenance?" "He is not comely," said the Earl, "but a powerful knave, as I have seen." "I'll gage a hogshead of wine with you, my good lord, that he loses the day. Henry the armourer is as strong as he, and much more active; and then look at his bold bearing. There is something in that other fellow that is loathsome to look upon. Let them yoke presently, my dear constable, for I am sick of beholding him." The high constable then addressed the widow, who, in her deep weeds, and having her children still beside her, occupied a chair within the lists. "Woman, do you willingly accept of this man, Henry the Smith, to do battle as your champion in this cause?" I do most willingly," answered Magdalen Proudfoot, "and may the blessing of God and St. John give him strength and fortune, since he strikes for the orphan and fatherless." "Then I pronounce this a fenced field of battle," said the constable aloud. "Let no one dare, upon peril of his life, to interrupt this combat by word, speech, or look. Sound trumpets and fight, combatants!" The trumpets flourished, and the combatants, advancing from the opposite ends of the lists, with a steady and even pace, looked at each other attentively, well skilled in judging from the motion of the eye the direction in which a blow was meditated. They halted opposite to and within reach of each other, and in turn made more than one feint to strike, in order to ascertain the activity and vigilance of the opponent. At length, whether weary of these manoeuvres, or fearing lest in a contest so conducted his unwieldy strength would be foiled by the activity of the smith, Bonthron heaved up his axe for a downright blow, adding the whole strength of his sturdy arms to the weight of the weapon in its descent. The smith, however, avoided the stroke by stepping aside, for it was too forcible to be controlled by any guard which he could have interposed. Ere Bonthron recovered guard, Henry struck him a sidelong blow on the steel headpiece, which prostrated him on the ground. "Confess or die!" said the victor, placing his foot on the body of the vanquished, and holding to his throat the point of the axe, which terminated in a spike or poniard. "I will confess," said the villain, glaring wildly upwards on the sky. "Let me rise." "Not till you have yielded," said Harry Smith. "I do yield," again murmured Bonthron, and Henry proclaimed aloud that his antagonist was defeated. The Dukes of Rothesay and Albany, the high constable, and the Dominican prior now entered the lists, and, addressing Bonthron, demanded if he acknowledged himself vanquished. "I do," answered the miscreant. "And guilty of the murder of Oliver Proudfoot?" "I am, but I mistook him for another." "And whom didst thou intend to slay?" said the prior. "Confess, my son, and merit thy pardon in another world, for with this thou hast little more to do." "I took the slain man," answered the discomfited combatant, "for him whose hand has struck me down, whose foot now presses me." "Blessed be the saints!" said the prior. "Now all those who doubt the virtue of the holy ordeal may have their eyes opened to their error. Lo! he is trapped in the snare which he laid for the guiltless." "I scarce ever saw the man," said the smith. "I never did wrong to him or his. Ask him, an it please your reverence, why he should have thought of slaying me treacherously." "It is a fitting question," answered the prior. "Give glory where it is due, my son, even though it is manifested by thy shame. For what reason wouldst thou have waylaid this armourer, who says he never wronged thee?" "He had wronged him whom I served," answered Bonthron, "and I meditated the deed by his command." "By whose command?" asked the prior. Bonthron was silent for an instant, then growled out, "He is too mighty for me to name." "Hearken, my son," said the churchman, "tarry but a brief hour, and the mighty and the mean of this earth shall to thee alike be empty sounds. The sledge is even now preparing to drag thee to the place of execution. Therefore, son, once more I charge thee to consult thy soul's weal by glorifying Heaven, and speaking the truth. Was it thy master, Sir John Ramorny, that stirred thee to so foul a deed?" "No," answered the prostrate villain, "it was a greater than he." And at the same time he pointed with his finger to the Prince. "Wretch!" said the astonished Duke of Rothesay, "do you dare to hint that I was your instigator?" "You yourself, my lord," answered the unblushing ruffian. "Die in thy falsehood, accursed slave!" said the Prince, and drawing his sword he would have pierced his calumniator, had not the Lord High Constable interposed with word and action. "Your Grace must forgive my discharging mine office. This caitiff must be delivered into the hands of the executioner. He is unfit to be dealt with by any other, much less by your Highness." "What, noble Earl," said Albany aloud, and with much real or affected emotion, "would you let the dog pass alive from hence, to poison the people's ears with false accusations against the Prince of Scotland? I say, cut him to mammocks upon the spot." "Your Highness will pardon me," said the Earl of Errol. "I must protect him till his doom is executed." "Then let him be gagged instantly," said Albany. "And you, my royal nephew, why stand you there fixed in astonishment? Call your resolution up, speak to the prisoner, swear, protest by all that is sacred that you knew not of this felon deed. See how the people look on each other and whisper apart. My life on it that this lie spreads faster than any gospel truth. Speak to them, royal kinsman, no matter what you say, so you be constant in denial." "What, sir!" said Rothesay, starting from his pause of surprise and mortification, and turning haughtily towards his uncle. "Would you have me gage my royal word against that of an abject recreant? Let those who can believe the son of their sovereign, the descendant of Bruce, capable of laying ambush for the life of a poor mechanic, enjoy the pleasure of thinking the villain's tale true." "That will not I, for one," said the smith bluntly. "I never did aught but what was in honour towards his royal grace the Duke of Rothesay, and never received unkindness from him in word, look, or deed, and I cannot think he would have given aim to such base practice." "Was it in honour that you threw his Highness from the ladder in Curfew Street upon Fasterns, St. Valentine's even?" said Bonthron. "Or think you the favour was received kindly or unkindly?" This was so boldly said, and seemed so plausible, that it shook the smith's opinion of the Prince's innocence. "Alas, my lord," said he, looking sorrowfully towards Rothesay, "could your Highness seek an innocent fellow's life for doing his duty by a helpless maiden? I would rather have died in these lists than live to hear it said of the Bruce's heir." "Thou art a good fellow, smith," said the Prince, "but I cannot expect thee to judge more wisely than others. Away with that convict to the gallows, and gibbet him alive an you will, that he may speak falsehood and spread scandal on us to the last prolonged moment of his existence." So saying, the Prince turned away from the lists, disdaining to notice the gloomy looks cast towards him, as the crowd made slow and reluctant way for him to pass, and expressing neither surprise nor displeasure at a deep hollow murmur or groan which accompanied his retreat. Only a few of his own immediate followers attended him from the field, though various persons of distinction had come there in his train. Even the lower class of citizens ceased to follow the unhappy Prince, whose former indifferent reputation had exposed him to so many charges of impropriety and levity, and around whom there seemed now darkening suspicions of the most atrocious nature. He took his slow and thoughtful way to the church of the Dominicans, but the ill news, which flies proverbially fast, had reached his father's place of retirement before he himself appeared. On entering the palace and inquiring for the king, the Duke of Rothesay was surprised to be informed that he was in deep consultation with the Duke of Albany, who, mounting on horseback as the prince left the lists, had reached the convent before him. He was about to use the privilege of his rank and birth to enter the royal apartment, when MacLuis, the commander of the guard of Brandanes, gave him to understand in the most respectful terms that he had special instructions which forbade his admittance. "Go at least, MacLuis, and let them know that I wait their pleasure," said the prince. "If my uncle desires to have the credit of shutting the father's apartment against the son, it will gratify him to know that I am attending in the outer hall like a lackey." "May it please you," said MacLuis with hesitation, "if your highness would consent to retire just now, and to wait a while in patience, I will send to acquaint you when the Duke of Albany goes, and I doubt not that his majesty will then admit your grace to his presence. At present your highness must forgive me, it is impossible you can have access." "I understand you, MacLuis, but go nevertheless, and obey my commands." The officer went accordingly, and returned with a message that the king was indisposed, and on the point of retiring to his private chamber, but that the Duke of Albany would presently wait upon the Prince of Scotland. It was, however, a full half hour ere the Duke of Albany appeared, a period of time which Rothsay spent partly in moody silence, and partly in idle talk with MacLuis and the Brandanes, as the levity or irritability of his temper obtained the ascendant. At length the Duke came, and with him the Lord High Constable, whose countenance expressed much sorrow and embarrassment. "Fair kinsman," said the Duke of Albany, "I grieve to say that it is my royal brother's opinion that it will be best, for the honour of the royal family, that your royal highness do restrict yourself for a time to the seclusion of the High Constable's lodgings, and accept of the noble earl here present for your principal, if not sole, companion, until the scandals which have been this day spread abroad shall be refuted or forgotten." "How is this, my Lord of Errol?" said the prince in astonishment. "Is your house to be my jail, and is your lordship to be my jailer?" "The saints forbid, my lord," said the Earl of Errol, "but it is my unhappy duty to obey the commands of your father, by considering your royal highness for some time as being under my ward." The prince, the heir of Scotland, under the ward of the High Constable! What reason can be given for this? Is the blighting speech of a convicted recreant of strength sufficient to tarnish my royal escutcheon? "While such accusations are not refuted and denied, my kinsman," said the Duke of Albany, "they will contaminate that of a monarch." "Denied, my lord!" exclaimed the prince. "By whom are they asserted, save by a wretch too infamous, even by his own confession, to be credited for a moment, though a beggar's character, not a prince's, were impeached? Fetch him hither, let the rack be shown to him. You will soon hear him retract the calumny which he dared to assert." "The gibbet has done its work too surely to leave Banthron sensible to the rack," said the Duke of Albany. "He has been executed an hour since." "And why such haste, my lord?" said the prince. "Know you it looks as if there were practice in it to bring a stain on my name?" The defeated combatant in the ordeal of battle is instantly transferred from the lists to the gallows. "And yet, fair kinsman," continued the Duke of Albany, "if you had boldly and strongly denied the imputation, I would have judged right to keep the wretch alive for further investigation; but as your highness was silent, I deemed it best to stifle the scandal in the breath of him that uttered it." "Saint Mary, my lord, but this is too insulting! Do you, my uncle and kinsman, suppose me guilty of prompting such an useless and unworthy action as that which the slave confessed?" "It is not for me to bandy question with your highness; otherwise I would ask whether you also mean to deny the scarce less unworthy, though less bloody, attack upon the house in Couverfew Street? Be not angry with me, kinsman, but indeed your sequestering yourself for some brief space from the court, were it only during the king's residence in this city, where so much offence has been given, is imperiously demanded." Rothsay paused when he heard this exhortation, and looking at the Duke in a very marked manner, replied, "Uncle, you are a good huntsman, you have pitched your toils with much skill; but you would have been foiled, notwithstanding, had not the stag rushed among the nets of free will. God speed you, and may you have the profit by this matter which your measures deserve. Say to my father I obey his arrest. My Lord High Constable, I wait only your pleasure to attend you to your lodgings. Since I am to lie in ward, I could not have desired a kinder or more courteous warden." The interview between the uncle and nephew being thus concluded, the Prince retired with the Earl of Errol to his apartments. The citizens whom they met in the streets passing to the further side, when they observed the Duke of Rothsay, to escape the necessity of saluting one whom they had been taught to consider as a ferocious as well as unprincipled libertine. The constable's lodgings received the owner and his princely guest, both glad to leave the streets, yet neither feeling easy in the situation which they occupied with regard to each other within doors. We must return to the lists after the combat had ceased, and when the nobles had withdrawn. The crowds were now separated into two distinct bodies. That which made the smallest in number was at the same time the most distinguished for respectability, consisting of the better class of inhabitants of Perth, who were congratulating the successful champion and each other upon the triumphant conclusion to which they had brought their feud with the courtiers. The magistrates were so much elated on the occasion that they entreated Sir Patrick Charteris's acceptance of a collation in the town hall. To this Henry, the hero of the day, was of course invited, or he was rather commanded to attend. He listened to the summons with great embarrassment, for it may be readily believed his heart was with Catherine Glover. But the advice of his father Simon decided him. That veteran citizen had a natural and becoming deference for the magistracy of the fair city. He entertained a high estimation of all honours which flowed from such a source, and thought that his intended son-in-law would do wrong not to receive them with gratitude. "Thou must not think to absent thyself from such a solemn occasion, son Henry," was his advice. "Sir Patrick Charteris is to be there himself, and I think it will be a rare occasion for thee to gain his goodwill. It is like he may order of thee a new suit of harness, and I myself heard worthy Baillie Craigdaly say there was a talk of furbishing up the city's armoury. Thou must not neglect the good trade, now that thou takest on thee an expensive family." "Tush, Father Glover," answered the embarrassed victor, "I lack no custom, and thou knowest there is Catherine, who may wonder at my absence, and have her ear abused once more by tales of glee maidens, and I wot not what." "Fear not for that," said the Glover, "but go, like an obedient burgess, where thy betters desire to have thee. I do not deny that it will cost thee some trouble to make thy peace with Catherine about this duel, for she thinks herself wiser in such matters than king and council, kirk and canons, provost and bailies. But I will take up the quarrel with her myself, and will so work for thee, that, though she may receive thee tomorrow with something of a chiding, it shall melt into tears and smiles like an April morning that begins with a mild shower. Away with thee then, my son, and be constant to the time, tomorrow morning after mass." The smith, though reluctantly, was obliged to defer to the reasoning of his proposed father-in-law, and once determined to accept the honour destined for him by the fathers of the city, he extricated himself from the crowd, and hastened home to put on his best apparel, in which he presently afterwards repaired to the council house, where the ponderous oak table seemed to bend under the massy dishes of choice Tay salmon and delicious sea fish from Dundee, being the dainties which the fasting season permitted, whilst neither wine, ale, nor metheglin were wanting to wash them down. The waits, or minstrels of the burgh, played during the repast, and in the intervals of the music one of them recited with great emphasis a long poetical account of the battle of Blackirnside, fought by Sir William Wallace and his redoubted captain and friend, Thomas of Longville. against the English General Seward, a theme perfectly familiar to all the guests, who nevertheless, more tolerant than their descendants, listened as if it had all the zest of novelty. It was complimentary to the ancestor of the Knight of Kinfauns, doubtless, and to other Perthshire families, in passages which the audience applauded vociferously, whilst they pledged each other in mighty draughts to the memory of the heroes who had fought by the side of the champion of Scotland. The health of Henry Wynde was quaffed with repeated shouts, and the Provost announced publicly that the magistrates were consulting how they might best invest him with some distinguished privilege or honorary reward, to show how highly his fellow citizens valued his courageous exertions. "Nay, take it not thus, and it like your worships," said the smith, with his usual blunt manner, "lest men say that valour must be rare in Perth when they reward a man for fighting for the right of a forlorn widow. I am sure there are many scores of stout burghers in the town who would have done this day's darg as well or better than I; for, in good sooth, I ought to have cracked yonder fellow's headpiece like an earthen pipkin. Ay, and would have done it too, if it had not been one which I myself tempered for Sir John Ramorny. But, an the fair city think my service of any worth, I will conceive it far more than acquitted by any aid which you may afford from the common good to the support of the widow Magdalen and her poor orphans." "That may well be done," said Sir Patrick Charteris, "and yet leave the fair city rich enough to pay her debts to Henry Wynde, of which every man of us is a better judge than himself, who is blinded with an unavailing nicety which men call modesty. And if the burgh be too poor for this, the Provost will bear his share. The Rovers' golden angels have not all taken flight yet." The beakers were now circulated under the name of a cup of comfort to the widow, and anon flowed around once more to the happy memory of the murdered Oliver, now so bravely avenged. In short, it was a feast so jovial that all agreed nothing was wanting to render it perfect but the presence of the bonnet maker himself, whose calamity had occasioned the meeting, and who had usually furnished the standing jest at such festive assemblies. Had his attendance been possible, it was dryly observed by Bailie Craigdaly, he would certainly have claimed the success of the day, and vouched himself the avenger of his own murder. At the sound of the vesper bell, the company broke up, some of the graver sort going to evening prayers, where, with half-shut eyes and shining countenances, they made a most orthodox and edifying portion of a Lenten congregation; others to their own homes, to tell over the occurrences of the fight and feast, for the information of the family circle, and some, doubtless, to the licensed freedoms of some tavern, the door of which Lent did not keep so close shut as the forms of the church required. Henry returned to the Wynde, warm with the good wine and the applause of his fellow citizens, and fell asleep to dream of perfect happiness and Catherine Glover. We have said that, when the combat was decided, the spectators were divided into two bodies. Of these, when the more respectable portion attended the victor in joyous procession, much the greater number, or what might be termed the rabble, waited upon the subdued and sentenced Bonthron, who was travelling in a different direction, and for a very opposite purpose. Whatever may be thought of the comparative attractions of the house of mourning and of feasting under other circumstances, there can be little doubt which will draw most visitors, when the question is whether we would witness miseries which we are not to share, or festivities of which we are not to partake. Accordingly, the tumbril in which the criminal was conveyed to execution was attended by far the greater proportion of the inhabitants of Perth. A friar was seated in the same car with the murderer, to whom he did not hesitate to repeat, under the seal of confession, the same false asseveration which he had made upon the place of combat, which charged the Duke of Rothesay with being director of the ambuscade by which the unfortunate bonnet maker had suffered. The same falsehood he disseminated among the crowd, averring with unblushing effrontery to those who were nighest to the car that he owed his death to his having been willing to execute the Duke of Rothesay's pleasure. For a time he repeated these words sullenly and doggedly, in the manner of one reciting a task, or a liar who endeavors by reiteration to obtain a credit for his words which he is internally sensible they do not deserve. But when he lifted up his eyes and beheld in the distance the black outline of a gallows at least 40 feet high, with its ladder and its fatal cord rising against the horizon, he became suddenly silent, and the friar could observe that he trembled very much. "Be comforted, my son," said the good priest. "You have confessed the truth and received absolution. Your penitence will be accepted according to your sincerity, and though you have been a man of bloody hands and cruel heart, yet by the Church's prayers you shall be in due time assuaged from the penal fires of purgatory." These assurances were calculated rather to augment than to diminish the terrors of the culprit, who was agitated by doubts whether the mode suggested for his preservation from death would to a certainty be effectual, and some suspicion whether there was really any purpose of employing them in his favor; for he knew his master well enough to be aware of the indifference with which he would sacrifice one who might on some future occasion be a dangerous evidence against him. His doom, however, was sealed, and there was no escaping from it. They slowly approached the fatal tree, which was erected on a bank by the river's side, about half a mile from the walls of the city, a site chosen that the body of the wretch, which was to remain food for the carrion crows, might be seen from a distance in every direction. Here the priest delivered Banthran to the executioner, by whom he was assisted up the ladder, and to all appearance dispatched according to the usual forms of the law. He seemed to struggle for life for a minute, but soon after hung still and inanimate. The executioner, after remaining upon duty for more than half an hour, as if to permit the last spark of life to be extinguished, announced to the admirers of such spectacles that the irons for the permanent suspension of the carcass not having been got ready, the concluding ceremony of disemboweling the dead body and attaching it finally to the gibbet would be deferred till the next morning at sunrise. Notwithstanding the early hour which he had named, Master Smotherwell had a reasonable attendance of rabble at the place of execution, to see the final proceedings of justice with its victim. But great was the astonishment and resentment of these amateurs to find that the dead body had been removed from the gibbet. They were not, however, long at a loss to guess the cause of its disappearance. Banthran had been the follower of a baron whose estates lay in Fife, and was himself a native of that province. What was more natural than that some of the Fife men, whose boats were frequently plying on the river, should have clandestinely removed the body of their countryman from the place of public shame? The crowd vented their rage against Smotherwell for not completing his job on the preceding evening, and had not he and his assistant betaken themselves to a boat and escaped across the Tay, they would have run some risk of being pelted to death. The event, however, was too much in the spirit of the times to be much wondered at. Its real cause we shall explain in the following chapter. End of Section 26. Section 27 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 24. Let gallows gape for dogs. Let men go free. Henry V. The incidents of a narrative of this kind must be adapted to each other, as the wards of a key must tally accurately with those of the lock to which it belongs. The reader, however gentle, will not hold himself obliged to rest satisfied with the mere fact that such and such occurrences took place, which is, generally speaking, all that in ordinary life he can know of what is passing around him; but he is desirous, while reading for amusement, of knowing the interior movements occasioning the course of events. This is a legitimate and reasonable curiosity, for every man hath a right to open and examine the mechanism of his own watch, put together for his proper use, although he is not permitted to pry into the interior of the timepiece which, for general information, is displayed on the town steeple. It would be therefore uncourteous to leave my readers under any doubt concerning the agency which removed the assassin Banthran from the gallows, an event which some of the Perth citizens ascribed to the foul fiend himself, while others were content to lay it upon the natural dislike of Banthran's countrymen of Fife to see him hanging on the river side, as a spectacle dishonourable to their province. About midnight, succeeding the day when the execution had taken place, and while the inhabitants of Perth were deeply buried in slumber, 3 men muffled in their cloaks, and bearing a dark lantern, descended the alleys of a garden which led from the house occupied by Sir John Ramorny to the banks of the Tay, where a small boat lay moored to a landing place, a little projecting pier. The wind howled in a low and melancholy manner through the leafless shrubs and bushes, and a pale moon waded, as it is termed in Scotland, amongst drifting clouds, which seemed to threaten rain. The 3 individuals entered the boat with great precaution to escape observation. One of them was a tall, powerful man; another short and bent downwards; the third middle sized, and apparently younger than his companions, well made and active. Thus much the imperfect light could discover. They seated themselves in the boat and unmoored it from the pier. "We must let her drift with the current till we pass the bridge, where the burghers still keep guard, and you know the proverb, 'A Perth arrow hath a perfect flight,'" said the most youthful of the party, who assumed the office of helmsman, and pushed the boat off from the pier, whilst the others took the oars, which were muffled, and rowed with all precaution till they attained the middle of the river. They then ceased their efforts, lay upon their oars, and trusted to the steersman for keeping her in mid channel. In this manner they passed unnoticed or disregarded beneath the stately Gothic arches of the old bridge, erected by the magnificent patronage of Robert Bruce in 1329, and carried away by an inundation in 1621. Although they heard the voices of a civic watch, which, since these disturbances commenced, had been nightly maintained in that important pass, no challenge was given, and when they were so far down the stream as to be out of hearing of these guardians of the night, they began to row, but still with precaution, and to converse, though in a low tone. "You have found a new trade, comrade, since I left you," said one of the rowers to the other. "I left you engaged in tending a sick knight, and I find you employed in purloining a dead body from the gallows." "A living body, so please your squirehood, Master Buncle, or else my craft hath failed of its purpose." "So I am told, Master Potter Carrier; but, saving your clerkship, unless you tell me your trick, I will take leave to doubt of its success." "A simple toy, Master Buncle, not likely to please a genius so acute as that of your valiancy. Marry, thus it is. This suspension of the human body, which the vulgar call hanging, operates death by apoplexia; that is, the blood being unable to return to the heart, by the compression of the veins it rushes to the brain, and the man dies. Also, and as an additional cause of dissolution, the lungs no longer receive the needful supply of the vital air, owing to the ligature of the cord around the thorax, and hence the patient perishes." "I understand that well enough, but how is such a revulsion of blood to the brain to be prevented, Sir Mediciner?" said the third person, who was no other than Ramorny's page Eviat.
Marry, then, replied Twining, hang me the patient up in such fashion that the carotid arteries shall not be compressed, and the blood will not determine to the brain, and apoplexia will not take place. And again, if there be no ligature around the thorax, the lungs will be supplied with air, whether the man be hanging in the middle heaven or standing on the firm earth. All this I conceive, said Eviat, but how these precautions can be reconciled with the execution of the sentence of hanging is what my dull brain cannot comprehend. Ah, good youth, thy valency hath spoiled a fair wit. Hadst thou studied with me, thou shouldst have learned things more difficult than this. But here is my trick. I get me certain bandages made of the same substance with your young valency's horse girths, having especial care that they are of a kind which will not shrink on being strained, since that would spoil my experiment. One loop of this substance is drawn under each foot and returns up either side of the leg to a cincture, with which it is united. These cinctures are connected by diverse straps down the breast and back in order to divide the weight. And there are sundry other conveniences for easing the patient, but the chief is this: the straps or ligatures are attached to a broad steel collar curving outwards, and having a hook or two for the better security of the halter, which the friendly executioner passes around that part of the machine, instead of applying it to the bare throat of the patient. Thus, when thrown off from the ladder, the sufferer will find himself suspended not by his neck, if it please you, but by the steel circle which supports the loops in which his feet are placed, and on which his weight really rests, diminished a little by similar supports under each arm. Thus, neither vein nor windpipe being compressed, the man will breathe as free, and his blood, saving from fright and novelty of situation, will flow as temperately as your valency's when you stand up in your stirrups to view a field of battle. By my faith, a quaint and rare device, quoth Buncle. Is it not, pursued the leech, and well worth being known to such mounting spirits as your valency's, since there is no knowing to what height Sir John Ramorny's pupils may arrive? And if these be such that it is necessary to descend from them by a rope, you may find my mode of management more convenient than the common practice. Marry, but you must be provided with a high-collared doublet to conceal the ring of steel, and, above all, such a bonus socius as smother well to adjust the noose. Base poison vendor, said Eviat, men of our calling die on the field of battle. I will save the lesson, however, replied Buncle, in case of some pinching occasion. But what a night the bloody hound dog Bonthron must have had of it, dancing a pavise in mid-air to the music of his own shackles as the night wind swings him that way and this. It were an alms deed to leave him there, said Eviat, for his descent from the gibbet will but encourage him to new murders. He knows but two elements, drunkenness and bloodshed. Perhaps Sir John Ramorny might have been of your opinion, said Twining, but it would first have been necessary to cut out the rogue's tongue, lest he had told strange tales from his airy height. And there are other reasons that it concerns not your valency's to know. In truth, I myself have been generous in serving him, for the fellow is built as strong as Edinburgh Castle, and his anatomy would have matched any that is in the chirurgical hall of Padua. But tell me, Master Buncle, what news bring you from the doughty Douglas? They may tell that know, said Buncle. I am the dull ass that bears the message, and kens naught of its purport. The safer for myself, perhaps. I carried letters from the Duke of Albany and from Sir John Ramorny to the Douglas, and he looked black as a northern tempest when he opened them. I brought them answers from the Earl, at which they smiled like the sun when the harvest storm is closing over him. Go to your ephemerides, leech, and conjure the meaning out of that. Methinks I can do so without much cost of wit, said the chirurgeon. But yonder I see in the pale moonlight our dead alive.
Should he have screamed out to any chance passenger, it were a curious interruption to a night journey to be hailed from the top of such a gallows as that. Hark! Methinks I do hear his groans amid the whistling of the wind and the creaking of the chains. So, fair and softly, make fast the boat with the grappling, and get out the casket with my matters. We would be better for a little fire, but the light might bring observation on us. Come on, my men of valor, march warily, for we are bound for the gallows foot. Follow with the lantern. I trust the ladder has been left. Sing, three merry men, and three merry men, and three merry men are we. Thou on the land, and I on the sand, and Jack on the gallows tree. As they advanced to the gibbet, they could plainly hear groans, though uttered in a low tone. Twining ventured to give a low cough once or twice by way of signal, but receiving no answer. "We had best make haste," said he to his companions, "for our friend must be in extremis, as he gives no answer to the signal which announces the arrival of help. Come, let us to the gear. I will go up the ladder first and cut the rope. Do you two follow, one after another, and take fast hold of the body, so that he fall not when the halter is unloosed. Keep sure grip, for which the bandages will afford you convenience. Bethink you that, though he plays an owl's part to-night, he hath no wings, and to fall out of a halter may be as dangerous as to fall into one." While he spoke thus, with sneer and gibe, he ascended the ladder, and having ascertained that the men at arms who followed him had the body in their hold, he cut the rope, and then gave his aid to support the almost lifeless form of the criminal. By a skilful exertion of strength and address, the body of Banthran was placed safely on the ground, and the faint yet certain existence of life having been ascertained, it was thence transported to the river side, where, shrouded by the bank, the party might be best concealed from observation, while the leech employed himself in the necessary means of recalling animation, with which he had taken care to provide himself. For this purpose he first freed the recovered person from his shackles, which the executioner had left unlocked on purpose, and at the same time disengaged the complicated envelopes and bandages by which he had been suspended. It was some time ere Dwining's efforts succeeded, for, in despite of the skill with which his machine had been constructed, the straps designed to support the body had stretched so considerably as to occasion the sense of suffocation becoming extremely overpowering. But the address of the surgeon triumphed over all obstacles, and after sneezing and stretching himself, with one or two brief convulsions, Banthran gave decided proofs of reanimation by arresting the hand of the operator as it was in the act of dropping strong waters on his breast and throat, and directing the bottle which contained them to his lips. He took, almost perforce, a considerable gulp of the contents. "It is spiritual essence double distilled," said the astonished operator, "and would blister the throat and burn the stomach of any other man. But this extraordinary beast is so unlike all other human creatures that I should not wonder if it brought him to the complete possession of his faculties." Banthran seemed to confirm this. He started with a strong convulsion, sat up, stared around, and indicated some consciousness of existence. "Wine! Wine!" were the first words which he articulated. The leech gave him a draught of medicated wine mixed with water. He rejected it under the dishonorable epithet of kennel washings, and again uttered the words "Wine! Wine!" "Nay, take it to thee, in the devil's name," said the leech, "since none but he can judge of thy constitution." A draught, long and deep enough to have discomposed the intellects of any other person, were found effectual in recalling those of Banthran to a more perfect state, though he betrayed no recollection of where he was or what had befallen him, and in his brief and sullen manner asked why he was brought to the riverside at this time of night. "Another frolic of the wild prince, for drenching me as he did before. Nails and blood! But I would Hold thy peace, interrupted Eviat, and be thankful, I pray you, if you have any thankfulness in you, that thy body is not crow's meat, and thy soul in a place where water is too scarce to duck thee. I begin to bethink me, said the ruffian, and raising the flask to his mouth, which he saluted with a long and hearty kiss, he set the empty bottle on the earth, dropped his head on his bosom, and seemed to muse for the purpose of arranging his confused recollections. We can abide the issue of his meditations no longer, said Twining. He will be better after he has slept. Up, sir! You have been riding the air these some hours. Try if the water be not an easier mode of conveyance. Your valours must lend me a hand. I can no more lift this mass than I could raise in my arms a slaughtered bull. Stand upright on thine own feet, Bonthron, now we have placed thee upon them, said Eviat. I cannot, answered the patient. Every drop of blood tingles in my veins as if it had pinpoints, and my knees refuse to bear their burden. What can be the meaning of all this? This is some practice of thine, thou dog leech. Ay, ay, so it is, honest Bonthron, said Twining. A practice thou shalt thank me for when thou comest to learn it. In the meanwhile, stretch down in the stern of that boat, and let me wrap this cloak about thee. Assisted into the boat accordingly, Bonthron was deposited there as conveniently as things admitted of. He answered their attentions with one or two snorts, resembling the grunt of a boar who has got some food particularly agreeable to him. And now, Buncle, said the chirurgeon, your valiant squireship knows your charge. You are to carry this lively cargo by the river to Newburgh, where you are to dispose of him as you are wot of. Meantime, here are his shackles and bandages, the marks of his confinement and liberation. Bind them up together, and fling them into the deepest pool you pass over, for, found in your possession, they might tell tales against us all. This low light breath of wind from the west will permit you to use a sail as soon as the light comes in and you are tired of rowing. Your other valancy, Master Page Eviat, must be content to return to Perth with me afoot, for here severs our fair company. Take with thee the lantern, Buncle, for thou wilt require it more than we, and see thou send me back my flasket. As the pedestrians returned to Perth, Eviat expressed his belief that Bonthron's understanding would never recover the shock which terror had inflicted upon it, and which appeared to him to have disturbed all the faculties of his mind, and in particular his memory. It is not so, an it please your pagehood, said the leech. Bonthron's intellect, such as it is, hath a solid character. It will but vacillate to and fro like a pendulum, which hath been put in motion, and then will rest in its proper point of gravity. Our memory is, of all our powers of mind, that which is peculiarly liable to be suspended. Deep intoxication or sound sleep alike destroy it, and yet it returns when the drunkard becomes sober or the sleeper is awakened. Terror sometimes produces the same effect. I knew at Paris a criminal condemned to die by the halter, who suffered the sentence accordingly, showing no particular degree of timidity upon the scaffold, and behaving and expressing himself as men in the same condition are wont to do. Accident did for him what a little ingenious practice hath done for our amiable friend, from whom we but now parted. He was cut down and given to his friends before life was extinct, and I had the good fortune to restore him. But, though he recovered in other particulars, he remembered but little of his trial and sentence. Of his confession on the morning of his execution, in his usual chuckling manner, he remembered him not a word, neither of leaving the prison, nor of his passage to the Greve, where he suffered, nor of the devout speeches with which he edified so many good Christians, nor of ascending the fatal tree, nor of taking the fatal leap, had my revenant the slightest recollection. But here we reach the point where we must separate, for it were unfit, should we meet any of the watch, that we be found together.
and it were also prudent that we enter the city by different gates. My profession forms an excuse for my going and coming at all times. Your valiant pagehood will make such explanation as may seem sufficing." "I shall make my will a sufficient excuse if I am interrogated," said the haughty young man. "Yet I will avoid interruption if possible. The moon is quite obscured, and the road as black as a wolf's mouth." "Tut!" said the physicianer, "let not your valor care for that. We shall tread darker paths ere it be long." Without inquiring into the meaning of these evil boding sentences, and indeed hardly listening to them in the pride and recklessness of his nature, the page of Ramorny parted from his ingenious and dangerous companion, and each took his own way. End of Section 27. Section 28. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 25. The course of true love never did run smooth. Shakespeare. The ominous anxiety of our armorer had not played him false. When the good Glover parted with his intended son-in-law, after the judicial combat had been decided, he found what he indeed had expected, that his fair daughter was in no favorable disposition towards her lover. But although he perceived that Catherine was cold, restrained, collected, had cast away the appearance of mortal passion, and listened with a reserve, implying contempt, to the most splendid description he could give her of the combat in the Skinners' Yards, he was determined not to take the least notice of her altered manner, but to speak of her marriage with his son Henry as a thing which must of course take place. At length, when she began, as on a former occasion, to intimate that her attachment to the armorer did not exceed the bounds of friendship, that she was resolved never to marry, that the pretended judicial combat was a mockery of the divine will and of human laws, the Glover not unnaturally grew angry. "I cannot read thy thoughts, wench, nor can I pretend to guess under what wicked delusion it is that you kiss a declared lover, suffer him to kiss you, run to his house when a report is spread of his death, and fling yourself into his arms when you find him alone, alive. All this shows very well in a girl prepared to obey her parents in a match sanctioned by her father. But such tokens of intimacy bestowed on one whom a young woman cannot esteem, and is determined not to marry, are uncomely and unmaidenly. You have already been more bounteous of your favors to Henry Smith than your mother, whom God assoizi, ever was to me before I married her. I tell thee, Catherine, this trifling with the love of an honest man is what I neither can, will, nor ought to endure. I have given my consent to the match, and I insist it shall take place without delay, and that you receive Henry Wynd to morrow, as a man whose bride you are to be, with all dispatch." "A power more potent than yours, father, will say no," replied Catherine. "I will risk it. My power is a lawful one, that of a father over a child, and an erring child," answered her father. "God and man allow of my influence." "Then may Heaven help us," said Catherine, "for if you are obstinate in your purpose, we are all lost." "We can expect no help from Heaven," said the Glover, "when we act with indiscretion. I am clerk enough myself to know that. And that your causeless resistance to my will is sinful, every priest will inform you. Aye, and more than that, you have spoken degradingly of the blessed appeal to God in the combat of ordeal. Take heed, for the Holy Church is awakened to watch her sheepfold, and to extirpate heresy by fire and steel. So much I warn thee of." Catherine uttered a suppressed exclamation, and with difficulty compelling herself to assume an appearance of composure, promised her father that, if he would spare her any farther discussion of the subject till tomorrow morning, she would then meet him, determined to make a full discovery of her sentiments. With this promise, Simon Glover was obliged to remain contented, though extremely anxious for the postponed explanation. It could not be levity or fickleness of character which induced his daughter to act with so much apparent inconsistency towards the man of his choice, and whom she had so lately unequivocally owned to be also the man of her own. What external force there could exist, of a kind powerful enough to change the resolutions she had so decidedly expressed within 24 hours, was a matter of complete mystery. "But I will be as obstinate as she can be," thought the Glover, "and she shall either marry Henry Smith without farther delay, or old Simon Glover will know an excellent reason to the contrary." The subject was not renewed during the evening, but early on the next morning, just at sunrising, Catherine knelt before the bed in which her parent still slumbered. Her heart sobbed as if it would burst, and her tears fell thick upon her father's face. The good old man awoke, looked up, crossed his child's forehead, and kissed her affectionately. "I understand thee, Kate," he said. "Thou art come to confession, and, I trust, art desirous to escape a heavy penance by being sincere." Catherine was silent for an instant. "I need not ask, my father, if you remember the Carthusian monk Clement, and his preachings and lessons, at which indeed you assisted so often, that you cannot be ignorant men called you one of his converts, and with greater justice termed me so likewise?" "I am aware of both," said the old man, raising himself on his elbow, "but I defy foul fame to show that I ever owned him in any heretical proposition, though I loved to hear him talk of the corruptions of the Church, the misgovernment of the nobles, and the wild ignorance of the poor, proving, as it seemed to me, that the sole virtue of our commonweal, its strength and its estimation, lay among the burgher craft of the better class, which I received as comfortable doctrine and creditable to the town. And if he preached other than right doctrine, wherefore did his superiors in the Carthusian convent permit it? If the shepherds turn a wolf in sheep's clothing into the flock, they should not blame the sheep for being worried." "They endured his preaching, nay, they encouraged it," said Catherine, "while the vices of the laity, the contentions of the nobles, and the oppression of the poor were the subject of his censure, and they rejoiced in the crowds who, attracted to the Carthusian church, forsook those of the other convents. But the hypocrites, for such they are, joined with the other fraternities in accusing their preacher Clement, when, passing from censuring the crimes of the state, he began to display the pride, ignorance, and luxury of the churchmen themselves, their thirst of power, their usurpation over men's consciences, and their desire to augment their worldly wealth." "For God's sake, Catherine," said her father, "speak within doors. Your voice rises in tone, and your speech in bitterness. Your eyes sparkle. It is owing to this zeal in what concerns you no more than others, that malicious persons fix upon you the odious and dangerous name of a heretic." "You know I speak no more than what is truth," said Catherine, "and which you yourself have avouched often." "By needle and buckskin, no!" answered the Glover hastily. "Wouldst thou have me avouch what might cost me life and limb, land and goods? For a full commission hath been granted for taking and trying heretics, upon whom is laid the cause of all late tumults and miscarriages. Wherefore few words are best, wench. I am ever of mind with the old maker. Since word is thrall and thought is free, keep well thy tongue, I counsel thee." "The counsel comes too late, father," answered Catherine, sinking down on a chair by her father's bedside. "The words have been spoken and heard, and it is indicted against Simon Glover, burgess in Perth, that he hath spoken irreverent discourses of the doctrines of Holy Church." "As I live by knife and needle," interrupted Simon, "it is a lie. I never was so silly as to speak of what I understood not."
"And hath slandered the anointed of the church, both regular and secular," continued Catherine. "Nay, I will never deny the truth," said the glover. "An idle word I may have spoken at the ale bench, or over a pottle pot of wine, or in right sure company, but else my tongue is not one to run my head into peril." "So you think, my dearest father. But your slightest language has been espied, your best meaning phrases have been perverted, and you are indicted as a gross railer against church and churchmen, and for holding discourse against them with loose and profligate persons, such as the deceased Oliver Proudfoot, the smith Henry of the Wind, and others, set forth as commending the doctrines of Father Clement, whom they charge with 7 rank heresies, and seek for with staff and spear to try him to the death. But that," said Catherine, kneeling, and looking upwards with the aspect of one of those beauteous saints whom the Catholics have given to the fine arts, "that they shall never do. He hath escaped from the net of the fowler, and I thank Heaven it was by my means." "Thy means, girl? Art thou mad?" said the amazed glover. "I will not deny what I glory in," answered Catherine. "It was by my means that Conachar was led to come hither with a party of men, and carry off the old man, who is now far beyond the Highland line." "Thou, my rash, my unlucky child," said the glover, "hast dared to aid the escape of one accused of heresy, and to invite Highlanders in arms to interfere with the administration of justice within Burgh. Alas! thou hast offended both against the laws of the church and those of the realm. What would become of us were this known?" "It is known, my dear father," said the maiden firmly, "known even to those who would be the most willing avengers of the deed." "This must be some idle notion, Catherine, or some trick of those cogging priests and nuns. It accords not with thy late cheerful willingness to wed Henry Smith." "Alas! dearest father, remember the dismal surprise occasioned by his reported death, and the joyful amazement at finding him alive, and deem it not wonder if I permitted myself under your protection to say more than my reflection justified. But then I knew not the worst, and thought the danger exaggerated. Alas! I was yesterday fearfully undeceived, when the abbess herself came hither, and with her the Dominican. They showed me the commission, under the broad seal of Scotland, for inquiring into and punishing heresy. They showed me your name and my own in a list of suspected persons, and it was with tears, real tears, that the abbess conjured me to avert a dreadful fate by a speedy retreat into the cloister, and that the monk pledged his word that you should not be molested if I complied." "The foul fiend take them both for weeping crocodiles!" said the glover. "Alas!" replied Catherine, "complaint or anger will little help us. But you see I have had real cause for this present alarm." "Alarm! Call it utter ruin! Alas, my reckless child, where was your prudence when you ran headlong into such a snare?" "Hear me, father," said Catherine. "There is still one mode of safety held out. It is one which I have often proposed, and for which I have in vain supplicated your permission." "I understand you, the convent," said her father. "But, Catherine, what abbess or prioress would dare?" "That I will explain to you, father, and it will also show the circumstances which have made me seem unsteady of resolution to a degree which has brought censure upon me from yourself and others. Our confessor, old Father Francis, whom I chose from the Dominican convent at your command—" "Ay, truly," interrupted the glover, "and I so counselled and commanded thee, in order to take off the report that thy conscience was altogether under the direction of Father Clement. Well, this Father Francis has at different times urged and provoked me to converse on such matters as he judged I was likely to learn something of from the Carthusian preacher. Heaven forgive my blindness! I fell into the snare, spoke freely, and, as he argued gently, as one who would fain be convinced, I even spoke warmly in defense of what I believed devoutly. The confessor assumed not his real aspect and betrayed not his secret purpose until he had learned all that I had to tell him. It was then that he threatened me with temporal punishment and with eternal condemnation. Had his threats reached me alone, I could have stood firm, for their cruelty on earth I could have endured, and their power beyond this life I have no belief in. "For heaven's sake," said the glover, who was well nigh beside himself at perceiving at every new word the increasing extremity of his daughter's danger, "beware of blaspheming the Holy Church, whose arms are as prompt to strike as her ears are sharp to hear." "To me," said the Maid of Perth, again looking up, "the terrors of the threatened denunciations would have been of little avail. But when they spoke of involving thee, my father, in the charges against me, I own I trembled and desired to compromise. The Abbess Martha of Elko Nunnery being my mother's kinswoman, I told her my distresses, and obtained her promise that she would receive me, if, renouncing worldly love and thoughts of wedlock, I would take the veil in her sisterhood. She had conversation on the topic, I doubt not, with the Dominican Francis, and both joined in singing the same song. 'Remain in the world,' said they, 'and thy father and thou shall be brought to trial as heretics. Assume the veil, and the errors of both shall be forgiven and cancelled.' They spoke not even of recantation of errors of doctrine. All should be peace, if I would but enter the convent." I doubt not," said Simon. "The old glover is thought rich, and his wealth would follow his daughter to the convent of Elko, unless what the Dominicans might claim as their own share. So this was thy call to the veil, these thy objections to Henry Wynd?" "Indeed, father, the course was urged on all hands, nor did my own mind recoil from it. Sir John Ramorny threatened me with the powerful vengeance of the young prince if I continued to repel his wicked suit. And as for poor Henry, it is but of late that I have discovered, to my own surprise, that I love his virtues more than I dislike his faults. Alas! the discovery has only been made to render my quitting the world more difficult than when I thought I had thee only to regret." She rested her head on her hand and wept bitterly. "All this is folly," said the glover. "Never was there an extremity so pinching. But what a wise man might find counsel, if he was daring enough to act upon it. This has never been the land or the people over whom priests could rule in the name of Rome, without their usurpation being controlled. If they are to punish each honest burgher who says the monks love gold, and that the lives of some of them cry shame upon the doctrines they teach, why, truly, Stephen Smotherwell will not lack employment. And if all foolish maidens are to be secluded from the world because they follow the erring doctrines of a popular preaching friar, they must enlarge the nunneries and receive their inmates on slighter composition. Our privileges have been often defended against the Pope himself by our good monarchs of yore, and when he pretended to interfere with the temporal government of the kingdom, there wanted not a Scottish Parliament who told him his duty in a letter that should have been written in letters of gold. I have seen the epistle myself, and though I could not read it, the very sight of the seals of the right reverend prelates and noble and true barons which hung at it made my heart leap for joy. Thou shouldest not have kept this secret, my child. But it is no time to tax thee with thy fault. Go down, get me some food. I will mount instantly, and go to our Lord Provost and have his advice, and, as I trust, his protection, and that of the other true-hearted Scottish nobles, who will not see a true man trodden down for an idle word." "Alas, my father," said Catherine, "it was even this impetuosity which I dreaded. I knew if I made my plaint to you there would soon be fire and feud, as if religion, though sent to us by the Father of peace, were fit only to be the mother of discord. And hence I could now, even now, give up the world, and retire with my sorrow among the sisters of Elcho, would you but let me be the sacrifice. Only, father, comfort poor Henry when we are parted forever, and do not let him think of me too harshly. Say Catherine will never vex him more by her remonstrances, but that she will never forget him in her prayers." "The girl hath a tongue that would make a Saracen weep," said her father, his own eyes sympathizing with those of his daughter. "But I will not yield way to this combination between the nun and the priest to rob me of my only child. Away with you, girl, and let me don my clothes, and prepare yourself to obey me in what I may have to recommend for your safety. Get a few clothes together, and what valuables thou hast. Also take the keys of my iron box, which poor Henry Smith gave me, and divide what gold you find into 2 portions. Put the one into a purse for thyself, and the other into the quilted girdle which I made on purpose to wear on journeys. Thus both shall be provided, in case fate should sunder us, in which event God send the whirlwind may take the withered leaf and spare the green one. Let them make ready my horse instantly, and the white jennet that I bought for thee but a day since, hoping to see thee ride to St. John's Kirk with maids and matrons, as blithe a bride as ever crossed the holy threshold. But it skills not talking. Away! And remember that the saints help those who are willing to help themselves. Not a word in answer. Begone, I say. No willfulness now. The pilot in calm weather will let a sea boy trifle with the rudder, but, by my soul, when winds howl and waves arise, he stands by the helm himself. Away! No reply." Catherine left the room to execute, as well as she might, the commands of her father, who, gentle in disposition and devotedly attached to his child, suffered her often, as it seemed, to guide and rule both herself and him; yet who, as she knew, was wont to claim filial obedience and exercise parental authority with sufficient strictness when the occasion seemed to require an enforcement of domestic discipline. While the fair Catherine was engaged in executing her father's behests, and the good old Glover was hastily attiring himself as one who was about to take a journey, a horse's tramp was heard in the narrow street. The horseman was wrapped in his riding cloak, having the cape of it drawn up as if to hide the under part of his face, while his bonnet was pulled over his brows, and a broad plume obscured his upper features. He sprung from the saddle, and Dorothy had scarce time to reply to his inquiries that the Glover was in his bedroom, ere the stranger had ascended the stair and entered the sleeping apartment. Simon, astonished and alarmed, and disposed to see in this early visitant an apparitor or summoner come to attach him and his daughter, was much relieved when, as the stranger doffed the bonnet and threw the skirt of the mantle from his face, he recognized the knightly provost of the fair city, a visit from whom at any time was a favor of no ordinary degree, but, being made at such an hour, had something marvelous, and connected with the circumstances of the times, even alarming. "Sir Patrick Charteris," said the Glover, "this high honor done to your poor beadsman—" "Hush!" said the knight, "there is no time for idle civilities. I came hither because a man is, in trying occasions, his own safest page, and I can remain no longer than to bid thee fly, good Glover, since warrants are to be granted this day in council for the arrest of thy daughter and thee, under charge of heresy, and delay will cost you both your liberty for certain, and perhaps your lives." "I have heard something of such a matter," said the Glover, "and was this instant setting forth to Confounds to plead my innocence of this scandalous charge, to ask your lordship's counsel, and to implore your protection." Thy innocence, friend Simon, will avail thee but little before prejudiced judges. My advice is, in one word, to fly, and wait for happier times. As for my protection, we must tarry till the tide turns ere it will in any sort avail thee. But if thou canst lie concealed for a few days or weeks, I have little doubt that the churchmen who, by siding with the Duke of Albany in court intrigue, and by alleging the decay of the purity of Catholic doctrine as the sole cause of the present national misfortunes, have, at least for the present hour, an irresistible authority over the king, will receive a check. In the meanwhile, however, know that King Robert hath not only given way to this general warrant for inquisition after heresy, but hath confirmed the Pope's nomination of Henry Wardlaw to be Archbishop of St. Andrews and Primate of Scotland, thus yielding to Rome those freedoms and immunities of the Scottish Church which his ancestors from the time of Malcolm Canmore have so boldly defended. His brave fathers would have rather subscribed a covenant with the devil than yielded in such a matter to the pretensions of Rome. Alas! and what remedy? None, old man, save in some sudden court change, said Sir Patrick. The king is but like a mirror, which, having no light itself, reflects back with equal readiness any which is placed near to it for the time. Now, although the Douglases banded with Albany, yet the earl is unfavorable to the high claims of those domineering priests, having quarrelled with them about the exactions which his retinue hath raised on the abbot of Arbroath. He will come back again with a high hand, for report says the Earl of March hath fled before him. When he returns we shall have a changed world, for his presence will control Albany, especially as many nobles, and I myself, as I tell you in confidence, are resolved to league with him to defend the general right. Thy exile, therefore, will end with his return to our court. Thou hast but to seek thee some temporary hiding place. For that, my lord, said the glover, I can be at no loss, since I have just title to the protection of the high Highland chief, Gilchrist MacIan, chief of the clan Quehely. Nay, if thou canst take hold of his mantle, thou needst no help of any one else. Neither Lowland churchman nor layman finds a free course of justice beyond the Highland frontier. But then, my child, noble sir, my Catherine, said the glover. Let her go with thee, man. The Graddan cake will keep her white teeth in order, the goat's whey will make the blood spring to her cheek again, which these alarms have banished, and even the fair maiden of Perth may sleep soft enough on a bed of Highland bracken. It is not from such idle respects, my lord, that I hesitate, said the glover. Catherine is the daughter of a plain burgher, and knows not nicety of food or lodging. But the son of MacIan hath been for many years a guest in my house, and I am obliged to say that I have observed him looking at my daughter, who is as good as a betrothed bride, in a manner that, though I cared not for it in this lodging in Curfew Street, would give me some fear of consequences in a Highland glen, where I have no friend, and Conachar many. The knightly provost replied by a long whistle. Woo! Woo! Nay, in that case I advise thee to send her to the nunnery at Elcho, where the abbess, if I forget not, is some relation of yours. Indeed, she said so herself, adding that she loved her kinswoman well, together with all that belongs to thee, Simon. Truly, my lord, I do believe that the abbess hath so much regard for me that she would willingly receive the trust of my daughter, and my whole goods and gear, into her sisterhood. Marry, her affection is something of a tenacious character, and would be loth to unloose its hold either upon the wench or her talker. Wooh! Wooh! Again whistled the Knight of Kinfounds. By the Thane's cross, man! But this is an ill-favoured pern to wind. Yet it shall never be said the fairest maid in the fair city was cooped up in a convent, like a cane hen in a cavey, and she about to be married to the bold burgess Henry Wynd. That tale shall not be told while I wear belt and spurs, and am called Provost of Perth. But what remede, my lord? asked the glover. We must all take our share of the risk. Come, get you and your daughter presently to horse. You shall ride with me, and we'll see who dare gloom at you. The summons is not yet served on thee, and if they send an apparitor to Kinfauns without a warrant under the king's own hand, I make mine avow, by the Red Rover's soul, that he shall eat his writ, both wax and weather skin. To horse! To horse! And, addressing Catherine as she entered at the moment, you too, my pretty maid, to horse, and fear not for your quarters. They thrive in law that trust in charters. In a minute or two the father and daughter were on horseback, both keeping an arrow's flight before the provost by his direction, that they might not seem to be of the same company. They passed the eastern gate in some haste, and rode forward roundly until they were out of sight. Sir Patrick followed leisurely, but when he was lost to the view of the warders, he spurred his mettled horse, and soon came up with the glover and Catherine, when a conversation ensued which throws light upon some previous passages of this history. End of Section 28. Section 29. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 26. Hail, land of bowmen! Seed of those who scorned to stoop the neck to wide imperial Rome. O dearest half of Albion's sea walled. Albania, 1737. I have been devising a mode, said the well-meaning provost, by which I may make you both secure for a week or two from the malice of your enemies, when I have little doubt I may see a changed world at court. But that I may the better judge what is to be done, tell me frankly, Simon, the nature of your connection with Gilchrist MacIan, which leads you to repose such implicit confidence in him. You are a close observer of the rules of the city, and are aware of the severe penalties which they denounce against such burghers as have covine and alliance with the Highland clans. True, my lord. But it is also known to you that our craft, working in skins of cattle, stags, and every other description of hides, have a privilege, and are allowed to transact with those Highlanders, as with the men who can most readily supply us with the means of conducting our trade, to the great profit of the burgh. Thus it hath chanced with me to have great dealings with these men, and I can take it on my salvation that you nowhere find more just and honourable traffickers, or by whom a man may more easily make an honest penny. I have made in my day several distant journeys into the far Highlands, upon the faith of their chiefs, nor did I ever meet with a people more true to their word, when you can once prevail upon them to plight it in your behalf. And as for the Highland chief, Gilchrist MacIan, saving that he is hasty in homicide and fire, raising towards those with whom he hath deadly feud, I have nowhere seen a man who walketh a more just and upright path. It is more than ever I heard before, said Sir Patrick Charteris, yet I have known something of the Highland runagates too. They show another favour, and a very different one, to their friends than to their enemies, as your lordship shall understand, said the glover. However, be that as it may, it chanced me to serve Gilchrist MacIan in a high matter. It is now about 18 years since that it chanced the Clan Quehely and Clan Chetan being at feud, as indeed they are seldom at peace. The former sustained such a defeat as well nigh extirpated the family of their chief MacIan. 7 of his sons were slain in battle, and after it himself put to flight, and his castle taken and given to the flames. His wife, then near the time of giving birth to an infant, fled into the forest, attended by one faithful servant and his daughter. Here, in sorrow and care enough, she gave birth to a boy, and as the misery of the mother's condition rendered her little able to suckle the infant, he was nursed with the milk of a doe, which the forester who attended her contrived to take alive in a snare. It was not many months afterwards that, in a second encounter of these fierce clans, Mac-Ian defeated his enemies in his turn, and regained possession of the district which he had lost. It was with unexpected rapture that he found his wife and child were in existence, having never expected to see more of them than the bleached bones, from which the wolves and wildcats had eaten the flesh. But a strong and prevailing prejudice, such as is often entertained by these wild people, prevented their chief from enjoying the full happiness arising from having thus regained his only son in safety. An ancient prophecy was current among them, that the power of the tribe should fall by means of a boy born under a bush of holly and suckled by a white doe. The circumstance, unfortunately for the chief, tallied exactly with the birth of the only child which remained to him, and it was demanded of him by the elders of the clan that the boy should be either put to death or at least removed from the dominions of the tribe and brought up in obscurity. Gilchrist Mac-Ian was obliged to consent, and having made choice of the latter proposal, the child, under the name of Conachar, was brought up in my family, with the purpose, as was at first intended, of concealing from him all knowledge who or what he was, or of his pretensions to authority over a numerous and warlike people. But as years rolled on, the elders of the tribe, who had exerted so much authority, were removed by death or rendered incapable of interfering in the public affairs by age; while, on the other hand, the influence of Gilchrist Mac-Ian was increased by his successful struggles against the clan Chatan, in which he restored the equality betwixt the two contending confederacies, which had existed before the calamitous defeat of which I told your Honor. Feeling himself thus firmly seated, he naturally became desirous to bring home his only son to his bosom and family, and for that purpose caused me to send the young Conachar, as he was called, more than once to the Highland. He was a youth expressly made, by his form and gallantry of bearing, to gain a father's heart. At length, I suppose the lad either guessed the secret of his birth, or something of it was communicated to him, and the disgust which the pouty Highland varlet had always shown for my honest trade became more manifest, so that I dared not so much as lay my staff over his costard, for fear of receiving a stab with a dirk as an answer in Gaelic to a Saxon remark. It was then that I wished to be well rid of him, the rather that he showed so much devotion to Catherine, who, forsooth, set herself up to wash the Ethiopian and teach a wild Highlandman mercy and morals. She knows herself how it ended. "Nay, my father," said Catherine, "it was surely but a point of charity to snatch the brand from the burning." "But a small point of wisdom," said her father, "to risk the burning of your own fingers for such an end. What says my lord to the matter?" "My lord would not offend the Fair Maid of Perth," said Sir Patrick, "and he knows well the purity and truth of her mind. And yet I must needs say that, had this nursling of the doe been shrivelled, haggard, cross-made, and red-haired, like some Highlanders I have known, I question if the Fair Maiden of Perth would have bestowed so much zeal upon his conversion. And if Catherine had been as aged, wrinkled, and bent by years as the old woman that opened the door for me this morning, I would wager my gold spurs against a pair of Highland brogues that this wild roebuck would never have listened to a second lecture. You laugh, Glover, and Catherine blushes a blush of anger. Let it pass. It is the way of the world." "The way in which the men of the world esteem their neighbours, my lord," answered Catherine with some spirit. "Nay, fair saint, forgive a jest," said the knight. "And thou, Simon, tell us how this tale ended, with Conachar's escape to the Highlands, I suppose?" With his return thither, said the glover, there was for some 2 or 3 years a fellow about Perth, a sort of messenger, who came and went under divers pretences, but was in fact the means of communication between Gilchrist Macian and his son young Conachar, or as he is now called, Hector. From this gillie I learned, in general, that the banishment of the Dalt and Ne Deal, or foster child of the White Doe, was again brought under consideration of the tribe. His foster father, Torquil of the Oak, the old forester, appeared with 8 sons, the finest men of the clan, and demanded that the doom of banishment should be revoked. He spoke with the greater authority, as he was himself Tashatar, or a seer, and supposed to have communication with the invisible world. He affirmed that he had performed a magical ceremony termed Tin Egin, by which he evoked a fiend, from whom he extorted a confession that Conachar, now called Eachin or Hector Macian, was the only man in the approaching combat between the 2 hostile clans who should come off without blood or blemish. Hence Torquil of the Oak argued that the presence of the fated person was necessary to ensure the victory. So much I am possessed of this, said the forester, that, unless Eachin fight in his place in the ranks of the clan Queheli, neither I, his foster father, nor any of my 8 sons will lift a weapon in the quarrel. This speech was received with much alarm, for the defection of 9 men, the stoutest of their tribe, would be a serious blow, more especially if the combat, as begins to be rumoured, should be decided by a small number from each side. The ancient superstition concerning the foster son of the White Doe was counterbalanced by a new and later prejudice, and the father took the opportunity of presenting to the clan his long-hidden son, whose youthful but handsome and animated countenance, haughty carriage, and active limbs excited the admiration of the clansmen, who joyfully received him as the heir and descendant of their chief, notwithstanding the ominous presage attending his birth and nurture. From this tale, my lord, continued Simon Glover, your lordship may easily conceive why I myself should be secure of a good reception among the clan Queheli, and you may also have reason to judge that it would be very rash in me to carry Catherine thither. And this, noble lord, is the heaviest of my troubles. We shall lighten the load then, said Sir Patrick, and, good Glover, I will take risk for thee and this damsel. My alliance with the Douglas gives me some interest with Marjorie, Duchess of Rothsay, his daughter, the neglected wife of our wilful prince. Rely on it, good Glover, that in her retinue thy daughter will be as secure as in a fenced castle. The Duchess keeps house now at Falkland, a castle which the Duke of Albany, to whom it belongs, has lent to her for her accommodation. I cannot promise you pleasure, fair maiden, for the Duchess Marjorie of Rothsay is unfortunate, and therefore splenetic, haughty, and overbearing, conscious of the want of attractive qualities, therefore jealous of those women who possess them. But she is firm in faith and noble in spirit, and would fling pope or prelate into the ditch of her castle who should come to arrest anyone under her protection. You will therefore have absolute safety, though you may lack comfort. I have no title to more, said Catherine, and deeply do I feel the kindness that is willing to secure me such honourable protection. If she be haughty, I will remember she is a Douglas, and hath right, as being such, to entertain as much pride as may become a mortal. If she be fretful, I will recollect that she is unfortunate; and if she be unreasonably captious, I will not forget that she is my protectress. Heed no longer for me, my lord, when you have placed me under the noble lady's charge. But my poor father, to be exposed amongst these wild and dangerous people! Think not of that, Catherine, said the Glover. I am as familiar with brogues and bracken as if I had worn them myself.
I have only to fear that the decisive battle may be fought before I can leave this country, and if the Clan Quehele lose the combat, I may suffer by the ruin of my protectors." "We must have that cared for," said Sir Patrick. "Rely on my looking out for your safety. But which party will carry the day, think you?" "Frankly, my Lord Provost, I believe the Clan Chetan will have the worse. These 9 children of the forest form a third, nearly, of the band surrounding the chief of Clan Quehele, and are redoubted champions." "And your apprentice, will he stand to it, thinkest thou?" "He is hot as fire, Sir Patrick," answered the Glover, "but he is also unstable as water. Nevertheless, if he is spared, he seems likely to be one day a brave man. But as now he has some of the white doe's milk still lurking about his liver, ha, Simon?" "He has little experience, my lord," said the Glover, "and I need not tell an honored warrior like yourself that danger must be familiar to us ere we can dally with it like a mistress." This conversation brought them speedily to the castle of Kinfons, where, after a short refreshment, it was necessary that the father and the daughter should part, in order to seek their respective places of refuge. It was then first, as she saw that her father's anxiety on her account had drowned all recollections of his friend, that Catherine dropped, as if in a dream, the name of Henry Gow. "True, most true," continued her father. "We must possess him of our purposes." "Leave that to me," said Sir Patrick. "I will not trust to a messenger, nor will I send a letter, because if I could write one, I think he could not read it. He will suffer anxiety in the meanwhile, but I will ride to Perth tomorrow by times, and acquaint him with your designs." The time of separation now approached. It was a bitter moment, but the manly character of the old burgher, and the devout resignation of Catherine to the will of Providence, made it lighter than might have been expected. The good knight hurried the departure of the burgess, but in the kindest manner, and even went so far as to offer him some gold pieces in loan, which might, where specie was so scarce, be considered as the ne plus ultra of regard. The Glover, however, assured him he was amply provided, and departed on his journey in a northwesterly direction. The hospitable protection of Sir Patrick Charteris was no less manifested towards his fair guest. She was placed under the charge of a duenna, who managed the good knight's household, and was compelled to remain several days in Kinfouns, owing to the obstacles and delays interposed by a Tay boatman named Kit Henshaw, to whose charge she was to be committed, and whom the Provost highly trusted. Thus were severed the child and parent in a moment of great danger and difficulty, much augmented by circumstances of which they were then ignorant, and which seemed greatly to diminish any chance of safety that remained for them. End of Section 29. Section 30. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 27. This Austin humbly did. Did he, quoth he? Austin may do the same again for me. Pope's Prologue to Canterbury Tales, from Chaucer. The course of our story will be best pursued by attending that of Simon Glover. It is not our purpose to indicate the exact local boundaries of the two contending clans, especially since they are not clearly pointed out by the historians who have transmitted accounts of this memorable feud. It is sufficient to say that the territory of the clan Chetan extended far and wide, comprehending Caithness and Sutherland, and having for their paramount chief the powerful Earl of the latter shire, thence called Mor Archat.
In this general sense, the Keiths, the Sinclairs, the Guns, and other families and clans of great power were included in the Confederacy. These, however, were not engaged in the present quarrel, which was limited to that part of the Clan Chetten occupying the extensive mountainous districts of Perthshire and Inverness-shire, which form a large portion of what is called the northeastern Highlands. It is well known that two large septs, unquestionably known to belong to the Clan Chetten, the Macphersons and the Macintoshes, dispute to this day which of their chieftains was at the head of this Badenoch branch of the great Confederacy, and both have of later times assumed the title of Captain of Clan Chetten, non nostrum est. But, at all events, Badenoch must have been the center of the Confederacy so far as involved in the feud of which we treat. Of the rival league of Clan Quehele we have a still less distinct account, for reasons which will appear in the sequel. Some authors have identified them with the numerous and powerful sept of Mackay. If this is done on good authority, which is to be doubted, the Mackays must have shifted their settlements greatly since the reign of Robert III, since they are now to be found as a clan in the extreme northern parts of Scotland, in the counties of Ross and Sutherland. We cannot therefore be so clear as we would wish in the geography of the story. Suffice it that, directing his course in a northwesterly direction, the Glover travelled for a day's journey in the direction of the Breadalbane country, from which he hoped to reach the castle where Gilchrist MacIan, the captain of the Clan Quehele, and the father of his pupil Conachar, usually held his residence, with a barbarous pomp of attendance and ceremonial suited to his lofty pretensions. We need not stop to describe the toil and terrors of such a journey, where the path was to be traced among wastes and mountains, now ascending precipitous ravines, now plunging into inextricable bogs, and often intersected with large brooks and even rivers. But all these perils Simon Glover had before encountered in quest of honest gain, and it was not to be supposed that he shunned or feared them where liberty and life itself were at stake. The danger from the warlike and uncivilized inhabitants of these wilds would have appeared to another at least as formidable as the perils of the journey. But Simon's knowledge of the manners and language of the people assured him on this point also. An appeal to the hospitality of the wildest Gael was never unsuccessful, and the kern that in other circumstances would have taken a man's life for the silver button of his cloak would deprive himself of a meal to relieve the traveller who implored hospitality at the door of his bothy. The art of travelling in the Highlands was to appear as confident and defenceless as possible, and accordingly the Glover carried no arms whatever, journeyed without the least appearance of precaution, and took good care to exhibit nothing which might excite cupidity. Another rule which he deemed it prudent to observe was to avoid communication with any of the passengers whom he might chance to meet, except in the interchange of the common civilities of salutation, which the Highlanders rarely omit. Few opportunities occurred of exchanging even such passing greetings. The country, always lonely, seemed now entirely forsaken, and even in the little straths or valleys which he had occasion to pass or traverse, the hamlets were deserted, and the inhabitants had betaken themselves to woods and caves. This was easily accounted for, considering the imminent dangers of a feud which all expected would become one of the most general signals for plunder and ravage that had ever distracted that unhappy country. Simon began to be alarmed at this state of desolation. He had made a halt since he left Kinfouns, to allow his nag some rest, and now he began to be anxious how he was to pass the night. He had reckoned upon spending it at the cottage of an old acquaintance called Neil Bushallach, or the cowherd.
because he had charge of numerous herds of cattle belonging to the captain of Clan Quhele, for which purpose he had a settlement on the banks of the Tay, not far from the spot where it leaves the lake of the same name. From this his old host and friend, with whom he had transacted many bargains for hides and furs, the old glover hoped to learn the present state of the country, the prospect of peace or war, and the best measures to be taken for his own safety. It will be remembered that the news of the indentures of battle, entered into for diminishing the extent of the feud, had only been communicated to King Robert the day before the glover left Perth, and did not become public till some time afterwards. "If Nial Bushallach has left his dwelling like the rest of them, I shall be finely holped up," thought Simon, "since I want not only the advantage of his good advice, but also his interest with Gilchrist MacIan, and, moreover, a night's quarters and a supper." Thus reflecting, he reached the top of a swelling green hill, and saw the splendid vision of Loch Tay laying beneath him, an immense plate of polished silver, its dark heathy mountains and leafless thickets of oak serving as an arabesque frame to a magnificent mirror. Indifferent to natural beauty at any time, Simon Glover was now particularly so, and the only part of the splendid landscape on which he turned his eye was an angle or loop of meadowland where the river Tay, rushing in full swollen dignity from its parent lake, and wheeling around a beautiful valley of about a mile in breadth, begins his broad course to the southeastward like a conqueror and a legislator, to subdue and to enrich remote districts. Upon the sequestered spot, which is so beautifully situated between lake, mountain, and river, arose afterwards the feudal castle of the Ballach. Ballach is Gaelic for the discharge of a lake into a river, which in our time has been succeeded by the splendid palace of the Earls of Breadalbane. But the Campbells, though they had already attained very great power in Argyllshire, had not yet extended themselves so far eastward as Loch Tay, the banks of which were, either by right or by mere occupancy, possessed for the present by the Clan Quhele, whose choicest herds were fattened on the Ballach margin of the lake. In this valley, therefore, between the river and the lake, amid extensive forests of oakwood, hazel, rowan tree, and larches, arose the humble cottage of Nial Bushallach, a village Eumaeus, whose hospitable chimneys were seen to smoke plentifully, to the great encouragement of Simon Glover, who might otherwise have been obliged to spend the night in the open air, to his no small discomfort. He reached the door of the cottage, whistled, shouted, and made his approach known. There was a baying of hounds and collies, and presently the master of the hut came forth. There was much care on his brow, and he seemed surprised at the sight of Simon Glover, though the herdsman covered both as well as he might; for nothing in that region could be reckoned more uncivil than for the landlord to suffer anything to escape him in look or gesture which might induce the visitor to think that his arrival was an unpleasing or even an unexpected incident. The traveller's horse was conducted to a stable, which was almost too low to receive him, and the Glover himself was led into the mansion of the Bushallach, where, according to the custom of the country, bread and cheese was placed before the wayfarer, while more solid food was preparing. Simon, who understood all their habits, took no notice of the obvious marks of sadness on the brow of his entertainer and on those of the family, until he had eaten somewhat for form's sake, after which he asked the general question, "Was there any news in the country?" "Bad news, as ever were told," said the herdsman. "Our father is no more." "How?" said Simon, greatly alarmed. "Is the captain of the Clan Quhele dead?" "The captain of the Clan Quhele never dies," answered the Bushallach, "but Gilchrist MacIan died 20 hours since, and his son, Aiken MacIan, is now captain." "What, Aiken? That is, Connachar, my apprentice?" As little of that subject as you list, brother Simon, said the herdsman. It is to be remembered, friend, that your craft, which doth very well for a living in the douce city of Perth, is something too mechanical to be much esteemed at the foot of Ben Lawyers and on the banks of Loch Tay. We have not a Gaelic word by which we can even name a maker of gloves. It would be strange if you had, friend Neil, said Simon dryly, having so few gloves to wear. I think there be none in the whole Clan Quhele save those which I myself gave to Gilchrist MacIan, whom God eswalzi, who esteemed thee a choice propine. Most deeply do I regret his death, for I was coming to him on express business. You had better turn the nag's head southward with morning light, said the herdsman. The funeral is instantly to take place, and it must be with short ceremony, for there is a battle to be fought by the Clan Quhele and the Clan XXIII, 30 champions on a side, as soon as Palm Sunday next, and we have brief time either to lament the dead or honor the living. Yet are my affairs so pressing that I must needs see the young chief, were it but for a quarter of an hour, said the glover. Hark thee, friend, replied his host, I think thy business must be either to gather money or to make traffic. Now, if the chief owe thee anything for upbringing or otherwise, ask him not to pay it when all the treasures of the tribe are called in, for making gallant preparation of arms and equipment for their combatants, that we may meet these proud hill cats in a fashion to show ourselves their superiors. But if thou comest to practice commerce with us, thy time is still worse chosen. Thou knowest that thou art already envied of many of our tribe, for having had the fosterage of the young chief, which is a thing usually given to the best of the clan. But, St. Mary, man, exclaimed the glover, men should remember the office was not conferred on me as a favour which I courted, but that it was accepted by me on importunity and entreaty, to my no small prejudice. This Conachar or Hector of yours, or whatever you call him, has destroyed me doeskins to the amount of many pounds Scots. There again now, said the Bushallock, you have spoken word to cost your life. Any allusion to skins or hides, or especially to deer and does, may incur no less a forfeit. The chief is young and jealous of his rank. None knows the reason better than thou, friend Glover. He will naturally wish that everything concerning the opposition to his succession and having reference to his exile should be totally forgotten, and he will not hold him in affection who shall recall the recollection of his people or force back his own, upon what they must both remember with pain. Think how at such a moment they will look on the old Glover of Perth, to whom the chief was so long apprentice. Come, come, old friend, you have erred in this. You are in over great haste to worship the rising sun, while his beams are yet level with the horizon. Come thou when he has climbed higher in the heavens, and thou shalt have thy share of the warmth of his noonday height. Neil Bushallock, said the glover, we have been old friends, as thou sayest, and as I think thee a true one, I will speak to thee freely, though what I say might be perilous if spoken to others of thy clan. Thou thinkest I come hither to make my own profit of thy young chief, and it is natural thou should thinkest so. But I would not, at my years, quit my own chimney corner in Curfew Street to bask me in the beams of the brightest sun that ever shone upon Highland heather. The very truth is, I come hither in extremity. My foes have the advantage of me, and have laid things to my charge whereof I am incapable, even in thought. Nevertheless, doom is like to go forth against me, and there is no remedy but that I must up and fly, or remain and perish. I come to your young chief as one who had refuge with me in his distress, who ate of my bread and drank of my cup. I ask of him refuge, which, as I trust, I shall need but a short time. That makes a different case, replied the herdsman, so different that if you came at midnight to the gate of MacIan, having the King of Scotland's head in your hand, and 1,000 men in pursuit for the avenging of his blood, I could not think it for his honour to refuse you protection.
And for your innocence or guilt, it concerns not the case, or rather, he ought the more to shelter you if guilty, seeing your necessity and his risk are both in that case the greater. I must straightway to him, that no hasty tongue tell him of your arriving hither without saying the cause. A pity of your trouble, said the glover, but where lies the chief? He is quartered about 10 miles hence, busied with the affairs of the funeral, and with preparations for the combat, the dead to the grave, and the living to battle. It is a long way, and will take you all night to go and come, said the glover, and I am very sure that Conachar, when he knows it is I who— Forget Conachar, said the herdsman, placing his finger on his lips. And as for the 10 miles, they are but a Highland leap when one bears a message between his friend and his chief. So saying, and committing the traveller to the charge of his eldest son and his daughter, the active herdsman left his house 2 hours before midnight, to which he returned long before sunrise. He did not disturb his wearied guest, but when the old man had arisen in the morning, he acquainted him that the funeral of the late chieftain was to take place the same day, and that, although Aiken MacIan could not invite a Saxon to the funeral, he would be glad to receive him at the entertainment which was to follow. His will must be obeyed, said the glover, half smiling at the change of relation between himself and his late apprentice. The man is the master now, and I trust he will remember that, when matters were otherwise between us, I did not use my authority ungraciously. Trout sho, friend, exclaimed the Bushallach, the less of that you say the better. You will find yourself a right welcome guest to Aiken, and the deil a man dare stir you within his bounds. But fare you well, for I must go, as beseems me, to the burial of the best chief the clan ever had, and the wisest captain that ever cocked the sweet gale bog myrtle in his bonnet. Farewell to you for a while, and if you will go to the top of the Tom and Lonach behind the house, you will see a gallant sight, and hear such a coronach as will reach the top of Ben Lawyers. A boat will wait for you 3 hours hence, at a wee bit creek about half a mile westward from the head of the Tay. With these words he took his departure, followed by his 3 sons, to man the boat in which he was to join the rest of the mourners, and 2 daughters, whose voices were wanted to join in the lament, which was chanted, or rather screamed, on such occasions of general affliction. Simon Glover, finding himself alone, resorted to the stable to look after his nag, which he found had been well served with gradin, or bread made of scorched barley. Of this kindness he was fully sensible, knowing that probably the family had little of this delicacy left to themselves until the next harvest should bring them a scanty supply. In animal food they were well provided, and the lake found them abundance of fish for their Lenten diet, which they did not observe very strictly, but bread was a delicacy very scanty in the Highlands. The bogs afforded a soft species of hay, none of the best, to be sure, but Scottish horses, like their riders, were then accustomed to hard fare. Gauntlet, for this was the name of the palfrey, had his stall crammed full of dried fern for litter, and was otherwise as well provided for as Highland hospitality could contrive. Simon Glover, being thus left to his own painful reflections, nothing better remained, after having seen after the comforts of the dumb companion of his journey, than to follow the herdsman's advice, and ascending towards the top of an eminence called Tom and Lonach, or the knoll of yew trees, after a walk of half an hour he reached the summit, and could look down on the broad expanse of the lake, of which the height commanded a noble view. A few aged and scattered yew trees of great size still vindicated for the beautiful green hill the name attached to it. But a far greater number had fallen a sacrifice to the general demand for bow staves in that warlike age, the bow being a weapon much used by the mountaineers, though those which they employed, as well as their arrows, were, in shape and form, and especially in efficacy, far inferior to the archery of merry England. The dark and shattered individual yews which remained were like the veterans of a broken host, occupying in disorder some post of advantage, with the stern purpose of resisting to the last. Behind this eminence, but detached from it, arose a higher hill, partly covered with copsewood, partly opening into glades of pasture, where the cattle strayed, finding at this season of the year a scanty sustenance among the spring heads and marshy places, where the fresh grass began first to arise. The opposite or northern shore of the lake presented a far more alpine prospect than that upon which the Glover was stationed. Woods and thickets ran up the sides of the mountains and disappeared among the sinuosities formed by the winding ravines which separated them from each other; but far above these specimens of a tolerable natural soil arose the swart and bare mountains themselves, in the dark gray desolation proper to the season. Some were peaked, some broad crested, some rocky and precipitous, others of a tamer outline, and the clan of Titans seemed to be commanded by their appropriate chieftains, the frowning mountain of Ben Lawyers, and the still more lofty eminence of Ben More, arising high above the rest, whose peaks retain a dazzling helmet of snow far into the summer season, and sometimes during the whole year. Yet the borders of this wild and sylvan region, where the mountains descended upon the lake, intimated, even at that early period, many traces of human habitation. Hamlets were seen, especially on the northern margin of the lake, half hid among the little glens that poured their tributary streams into Loch Tay, which, like many earthly things, made a fair show at a distance, but when more closely approached, were disgustful and repulsive from their squalid want of the conveniences which attend even Indian wigwams. They were inhabited by a race who neither cultivated the earth nor cared for the enjoyments which industry procures. The women, although otherwise treated with affection and even delicacy of respect, discharged all the absolutely necessary domestic labor. The men, excepting some reluctant use of an ill-formed plough, or more frequently a spade, grudgingly gone through, as a task infinitely beneath them, took no other employment than the charge of the herds of black cattle, in which their wealth consisted. At all other times they hunted, fished, or marauded, during the brief intervals of peace, by way of pastime, plundering with bolder license and fighting with embittered animosity in time of war, which, public or private, upon a broader or more restricted scale, formed the proper business of their lives, and the only one which they esteemed worthy of them. The magnificent bosom of the lake itself was a scene to gaze on with delight. Its noble breadth, with its termination in a full and beautiful run, was rendered yet more picturesque by one of those islets which are often happily situated in the Scottish lakes. The ruins upon that isle, now almost shapeless, being overgrown with wood rose, at the time we speak of, into the towers and pinnacles of a priory, where slumbered the remains of Sibylla, daughter of Henry I. of England, and consort of Alexander I. of Scotland. This holy place had been deemed of dignity sufficient to be the deposit of the remains of the captain of the Clan Quhele, at least till times when the removal of the danger, now so imminently pressing, should permit of his body being conveyed to a distinguished convent in the north, where he was destined ultimately to repose with all his ancestry. A number of boats pushed off from various points of the near and more distant shore, many displaying sable banners, and others having their several pipers in the bow, who from time to time poured forth a few notes of a shrill, plaintive, and wailing character, and intimated to the Glover that the ceremony was about to take place. These sounds of lamentation were but the tuning, as it were, of the instruments, compared with the general wail which was speedily to be raised. A distant sound was heard from far up the lake, even as it seemed from the remote and distant glens out of which the Dochart and the Lochy poured their streams into Loch Tay. It was in a wild, inaccessible spot, where the Campbells at a subsequent period founded their strong fortress of Finlayrig, that the redoubted commander of the Clan Quhele drew his last breath, and, to give due pomp to his funeral, his corpse was now to be brought down the loch to the island assigned for his temporary place of rest. The funeral fleet, led by the chieftain's barge, from which a huge black banner was displayed, had made more than 2/3 of its voyage ere it was visible from the eminence on which Simon Glover stood to overlook the ceremony. The instant the distant wail of the coronach was heard proceeding from the attendants on the funeral barge, all the subordinate sounds of lamentation were hushed at once, as the raven ceases to croak and the hawk to whistle whenever the scream of the eagle is heard. The boats, which had floated hither and thither upon the lake, like a flock of waterfowl dispersing themselves on its surface, now drew together with an appearance of order, that the funeral flotilla might pass onward, and that they themselves might fall into their proper places. In the meanwhile the piercing din of the war pipes became louder and louder, and the cry from the numberless boats which followed that from which the black banner of the chief was displayed, rose in wild unison up to the Tam and Lonach, from which the Glover viewed the spectacle. The galley which headed the procession bore on its poop a species of scaffold, upon which, arrayed in white linen and with the face bare, was displayed the corpse of the deceased chieftain. His son and the nearest relatives filled the vessel, while a great number of boats of every description that could be assembled, either on Loch Tay itself or brought by land carriage from Loch Earn, and otherwise, followed in the rear, some of them of very frail materials. There were even curraghs composed of ox hides stretched over hoops of willow in the manner of the ancient British, and some committed themselves to rafts formed for the occasion. From the readiest materials that occurred, and united in such a precarious manner as to render it probable that, before the accomplishment of the voyage, some of the clansmen of the deceased might be sent to attend their chieftain in the world of spirits. When the principal flotilla came in sight of the smaller group of boats collected towards the foot of the lake, and bearing off from the little island, they hailed each other with a shout so loud and general, and terminating in a cadence so wildly prolonged, that not only the deer started from their glens for miles around, and sought the distant recesses of the mountains, but even the domestic cattle, accustomed to the voice of man, felt the full panic which the human shout strikes into the wilder tribes, and, like them, fled from their pasture into morasses and dingles. Summoned forth from their convent by those sounds, the monks who inhabited the little islet began to issue from their lowly portal, with cross and banner, and as much of ecclesiastical state as they had the means of displaying, their bells at the same time, of which the edifice possessed 3, pealing the death toll over the long lake, which came to the ears of the now silent multitude, mingled with the solemn chant of the Catholic Church, raised by the monks in their procession. Various ceremonies were gone through, while the kindred of the deceased carried the body ashore, and placing it on a bank long consecrated to the purpose, made the deisle around the departed. When the corpse was uplifted to be borne into the church, another united yell burst from the assembled multitude, in which the deep shout of warriors and the shrill wail of females joined their notes with the tremulous voice of age and the babbling cry of childhood. The coronach was again, and for the last time, shrieked as the body was carried into the interior of the church, where only the nearest relatives of the deceased and the most distinguished of the leaders of the clan were permitted to enter. The last yell of woe was so terribly loud, and answered by so many hundred echoes, that the Glover instinctively raised his hands to his ears to shut out, or deaden at least, a sound so piercing. He kept this attitude while the hawks, owls, and other birds, scared by the wild scream, had begun to settle in their retreats, when, as he withdrew his hands, a voice close by him said, "Think you this, Simon Glover? The hymn of penitence and praise with which it becomes poor forlorn man, cast out from his tenement of clay, to be wafted into the presence of his Maker?" The Glover turned, and in the old man, with a long white beard, who stood close beside him, had no difficulty, from the clear mild eye and the benevolent cast of features, to recognize the Carthusian monk, Father Clement, no longer wearing his monastic habiliments, but wrapped in a frieze mantle and having a Highland cap on his head. It may be recollected that the Glover regarded this man with a combined feeling of respect and dislike. Respect which his judgment could not deny to the monk's person and character, and dislike which arose from Father Clement's peculiar doctrines, being the cause of his daughter's exile and his own distress. It was not therefore with sentiments of unmixed satisfaction that he returned the greetings of the Father, and replied to the reiterated question what he thought of the funeral rites which were discharged in so wild a manner. "I know not, my good father, but these men do their duty to their deceased chief, according to the fashion of their ancestors. They mean to express their regret for their friend's loss, and their prayers to Heaven in his behalf. And that which is done of good will must, to my thinking, be accepted favorably. Had it been otherwise, methinks they had ere now been enlightened to do better." "Thou art deceived," answered the monk. "God has sent his light amongst us all, though in various proportions. But man wilfully shuts his eyes, and prefers darkness. This benighted people mingle with the ritual of the Roman Church the old heathen ceremonies of their own fathers, and thus unite with the abominations of a church corrupted by wealth and power the cruel and bloody ritual of savage paynims." "Father," said Simon abruptly, "methinks your presence were more useful in yonder chapel, aiding your brethren in the discharge of their clerical duties, than in troubling and unsettling the belief of an humble though ignorant Christian like myself." "And wherefore say, good brother, that I would unfix thy principles of belief?" answered Clement. "So Heaven deal with me, as were my life blood necessary to cement the mind of any man to the holy religion he professeth, it should be freely poured out for the purpose." "Your speech is fair, father, I grant you," said the Glover. "But if I am to judge the doctrine by the fruits, Heaven has punished me by the hand of the Church for having hearkened thereto. Ere I heard you, my confessor was little moved, though I might have owned to have told a merry tale upon the ale bench, even if a friar or a nun were the subject. If at a time I had called Father Hubert a better hunter of hares than of souls, I confessed me to the Vicar Vinesauve, who laughed and made me pay a reckoning for penance. Or if I had said that the Vicar Vinesauve was more constant to his cup than to his breviary, I confessed me to Father Hubert, and a new hawking glove made all well again. And thus I, my conscience, and Mother Church lived together on terms of peace, friendship, and mutual forbearance. But since I have listened to you, Father Clement, this goodly union is broke to pieces, and nothing is thundered in my ear but purgatory in the next world and fire and fagot in this. Therefore avoid you, Father Clement, to speak to those who can understand your doctrine. I have no heart to be a martyr. I have never in my whole life had courage enough so much as to snuff a candle with my fingers. And, to speak the truth, I am minded to go back to Perth, sue out my pardon in the spiritual court, carry my faggot to the gallows foot in token of recantation, and purchase myself once more the name of a good Catholic, were it at the price of all the worldly wealth that remains to me." "You are angry, my dearest brother," said Clement, "and repent you on the pinch of a little worldly danger, and a little worldly loss for the good thoughts which you once entertained." "You speak at ease, Father Clement, since I think you have long forsworn the wealth and goods of the world, and are prepared to yield up your life when it is demanded in exchange for the doctrine you preach and believe. You are as ready to put on your pitched shirt and brimstone headgear as a naked man is to go to his bed, and it would seem you have not much more reluctance to the ceremony. But I still wear that which clings to me. My wealth is still my own, and I thank Heaven it is a decent pittance whereon to live. My life, too, is that of a hale old man of 60, who is in no haste to bring it to a close. And if I were poor as Job, and on the edge of the grave, must I not still cling to my daughter, whom your doctrines have already cost so dear? Thy daughter, friend Simon, said the Carmelite Carthusian, may be truly called an angel upon earth. Ay, and by listening to your doctrines, father, she is now like to be called on to be an angel in heaven, and to be transported thither in a chariot of fire. Nay, my good brother, said Clement, desist, I pray you, to speak of what you little understand, since it is wasting time to show thee the light that thou chafest against. Yet listen to that which I have to say touching thy daughter, whose temporal felicity, though I weigh it not even for an instant in the scale against that which is spiritual, is nevertheless in its order as dear to Clement Blair as to her own father. The tears stood in the old man's eyes as he spoke, and Simon Glover was in some degree mollified as he again addressed him. One would think thee, Father Clement, the kindest and most amiable of men. How comes it, then, that thy steps are haunted by general ill will wherever thou chancest to turn them? I could lay my life thou hast contrived already to offend yonder half score of poor friars in their water-girdled cage, and that you have been prohibited from attendance on the funeral. Even so, my son, said the Carthusian, and I doubt whether their malice will suffer me to remain in this country. I did but speak a few sentences about the superstition and folly of frequenting St. Filian's church to detect theft by means of his bell, of bathing mad patients in his pool to cure their infirmity of mind. And lo, the persecutors have cast me forth of their communion, as they will speedily cast me out of this life. Lo you there now, said the Glover, see what it is for a man that cannot take a warning. Well, Father Clement, men will not cast me forth unless it were as a companion of yours. I pray you, therefore, tell me what you have to say of my daughter, and let us be less neighbours than we have been. This then, brother Simon, I have to acquaint you with. This young chief, who is swollen with contemplation of his own power and glory, loves one thing better than it all, and that is thy daughter. He, Conachar! exclaimed Simon. My runagate apprentice look up to my daughter. Alas, said Clement, how close sits our worldly pride, even as ivy clings to the wall and cannot be separated. Look up to thy daughter, good Simon? Alas, no. The captain of Clan Quehely, great as he is, and greater as he soon expects to be, looks down to the daughter of the Perth burgess, and considers himself demeaned in doing so. But, to use his own profane expression, Catherine is dearer to him than life here and heaven hereafter. He cannot live without her. Then he may die, if he lists, said Simon Glover, for she is betrothed to an honest burgess of Perth, and I would not break my word to make my daughter bride to the Prince of Scotland. I thought it would be your answer, replied the monk. I would, worthy friend, thou couldst carry into thy spiritual concerns some part of that daring and resolved spirit with which thou canst direct thy temporal affairs. Hush thee, hush, Father Clement, answered the Glover. When thou fallest into that vein of argument, thy words savour of blazing tar, and that is a scent I like not. As to Catherine, I must manage as I can, so as not to displease the young dignitary, but well is it for me that she is far beyond his reach. She must then be distant indeed, said the Carmelite Carthusian. And now, brother Simon, since you think it perilous to own me and my opinions, I must walk alone with my own doctrines and the dangers they draw on me. But should your eye, less blinded than it now is by worldly hopes and fears, ever turn a glance back on him who soon may be snatched from you, remember that by naught save a deep sense of the truth and importance of the doctrine which he taught Could Clement Blair have learned to encounter, nay, to provoke, the animosity of the powerful and inveterate, to alarm the fears of the jealous and timid, to walk in the world as he belonged not to it, and to be accounted mad of men, that he might, if possible, win souls to God, Heaven be my witness that I would comply in all lawful things to conciliate the love and sympathy of my fellow creatures. It is no light thing to be shunned by the worthy of an infected patient, to be persecuted by the Pharisees of the day as an unbelieving heretic, to be regarded with horror at once and contempt by the multitude, who consider me as a madman, who may be expected to turn mischievous. But were all those evils multiplied an hundredfold, the fire within must not be stifled, the voice which says within me, Speak, must receive obedience. Woe unto me if I preach not the gospel, even should I at length preach it from amidst the pile of flames. So spoke this bold witness, one of those whom Heaven raised up from time to time to preserve amidst the most ignorant ages, and to carry down to those which succeed them a manifestation of unadulterated Christianity, from the time of the apostles to the age when, favored by the invention of printing, the Reformation broke out in full splendor. The selfish policy of the Glover was exposed in his own eyes, and he felt himself contemptible as he saw the Carthusian turn from him in all the hallowedness of resignation. He was even conscious of a momentary inclination to follow the example of the preacher's philanthropy and disinterested zeal, but it glanced like a flash of lightning through a dark vault, where there lies nothing to catch the blaze, and he slowly descended the hill in a direction different from that of the Carthusian, forgetting him and his doctrines, and buried in anxious thoughts about his child's fate and his own. End of Section 30.